in the middle of a ghostly forest full of dangers and monsters. Woon Sowol, an abandoned child, was constantly crying. He was saved by 5 legendary masters. They were once great warriors. Precious, nearly reaching the realm of ascending to immortality. But cruel fate took away their internal Dan, turning them into disabled people. They taught him the secrets of Qigong and the ultimate magic. Brave, with a strong will. Their anger and determination for revenge turned Woon Sowol into a fearless warrior. In the middle of a deep forest full of magical beasts, where life and death are only separated by a hair, Woon Sowol faces terrible challenges. Woon Sowol's only choice is to advance or die. Can he survive and escape this hell to complete? Is it a noble mission or not? Woon Sowol's thrilling story officially begins, leading to countless mysteries and surprises waiting ahead. Everyone, please give Manhwa Recap Bro a like, a share, and please subscribe to give us more motivation to bring good stories to you. A middle-aged man with injuries on his body was running away. That cry came from the child in his arms. He hugged the child tightly and whispered, "Young master, you shouldn't cry at this time. Please don't make any more noise, you have to be quiet to survive." After running for a while, he stopped and hid behind a tree. The child in his chest was still crying. Stopped. He cautiously glanced behind him for a moment. Seeing no movement, he breathed out and looked at the baby in his arms. He hadn't had any food or rest for several days. It was natural for him to cry. That's okay, but the young master is really good at enduring it. As expected, he is the son of the homeowner. The baby suddenly stopped crying, smiled at him and cried out, "Papa." The young man smiled, "Haha, do you recognize the villain?" He quickly tore off a piece of cloth from his shirt. "When you grow up, please forgive me for my disrespect." Then he rolled it into a ball and stuffed it into the child's mouth. There are many shortcomings and stupidities, there is no other way but to do this. Young master, you must survive. Just like that, the boy used a cloth to cover his mouth. No matter how much he cried, he couldn't make a sound. The young man then hung him on a tree branch. Copy turned around and ran away to distract the pursuing soldiers. Although he couldn't bear it, in this situation, he had no choice. The next morning, an old man took a parrot for a walk in the garden. Forest. The parrot cried, "Oh, oh, oh," as it flew. Just like the sound of a baby crying. The old man following it laughed. "Ha ha ha. This kid. Okay, I know. You heard the sound, where did you get that from? Are you trying to trick people or is it true?" At this point, he stopped and stared ahead. The parrot stood on the branch hanging. The boy kept calling for him. He walked over and held the baby down. As soon as he took out a towel to cover the baby's mouth, he cried loudly. He patted and comforted him. Where could a child come from in this forest of monsters? What if a demon beast appeared? Right now it's me. First, let's go back to Thong Kai Vong first. He quickly carried the baby back to his village. Under the care of the baby, his body had fallen asleep. After walking for a while, a cloud of fog appeared around him. Behind him suddenly appeared another middle-aged man. Luckily he had returned safely. The old man raised his hand to signal the other person to be quiet. There was a child, it was a boy. The other person looked at the child in surprise. This child is also so cute, how did he get in? This magical beast forest, right? No one can enter the magical beast forest safely. This child looks less than 100 days old, it is impossible to enter here. The two continue walk a little more. Soon the fog opened a gap. A village appeared ahead. The old man told the person next to him, "Call the other 3 people over, introduce them." The new member of our village gave it to them. After a while the remaining 3 people in the village all came. They were respectively a big man with a beard and an old man with a small body. Finally a blonde teenager. The old man brought the child in front of everyone. "Let's greet him. From today this child will live with us," the small-bodied old man asked suspiciously. "Where have you gone now? And where did you bring this child from?" The white-haired old man's face darkened. "Are you asking if this is my child?" "Huh?" The short old man nervously scratched his head. "Haha, I know this is not my senior's child, but are we going to raise this child together?" The silver-haired old man nodded. "Now I agree. Do you understand what I mean? Starting from today we will raise this child together. An old man like me cannot take on this role alone." The blonde young man was suddenly unconscious. If you want to speak up, raise or teach this child, you should say it clearly. I just said that, but I have no arms so I can't take care of him, and I also have no intention of educating him, so the matter of bringing this child back here has nothing to do with me. The old short man put his hands on his hips angrily. You're really cold. You're sick with an amputated arm and you only think about yourself. Old man. The white-haired man spoke harshly. Jong-gon, don't say those cruel words. There's no one here who's sick. Haven't we all been stripped of our inner pills? The short man saw him. When I said my name, I smiled faintly. I told you not to reveal or inquire about each other's identities in this village. Why are you suddenly exposing each other's identities? I don't know if my predecessors know that the talented artist has a beautiful face like a natural, making many girls' hearts fall in love. Above all, that person is famous throughout the world for his medical and alchemy skills. The senior's knowledge of medicine and herbs reminds me of that person. The white-haired old man's face sank. Are you kidding me? I am the one who is called a student. That's the judge Li Hu. The 4 people who heard him reveal his identity were all startled. Li Hu glanced at them and smiled, not automatically revealing it, but also hiding it. What to do next? Surely 4 of the 5 people here already know each other's identities. The middle-aged man next to him immediately clasped his hands. I am Yun Su-wan, and the alias Fei Yao Jinin. Please forgive me for not revealing my identity to my senior first. The short man also spoke up. If you took the initiative to reveal your identity, then I won't hide it any longer, sir. Jong-gon, who is called the face of the heavenly demon knife, is my servant. The other bearded old man also smiled and said his name. I am Feng Gao Chu. When Jong-gon heard his name, he was startled. I'm surprised. So it's you, the one they call Golden Hands, with that kind of strength of yours. If you have to disguise yourself as a wooden hoe cutter, you must feel very uncomfortable. The following people, they all looked at the blonde-haired young man. At the same time, the blonde-haired young man turned his head and looked gloomy with no intention of revealing his identity. After a moment, Li Hu let this go and asked, do you guys have any guesses? Figure out why I revealed my identity. Yun Su-wan immediately replied, we all understood the senior's intention. Didn't the senior want us to consider this child as a community specialist? Li Hu nodded, that's right. Even though we have become criminals and have our inner core removed, this child is different from us. He must be protected by us, then only to be able to survive in this forest of magical beasts, right? The crowd unanimously agreed, what you said is right. Jong-gon walked up to the boy to observe, that's a good idea. But we should also see if this child has some kind of innate immortal bone, right? Li Hu brought the boy closer to his face, who am I? Of course we have our own secret. This child definitely has innate immortality. He will be a great success before we leave. You guys are not against raising this child together, right? None of the 4 spoke up to refute. Li Hu next took out a ring. Then I will show you this. This is the ring on this child, you saw it. Have you ever seen something similar? Jong-gon walked over and reached out to take the ring. From the looks of it, it's not an ordinary ring. Let Jong-gon take a closer look. After observing for a moment, he sighed, it's a pity. Perhaps it has to be filled with spiritual energy for it to exert its ability. Surely Feng Gao Chu has recognized that this is a high-class magic weapon made from iron, right? Yun Su-wan stared at the ring and exclaimed. The inside of the ring was engraved with the words, Holy Fire destroys pure earth. Which means that once the altar lit by the sacred fire collapses, then what will happen? A peaceful time will appear, perhaps where the conflict between old and new forces occurred. Jong-gon asked again, Senior, can you guess where that is? The remaining 3 people all shook their heads at the same time. From beginning to end, the blonde young man stood to the side without speaking. After a while, Li Hu spoke up again, an organization we don't know about. So what's so important? We ourselves don't know what's real and what's ghost, let alone about this child. Everyone nodded, Senior said it right. Li Hu continued, now the only important thing left is to name this child. Jong-gon smiled, Senior is an adult. It's here, you should name him. Li Hu stared at the boy, before I had 2 daughters I had a son. Unfortunately he got sick and I had to carry out the master's orders, so I couldn't be by his side. When I returned, I tried my best to save him but had to give up. If I couldn't save my own son, what kind of face would I have? Having the name of being a judge of life and death. Yun Soo-won sighed sympathetically. What a sad story. Surely that child will be reincarnated into a wonderful person like Senior. Lee Hoo smiled and mocked himself. I am what's so great about demonic people. Yun Soo-won explained. How can someone who doesn't care about the worldly things, only cares about researching medicine to save people, not be wonderful? Lee Hoo sighed. Don't exaggerate too much. Furthermore, aren't there many people who have been treated by me and still can't live? I personally buried that boy. His name was Sowol. I just found out that the ring that can reveal this child's identity is made from iron. So how about naming him Sowol? Jong Gon smiled. If Senior Lee Hoo said so, how dare you say otherwise? I followed your advice. Feng Gao Chu also smiled and nodded. I agree. Yun Soo-won nodded. What a good name. Blondehair replied coldly. I am not his master. You can name it whatever you like. Lee Hoo laughed loudly. Starting from this moment, Sowol will be the community specializing in life and death judges. Lee Hoo. Fei Yao Jinin. Yun Soo-won. Golden Hands. Feng Gao Chu. The Thousand-Faced Dagger. Jong Gon. I will teach him medical techniques and alchemy, teach him the knowledge of herbs and even the use of poison. I will pass on the whole world's Qigong to him. Jong Gon was shocked. Heavenly Qigong is a rare Qigong in the world. Only the owner of Blood Luo Bao can practice it. How could Senior Lee Hoo pass it on to Sowol? Yun Soo-won laughed. Haha, even though I just heard rumors, but surely there is no Qigong that nourishes spiritual energy better than it. Then I will teach it how to distinguish and train demonic beasts and formations. Lee Hoo looking at him suspiciously. You wouldn't be able to hide those demonic spell formations lightly, would you? Yun Soo-won smiled and explained, void and evil prison formations, Ghost Valley hidden shadow formations and even Yuan to you another illusory formation. I will pass it all on. Jong Gon glanced at Feng Gao Chu. They both passed on such great secret techniques to Sowol. Feng Gao Chu must be feeling very pressured. Feng Gao Chu replied calmly. I will teach him how to make treasures. Jong Gon widened his eyes in surprise and shouted in excitement. Feng Gao Chu brother, can you really make treasures? It's not a magic weapon or magic weapon. Is that what Win said wrong? Feng Gao Chu smiled. I didn't say anything wrong. Jong Gon shyly walked away from them and waved his hand. I have nothing to teach him other than the talent of stealing and running away. Telekinesis, Phi Lin Bo. That is to say the method is not unfamiliar to other people. And the earth-moving technique and bone contact technique are very helpful when falling into danger. Lee Hoo glanced at him and advised, this precious method of yours is enough to surpass other methods. It's time for a bad trainer. Remember to teach properly. Jong Gon proudly scratched his head and smiled, haha, it's no big deal. After the four people discussed it, they all silently looked at Woon Sowol. Kid, don't you? Knowing that he had 4 masters, he still slept soundly. After a while, Jong Gon turned his head to look at the blonde young man. At his surprised look, quickly carried Woon Sowol away. Come in front of him, you should look at it too. Even if you're not a master, you still have to live with it until you die. It's okay if you don't treat it well, but please don't hate it. Isn't Woon Sowol like a human? He also slowly died in the forest of magical beasts. Time just flew by so quickly. 10 years have passed. Kneeling inside, Lee's scolding echoed. Who kept spreading? Why are you so stupid? If you don't memorize all the names of the spiritual herbs today, don't bother going anywhere. After scolding him for a while, he went out and left. Waited for him to leave before Woon Sowol was inside before breathing out. At this moment, Jong Gon suddenly poked his head in from outside. Why are you sighing? There's an earthquake right now. This guy. Woon Sowol is now 10 years old. He was sitting in the house studying when he saw Jong Gon and immediately excitedly exclaimed, is the 4th master human? The two went out the door to confide. Jong Gon asked suspiciously, do you not know the names of the spiritual herbs anymore? Woon Sowol nodded, yes, you really are a stupid person. Jong Gon consoled, stupid is not stupid, can't you also learn from the teachings of other masters? It's just because Senior Lee Hoo is so talented, everyone sees it like that. Woon Sowol sadly sighs, yes maybe that's it. Jong Gon continued, the older people get, the more worried they become. There's a lot, so don't blame yourself or blame Senior Li Hu too much. Un Sowol sadly asked, will the fourth master really not live much longer? Zhang Gan glanced at him and smiled. Then he reached out and rubbed his head. Kid, if Senior Li Hu was still a magician, he could live another 800 years. I thought I could live to 1,000 years, but now that day I am at most just an old man with a broken body. Becoming old and weak and dying is also a normal thing. Un Sowol, why don't you pay attention? Listen to Senior Li Hu's teachings more? That way, Senior Li Hu will also feel more secure, right? Un Sowol nodded, yes. Zhang Gan put his hand in his chest to search for something. Okay, our gentle Un Sowol, how many times have I said it? Masters, he had just finished speaking when Un Sowol shouted loudly, Masters always treat me well. You must trust and listen to everyone. As for others, you must be unconditionally suspicious. Absolutely do not trust anyone. Zhang Gan took out a few peaches and gave them to him. Okay, eat this. Go! Un Sowol exclaimed excitedly, is this a fairy peach? There were 3 results. Did you just come back from out? Zhang Gan smiled, just lucky, I also caught a goat and brought it back. Un Sowol looked at him excitedly, my fourth master also wants to go out. Zhang Gan stood up and stretched, his voice was harsh, I can't forget what the great master said. Un Sowol sighed sadly, can't step out of this village until I break through the heavenly gate. Zhang Gan smiled and nodded. I'm learning the heavenly qigong from Senior Li Hu. Entering Tai Thien KY will definitely be very soon. I will go pick more peaches for you, so study hard. Un Sowol looked at his back and nodded excitedly. Yes, master, rest assured. Soon the sun went down the mountain. It was midnight, but Un Sowol was still sitting by the tree, tiredly reading a book. Just as he was dimly preparing to fall asleep, suddenly there was a sound outside. The goat's cry startled him awake. He quickly went to the window and poked his head out to take a look. In the yard, a young blonde man was currently feeding grass to the goat with his foot. Un Sowol saw he didn't seem to be very comfortable, so he left. Let me help you. The blonde shook his head. Just let me do it. I'm disabled, I'm not useless, so I can just sit and play around forever. If you want, then come and pet this goat. Un Sowol nodded excitedly, yes. You sat down with pleasure and caressed the white goat. This goat is said to have been caught from outside. Outside there must be many strange things out there. But is the world out there really that dangerous? The blonde young man said, I can't stand the storms out there, so aren't my masters always trying to train me? Un Sowol nodded sadly, yes, that's true. Like that. Seeing the happy kid suddenly sitting there sullenly, the blonde couldn't help but sigh. Come sit next to me. Wait for Un Sowol to come sit next to him before the blonde continued. You're so smart that you can practice qigong across the world, but you're not good at memorizing, right? Un Sowol nodded, yes. Blonde hair points, then read this formula 3 times before sleeping and after waking up. You will automatically remember them in your heart. Un Sowol widened his eyes in surprise. He was about to ask something, but the blonde continued, don't ask random questions. Learn it by heart. Next, he said the mantra. When Un Sowol heard these mantras, it was like lightning struck his ears. Seeing him just sitting there blankly, the blonde immediately explained. I will explain when you have memorized them, don't be too pressured. Un Sowol regained consciousness and smiled and nodded, thank you. The blonde then asked again, this is the first secret I gave you. I know, Un Sowol nodded, that's right. Time passed so quickly, another 5 years passed. Un Sowol was now 15 years old. He sat in front of Li Hu and said, according to the formula, add 4 parts of bamboo shoots, 2 wings of grass, 7 parts of bamboo and ginseng, 3 parts of bamboo, and then use the great heat monkey technique to adjust the heat. If the temperature is too high, the dan will dry and crack. If the temperature is too low, the knitting will not clump together. Li Hu lying on the bed applauded, good job Un Sowol, I have nothing more to teach you. Now you just use the knowledge you have acquired. Thanks to you, this old man can spend the last years of his life happily. Even though I am no longer there, remember to listen to the monks. Father, you must definitely practice diligently. Un Sowol nodded seriously, I will remember what you told me, master. Li Hu continued, It seems I don't have much time left, everyone is gathered here. So I will tell you a story that I have buried for a long time. This place, once entered, cannot be escaped like this forest monster. There is still a way to escape from here. When Zhang Gan and the others heard that, they were frightened. Was what Senior Li Hu said true? It turns out that person isn't talking nonsense. What is that way? Li Hu slowly explained, I used to be the master pharmacist of Hyalabo, one of the 3 great devils of Yeonam Kingdom. My medical reputation is quite famous, so there are also some special characters. Specifically came to ask me to treat them. One of them was extremely seriously injured. His whole body was covered with no ability to move. That person told me that he was injured while escaping from a demon forest. He said that deep in a certain cave, there was a teleportation formation that needed spirit stones to activate. There was a 9-Tai Gao dragon guarding that place and he killed it. Yun Su Wan was frightened. The place where the 9-Tai Gao dragon lives must be a place rich in spiritual energy, so that place could be a lotus pond or a volcano, although it is not an easy thing. But if Woon Sowol wants to get out, we have to find that place in the magical beast forest. Li Hu nodded, you're right, we'll have to hide instead in this magical beast forest. But Woon Sowol is different. Woon Sowol? Woon Sowol ran to his side. Yes, master, please help me. Li Hu clearly told me. At all costs, I must escape from this dangerous demonic beast. The masters hope that I will repay our kindness. Woon Sowol firmly replied, even if I die, I will definitely repay the kindness of my masters. Li Hu smiled, of course it must be like that. The heavenly qigong that I learned is magic, so you have to practice hard to get out. However, Qianshan qigong is not perfect. Zhang Gan gasped in horror, isn't that right? What do you mean? Why teach him martial arts that have such disadvantages? Li Hu explained that this imperfect heavenly qigong is a type of qigong with strong yang qi. The deeper you practice, the easier it is to control yang qi. Strong yang qi is helpful for breakthroughs. There are many subjects. But on the contrary, if you cannot control them, you will not only suffer physical pain, but you can also lose everything you have cultivated all your life. In the past, I have treated to treat Master Hyalabo for the side effects of heavenly qigong. But at that time, because of blinded ambition, I secretly stole his qigong formula. At the same time, I also wanted to be by my children's side. My newly born daughter for a long time. I thought that I would soon be able to enter the heavenly palace thanks to the Qianshan qigong. But I did not expect that I would be discovered and chased to this place. He brought hand holding Woon Sowol's hand. Woon Sowol, if you want to get out of here, you must find a Qianshan qigong that has no disadvantages. Woon Sowol nodded, yes master, I understand. I will find a Qianshan qigong that has no weaknesses. Li Hu nodded, okay. In the future, if you have the chance, stop by Hyalabo of Yeonam Kingdom. Tell the news about me to my wife and my 2 daughters Oksu Sun and Okso So, and if they are in trouble, please try to help them. Woon Sowol nodded, I remember, master. After saying everything, Li Hu closed his eyes and left, and the group immediately followed. Took his body to be cremated. Even though they had mentally prepared in advance, everyone still couldn't suppress their grief. The second master taught me how to set up the formation. Because there were no materials to do it. Refining magic weapons, Master Tam can only teach me how to control fire. The 2 of them keep talking about habits, powers and things that can be obtained from demon beasts day and night, too. Master has helped me reach the realm of non-lean bow and shun bow, including techniques that are very useful to me such as earth release technique, bone contact technique, fluid translation technique, and the great method of returning to life. 3 more years passed by. Woon Sowol said while pulling out Zhang Gan's hair, I feel very grateful to my masters these days. Zhang Gan smiled. Why does this guy suddenly say that? What are you talking about? What are you worried about? Woon Sowol smiled. Are you worried? If you don't have time to study, where will you have time to worry? The 4th master's hair has turned half of his head white. I'm afraid you'll go bald after I pull all this out. Zhang Gan's face was serious. Stop beating around the bush and say it straight. I keep seeing this lately. I sighed deeply. What's going on that makes you look so worried? Woon Sowol replied, lately my lower abdomen has been feeling the heavenly gate. It's very hard. No matter how much I use my spiritual power to attack, I can't break through. Zhang Gan hung excited. Have you finally felt the heavenly eunuch gate? Please sit down next to me. Wait for Woon Sowol to sit down in front of you and he will begin to explain. The doctor wants to pass the next stage. This is a very difficult task, but you have it. I've already blocked the heavenly qigong. If I practice diligently, I will soon break through the heavenly gate. Woon Sowol still asked sadly, how long will it take? If you don't take medicine to strengthen your internal strength. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhang Gan slapped him with a cup. This guy is only 18 years old and keeps whining that he can't go in. What is Thien Tai Ky? Even a natural magician takes hundreds of years, not to mention the countless people who have already died in the middle of the natural period. I have learned a lot of formations. I can completely hide my body when falling into danger caused by demonic beasts. The demonic beast forest has many rare spiritual herbs and demonic beasts. You will easily find the ingredients to make the medicinal pills needed for cultivation. Woon Sowol immediately nodded. Yes, I know. Zhang Gan walked over and put his arm around his shoulder and smiled. Don't go too far. Be sure to return before dark. Absolutely stay away from demonic beasts. Quickly choose all kinds the spiritual herbs are needed for alchemy and will return immediately. When Woon Sowol was allowed to go out, he was extremely excited. Yes, master. The next day, as soon as it was dawn, Woon Sowol went out of the village alone, looking at the color of the flower petals. This is the earth spirit grass. The skull-shaped petal over there is probably the devil's bone grass. This small, round yellow petal is the golden root. The sun is already about to set, huh? I have to hurry back to the village. Woon Sowol then quickly headed back towards the village. He performed the running technique while excitedly applauding. Phi Lin Bo compared to when used in a narrow village. Using it becomes much faster and requires less effort here. As expected, the four masters were right. This is truly a great learning. Being able to go out like this is really good. It feels like a flower is blooming on my chest. While running, he suddenly stopped. Wait. I was so engrossed in searching for spiritual herbs to make alchemy for myself. I forgot to bring something back to give to my masters. I have to go catch a chicken or a goat or something. Just bring it back. Thinking of the happy faces of his master and group when receiving the gift, Woon Sowol's mouth couldn't help but lift up. Thinking of this, he jumped up onto the tree trunk opposite. I have to get back to the village before sunset, so I have to find it quickly. Suddenly he raised the engine and looked back. What's with the goosebumps? Not far behind him, there was a goat eating grass. The goat also noticed him and looked up. Woon Sowol immediately jumped down from the tree. Is it a goat? I have to use the non-contact to catch that goat. But wait, what exactly is this cold feeling? Unlike when I encountered that goat. Thinking for a moment he turned around and hid behind a tree. Size today is only the first day out. Can't risk it until next time then caught it. At this moment, a giant wolf came out from the bushes nearby. Woon Sowol looked at the three-headed wolf in front of him and immediately turned to stone. The three wolf heads quickly turned to stone, screaming at him extremely fiercely. Woon Sowol just looked at it and recognized its name. It's a low-level demon beast with 3 heads and wolves. I'm new to alchemy so I have to avoid it. Anyway, I don't have the method. No way, the 36th plan of running away is the best policy. No, although it was really quick to run on foot, if I had time to turn around, it might have caught me. But why is it such a coincidence? Faced with a situation like this, I was very calm inside. Even at the moment when the 3-headed wolf attacked me, I was still very calm and tried to avoid it. Although this shun step was very destructive, consumes spiritual energy, but can teleport short distances in an instant. How could I be defeated by the claws of the 3-headed wolf? The 3-headed wolf has not yet discovered that Woon Sowol has run up behind him. Its 3 heads are still looking at the spot where he stood, growling. Woon Sowol's mouth raised. Can I catch him? Is it not? The 3-headed monkey wolf had also discovered him from behind. It quickly growled and rushed towards him. Woon Sowol didn't pay attention to it. He tried teleportation to avoid it and searched for small stones on the ground to pick them up. After a moment, he stood back and seriously looked at the 3-headed wolf. It's already been prepared. Now I can only use one attack technique, the one that my master taught me. Looking at the 3-headed wolf rushing in front of me, spiritual power immediately radiated from Woon Sowol's body. He waved his hand and threw out a few stones in his hand, using the dark magic technique to hit the most dangerous wind. The three-moon wolf that was rushing towards his head was immediately punched with a hole. Watching the monster being defeated, lying on the ground, Woon Sowol couldn't contain his excitement and exclaimed, "I did it! Thank you very much, everyone." Images of the old men in the village appeared in his mind again. At this time he suddenly remembered, "It's a big deal. I promised my master not to fight with the demon beast." A moment later, Woon Sowol brought the three-headed wolf back to the village. The people saw him carrying the demon beast. When they returned, everyone frowned. Jong Gon held his head and shouted in excitement, "This guy told me to leave quickly and come back quickly. He came back after sunset. What else are you doing here?" Woon Sowol stood in front of the body of the three-headed wolf and bowed his head apologetically, "I'm sorry." Jong Gon ran to him and lectured him, "This guy is only 18 years old and is already doing it on his own? You think the masters will praise you when you ignore our words? Did you catch a demon beast and bring it back?" "This time I just got lucky," Woon Sowol explained. "But master," before you could finish your sentence, Jong Gon interrupted, "Oh hey, are you still trying to make excuses? This guy, shut up and shut up." Woon Sowol sadly bowed her head, "I didn't." Woon Sowol then spoke up, "This is my first time going out." Woon Sowol nodded, "Yes, it's the first time." Woon Sowol asked again, "Why did you go out?" Woon Sowol explained, "Because I want to break through to the Taishan gate, even though I don't remember who said I could go out. But the Taishan gate is too solid, there's no sign of it ever opening. I wanted to shorten the time to practice, so he went looking for the training materials needed to break through the gate." Woon Sowol was surprised, "Is that so? When you go out, what do you see outside?" Woon Sowol replied, "Even though I had collected the spirit grass and encountered the three-headed wolf, there was no danger at all. When I continuously used Filene bow, I felt like my chest was full. So energetic." Woon Sowol turned his head to look at Feng Gao Chu again. "The bones and skin of the three-headed wolf, can you make them into flags?" Feng Gao Chu smiled and nodded. Woon Sowol saw that and immediately smiled and went to Woon Sowol. He patted his shoulder and sighed, "Woon Sowol, from today maybe you will. I feel like this village is cramped and frustrating. I will blame the masters for not letting me go out." Woon Sowol shook his head, "It's nothing, master." Woon Sowol continued to talk without paying attention. "We stop you from doing what you want. It's natural for you to feel resentment. Of course we also want to see you quickly ascend to heaven. Breaking through the gate is a very difficult and dangerous thing. With our abilities we want to be by your side, help you and turn you into a warrior of the millennium while we are still alive." Woon Sowol was excited, exclaimed, "Is this true, master?" Woon Sowol bluntly replied, "Have I ever lied to you?" Woon Sowol was excited, "Never once." Woon Sowol smiled. "Third master will make a flag for you. If you can fly out to the Ghost Valley to hide in the shadow formation with those flags, then I will let you allow me to go out." Woon Sowol immediately walked over and hugged Feng Gao Chu's hand tightly, pulling him away. "Third master, quickly make chess. I have learned and practiced the Ghost Valley hidden shadow formation a lot. I can set up the battle right away. Hurry up and do it." A moment later, Woon Sowol and Feng Gao Chu made the flag. Feng Gao Chu sat next to him, making the flag and explaining. Using spiritual energy to control the fire, while imagining a dagger. How to adjust the fire is the most important factor when practicing magic weapons. So remember to pay close attention to that point. Starting with this dagger. We will hunt many low-level weak beasts, collect more materials, and then practice deeper techniques. Now, use the wind power of the wind to cool the dagger. Let's go. Woon Sowol heard that and immediately stopped to control the fire. Immediately performed the wind magic to cool the knife. After a moment, he raised the knife towards Feng Gao Chu. "My master finished. Is this a group of swords and magic weapons?" Feng Gao Chu shook his head. "It's just a dagger. It can't even be considered the lowest level magic weapon." Woon Sowol asked in surprise, "So how long do I have to practice hard to be able to create the lowest level magic weapon?" Feng Gao Chu answered without hesitation, 3 years. "Okay, I have to quickly finish the 12 flags so you can go rest." Woon Sowol stood up and went into the house. I guess I don't have time to rest. I'm trying to make medicinal pills with the spiritual herbs I've collected. Feng Gaochu nodded. If so, then just a dagger is not enough. You should also create a weapon to protect yourself. A few days later, early in the morning, a sound could be heard from Yun Su Wan's house. Done. He looked at the pill. The medicine in my hand exhaled. The first medicinal pill I succeeded in refining after 5 tries. What a difficult task. I used up all the spiritual herbs I collected. It turns out there was a slight mistake. In terms of the amount of spirit herbs, the dryness, the fire temperature or the way of refining, it is still impossible to refine medicinal pills. These 9 herbs help to eliminate impurities in the body. I don't know how much there is for me. It's effective, try drinking it to know. Thinking of this, he immediately put the medicinal pill in his mouth and drank it. Can it help me break through the Thien Tai Quan gate immediately? Right on time. Hey, there's a sound outside. I just made something and drank it right away. This isn't the material to make medicinal pills for meditating. Un Sowol replied a little angrily, I don't want to tell anyone about his words and actions. Zhang Gan laughed outside. Looks like you're still angry with me, huh? You probably don't know that I usually tell my seniors that you are good at flying, shun, etc. Even if you go out, nothing happens countless times. Un Sowol was surprised. Really? Did you really say that to them? Zhang Gan sneered in his heart. Of course I lied and was a brat. In my heart I thought so, but on the outside I smiled and nodded. Of course, if it's okay, it's so easy to let me out. Un Sowol scratched his head in disbelief and laughed. Oh, that's right. Zhang Gan said again. Feng Gao Chuan has finished making the flag. Let's go see it together. Un Sowol excitedly stood up, so fast. A moment later, Zhang Gan's 3 people were all standing outside in the yard. Yun Su Wan looked ahead and ordered, okay, now step out of the formation. Next before, even though there was no sign of anyone, Un Sowol's voice rang out, yes, master. Very quickly he stepped out of the void. How do you feel, master? I made it through the door. Yun Su Wan nodded. Although Feng Gao Chiuhin's flags are great, Un Sowol's formation is equally perfect. Great, now we just need to have the right weapon, then you can go out freely. Un Sowol turned around and held up his pile of weapons, smiling, 2 daggers, 8 bamboo darts flying at a glance. Is this enough? After that day, the people did not stop Un Sowol from going out anymore. He was completely free to move around outside the village. He ran through the forest and silently sighed. This is going to be difficult. For the past 3 months, I've been walking around the village, but low-level demon beasts and spirit herbs. Other than them, I haven't seen any spirit beasts. He remembered Feng Gao Chu's advice. Looks like it's time to practice the magic weapon. Go find the spirit stone and bring it back here. Un Sowol ran deep into the forest, running and thinking. Spirit stone is a type of stone that naturally appears in places. Has a lot of spiritual energy. People often find it in mountains or lands where the sun doesn't shine. Let's go a little further and try to find it. After a while he stopped under the foot of the mountain. When you get closer, you can see the beautiful scenery. A large rocky mountain with no end in sight. There will probably be spiritual herbs and spiritual stones here, right? If you can use the wolfberry, it won't be damaged. It's easy. Unfortunately, I haven't reached the heavenly state yet. I have to climb there with my bare hands. I've been climbing for an hour now, but I'm not too tired. I've practiced and taken a lot of medicinal pills. Of course, it's not a waste at all. With grass growing everywhere like this, there must be spiritual herbs, right? Climb a little more and he immediately exclaims, sure enough, I guessed right, this is the Corolla guess. Climb a little more. His jaw dropped once more. In front of him appeared another spiritual herb. And that was Yoam flower. He didn't expect to see such a rare spiritual herb here. He quickly accelerated the speed of climbing up to pick spiritual herbs. After a while he left the room and turned around to look back. Heard that places with spiritual herbs often attract demonic beasts. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyebrows frowned. Again, what could that be? As soon as he finished speaking, a giant bird rushed towards him. It was a scene depicting a low-level demon beast. Without flinching, Un Sowol threw a few stones and performed the most dangerous bamboo shoot. But unexpectedly, a few stones shot onto the scene's body, but they didn't cause any damage to it. Woon Sowol silently lamented, "There's something wrong with this demon beast. It turns out it has eaten a lot of spiritual herbs, so it has evolved to intermediate level. It seems a bit difficult to catch it. To return safely, we need to concentrate more. But why doesn't it attack me? Is it because it's afraid of damaging Yoam flower that it doesn't attack? If so, then Yoam flower is my talisman." Thinking for a moment, he raised his hand and pulled out the spiritual herb. Gun Min Ju saw that and screamed extremely angrily. Woon Sowol saw its attitude was awakened. Sure enough, even though it was angry, it still didn't directly attack me. It's a pity, but I had to use Yoam flower to distract it. It was too far to climb down. I had to climb to the top of the mountain and find a place to hide. Looks like I ignored the warnings of my masters and underestimated the wild beasts too much. Looking at the screaming scene next to me, Woon Sowol immediately waved his hand and threw Yoam flower down. Just as he predicted, the scene immediately left him flying to chase the spiritual herb. Woon Sowol took this moment to speed up and rush towards the top of the mountain. Soon he saw the top of the mountain. He excitedly jumped up. "Okay, I can hide myself here." He quickly took out a few sticks from his shoulder bag. The flag was then thrown on the ground to set up a formation, and the Ghost Valley's hidden shadow formation was immediately displayed. The Gun Min Condor quickly flew up from the mountain, and it continued non-stop, turned sideways to look for Woon Sowol. But Woon Sowol had now entered a state of hiding inside the formation. How could it be seen? Looking at the attitude of the scene depicting Woon Sowol and his heart. "I'm so nervous, I'm dead. It looks so angry, it probably won't let me go easily." At that moment the ground suddenly shook violently. A demon pig's whole body fiery, coming from afar. Woon Sowol looked at its appearance and immediately recognized it. A jade pig with fire emitting from its body. It must be a Jadekin pig intermediate level demon beast. Jadekin the pig opened his mouth to condense the flames. Above the scene, the sculpture also opened his mouth to condense the storm. Woon Sowol hid in the middle, watching the two monsters prepare to collide, making his heart even more tense. Very quickly, the wind and the fire began to collide, and an extremely terrifying explosion immediately spread out in all directions. Woon Sowol was scared in his heart. Could this be the power of the battle between the tribes? Intermediate demon beast? I didn't expect it to be this fierce. One collision wasn't enough. The sight of Min Condor flying down like a giant arrow, diving headfirst straight towards the jade pig's liver. Woon Sowol saw it rushing down and was even more scared. The jade liver pig below did not show any love, opening its mouth and screaming loudly. The two sides directly collided head-on, using their bodies to fight each other. Woon Sowol influenced by their influence. The battle flag was quickly blown away. His body also appeared from a hidden state and flew back. The two monster beasts collided head-on immediately, launched a terrifying explosion, waited for the dust to dissipate. Woon Sowol's struggling figure was revealed. He looked at the devastated scene in front of him and silently lamented his luck. If it weren't for Yoam flower look, maybe I would have been killed under the power of that demon beast. Luckily, the Jadekin pig appeared just in time, and the two demon beasts that collided were now lying unconscious in a pile of rocks and soil. Woon Sowol quickly jumped down. I heard that mid-level demon beasts often have internal pills. I had to go down and check to see if I can find anything. After a while he found the internal pills inside the jade liver pig's belly. Here it is. I didn't expect that a small stone like this could emit fire. Take the feathers of the scene and I can create a magic weapon. Just take the internal pill of the jade can and go there. There was more unexpected joy. It was Yoam flower that the scene saw caught, licking a person, and he quickly jumped out of the hole. Yoam flower, the internal pill of the jade pig along with the scene's feathers. The sculptures and the spirit stones around here, this time is dangerous, but the harvest is quite rich. I have to quickly clean up and return before it gets dark. Intermediate monster hunting of Woon Sowol has made the whole village vibrate. Feng Gao Chu has started to make a phoenix capsule for Woon Sowol. The phoenix capsule is one of the extremely important magical tools for the monks, even though it is only one. Although the bag is small, it can hold a lot of things. It looks like a small hemp bag, but it can store countless useful ingredients. During the day, Woon Sowol uses capsule photography to search for ingredients, materials and spirit stones. At night, efforts were made to create magical weapons, and pills were used to support the process of breaking through the Tai Thien Quan Gate. Time passed very quickly. Another 3 months had passed. Zhang Gan stood outside the door and looked at Woon Sowol smiling, so worried that he had finally finished refining the pill. Woon Sowol reminded, "Pills that were made wrongly will become poison. I believe in your ability, of you, but we also have to come to help you in case something goes wrong. We have taken so many medicinal pills, so we also know how to help you when something goes wrong. So everyone newbie here, but it seems like you've made everyone worry for nothing." Woon Sowol sat in the house and calmly replied, "I put all my heart and soul into this so there won't be any mistakes." Zhang Gan laughed and behaved, in front of the second master, "You should also be a little humble, quickly drink that wonderful medicine or I will steal it." Woon Sowol smiled and looked at them. Then he brought the medicinal pill to his mouth and drank it. Next, he crossed his legs and realized. Very quickly, sweat continued to flow from his face. It felt like the fire of the jade pig's liver was burning. Spread and burned all over the stomach and body. Then when did it become cold and burning? The cold air seeped into the bones and chilled the whole body. Woon Sowol was next to loudly reminded, "Yes, grit your teeth and endure. If you open your mouth, half of the aura accumulated in your body will escape from there." Woon Sowol listened to his words and tried to endure, and soon there was a halo from his body. The light circulated, the spiritual energy gathered into his dantian. He slowly dissolved the medicinal power of the pill, and soon he completely refined the pill. He slowly woke up, inside the pill. His face was filled with seriousness as he looked at the door in front of him. He slowly stood up, with a faint spiritual energy surrounding him. He walked to the gate of the royal official. Then slowly raise your hand. This time the Tai Thien Quan Gate was not as tough as before. Very quickly the gate was opened. Woon Sowol also quickly woke up from his practice. Zhang and the others, everyone in Gan, looked at him extremely attentively. After a while Woon Sowol fully regained consciousness. Zhang Gan exclaimed excitedly, "Is it a success? You have ascended to the heavenly state, living for more than 400 years. Only in heaven have I witnessed this scene." Woon Sowol smiled and walked over. "Now you have truly entered the path of a true warrior. From now on you have taken off your human form and gradually become shaped like the sky. The standard of a magician starts from the alchemy stage, forming internal pills in the body to increase strength. Followed by the heavenly stage, the magician reaches the realm. This will take off its human form and become similar in form to the sky. Moving up to the next level is Tri-An Ky. This is the stage of exchanging spiritual energy. The wizard at this stage will be able to use the aura shield to protect themselves. After Tri-An Ky is Yongquan Ky. In this realm, the healer can use true fire samadhi and gain fire consciousness. Followed by the Dean Fan stage. This is the period where the healer will step into the root of all things. Existence, thanks to the concentration of spirit and spirit. Finally reaches the heavenly palace period. This is the realm of pure immortals without dust. Although we have been abandoned in the practice and become mortal, but if I become more pure and enter the celestial palace period, there is nothing better than. Woon Sowol nodded, "Yes, master. I will definitely become a celestial palace knight, thank you. Thank you everyone for being by my side and watching me while I was breaking through the gates." "But how much time has passed?" Zhang Gan replied bluntly, 1 month. After breaking through the heavenly period, 1 month. Woon Sowol only went outside the village again today. Now it's no longer cramped for him to move around. Things are the same as before. The body gently climbing a mountain top is just a matter of minutes. I planned to come here after ascending to the heavenly state, but it's nothing special like I thought. He stood on the top of the mountain looking at the sunset in the distance. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but turn up a little. Although it's nothing special, standing on the top of the mountain like this, the feeling is still really new. Suddenly he noticed a mountain not far away. That place was near the cliff where the eagle and the jade crocodile fought last time. Looking from here, he saw something there. He quickly flew away and performed light attack in that direction. It would be great if there were lind stone or spirit grass there. When he got closer, he realized that this was a nest. It looked quite big. Is it the nest of a demonic beast? He immediately took out a weapon from his storage bag. He couldn't underestimate the strength of the demonic beast like last time. There was room to test the sword and shield he had. As soon as he jumped into the nest, he immediately realized that there were spiritual herbs everywhere. It must have been the nest of the eagle bird at that time. At that moment, there was another noise behind him. Without any hesitation, Woon Sowol immediately turned around and raised his euphemism shield to defend himself. And waited but didn't see anything hitting him. He then curiously stuck his head out to see. That way. In the distance, the little pig was lying in the grave. Woon Sowol then breathed out, wondering if it turned out to be Nok Kentru's child. Could it be that the scene of the crocodile had taken his child away, so that day the new pig appeared? Woon Sowol went over and picked up some spiritual herbs for the little pig to eat. Looking at how delicious it looked, he was extremely excited. Eating the spiritual herbs looked so delicious, it also looked very good. Be good too, if I raise it until it can breathe fire, it will probably help me a lot in alchemy. Woon Sowol then immediately brought the little pig back to the village, the masters. Everyone, look at this. Everyone was extremely surprised when they saw the little pig. It was a jade pig that had just been born not long ago. Where did you catch it? Woon Sowol explained, I found it in the bird's nest. I thought it would be useful so I brought it back. Can you tame it? Woon Sowol nodded, of course it is possible. I can even tame an adult jade pig, let alone this motherless cub. Jonggon nodded in agreement, speaking of demonic beasts. Isn't your second master the best in the world? Woon Sowol proudly stroked his beard, ahem, not at the level of being the best in the world, but no matter where he went, he didn't feel ashamed haha. Jonggon sneered coldly, oh ho, I didn't see it. Shame on you, did you take out the Fei Yao Jinin knitting needle? Woon Sowol, speaking of demonic beasts, don't forget your second master. The little pig completely ignored them and was lying on the ground, wheezing. Woon Sowol excitedly asked Woon Sowol, yes master, but how long will it take for this kid to be able to breathe fire? Feng Gaochu stroked his chin in thought. To be able to breathe fire, it would probably take about 5 years. Woon Sowol sighed sadly, but 5 years? I thought it would be able to help me, right? Jonggon admonished, you have already become a warrior, this little boy. In the blink of an eye, 5 years have passed. Time flies by, autumn and winter have come, it's been 5 years, on one day. Beautiful spring. Woon Sowol walked out of the house with a sigh. His cultivation didn't seem to be progressing any further, if I could feel the Mandarin Gate, it would be good. Right now Jonggon jumped down from the tree trunk again, this guy is already greedy. It hasn't been long since he entered the heavenly Tai stage but even if he was a genius who fell from the sky, he still wouldn't be able to enter the tragic shadow stage. At 20 years old, kid. Woon Sowol sighed, it's because you think the future is so unclear that's why you said that. Jonggon stroked his chin thoughtfully, from what I see, being able to enter the shadow period immediately is a bit far-fetched. Why don't you try thinking about it? About using strength for other things? Woon Sowol asked in doubt, what is the other matter? Jonggon jumped down from him and asked, did Senior Li Hu teach you about the old Da? Woon Sowol scratched his face, did the great master teach? But the raw materials to make it are quite rare. Even though I know how to make it, it's a bit difficult to find the ingredients. However, the old pill is simply a medicinal pill that helps the appearance is always youthful, other than that there are few benefits. Jonggon teaches, I have taught you bone scooping and translation magic, which can change your appearance from a child to an old man. Isn't that right? Just that alone is enough to deceive other people's attention. But if you take the old pill when you're young, in addition to being able to detect the magic fluid of someone who has already cultivated high, even better is that you can make that person become absent-minded and reveal loopholes, causing others to accidentally lose their guard. This is a huge advantage. The next day at a waterfall in the forest. Woon Sowol is here picking herbs. He looked at the mountain in front of him and smiled. It turns out there are so many blue water herbs here needed to refine immortal pills. Now looks like it's just the beginning. Anyway, the ingredients needed to refine the old pills are too rare, so I keep having to go far away from the village. Lately I haven't had time to rest because I have to practice all the time. By the way, now that I'm here, let's relax a bit. I'm going to practice anyway, How about I practice a lot of old Dan, then give it to my masters and uncles as well. Soaking my feet, he was comfortably drunk. Suddenly he stood up and turned around to look back. Something was coming very close. Without hesitation he took out the flag from his storage bag. Ghost Valley's hidden image formation was quickly deployed. After hiding carefully, Woon Sowol began to analyze that it was a human voice. Do people live in the magical beast forest? No, it could also be a shaman living in hiding. Very quickly 2 women came. They were unaware of Woon Sowol's presence nearby. Just seeing the stream in front of them, they excitedly exchanged words. Be you young, it's too hot, so go downstairs and take a shower first. Hi, you'll go down and take a shower too. When Woon Sowol saw these 2, his heart was filled with joy. Surprising, what, they are different from me and my masters, could it be that those people are women? The 2 of you walked and pretended to talk. You have to maintain your youthful skin, just sit and rest in the shade. Hi, how can that be? Let's go take a bath together. Woon Sowol looked at the 2 women in front of him and thought. Although he had never met a woman, his instincts told him how beautiful they are. Seeing them laughing right in front of him, he immediately closed his eyes and calmed his mind. If not, he had to stay awake. The 4 masters had already told him, if you see someone in the magical beast forest, pretend you didn't see him and go away. He also said, absolutely do not trust women's words, and do not go near them. The 2 women quickly took off their clothes and jumped into the lake to bathe. Woon Sowol blushed and looked at the pile of clothes on the shore. It turns out that the 2 of them are doctors. If those 2 people are Thien Tai Ky magicians, surely the Phoenix capsule will contain magic tools. The easiest way to get magical tools is to steal other magicians' capsules. This is what Zhang Gan taught him. Remembering his master's teachings, Woon Sowol was still extremely hesitant in his heart, but he didn't want to steal things of someone who has never harmed me at all. At this moment, from the bushes behind, another person came out. Without hesitation, he excitedly rushed forward to pick up 2 storage bags. This treasure capsule is mine now. The 2 women bathing in the lake immediately frowned and looked up. As soon as the middle-aged man touched the storage bag, his eyes immediately widened. 2 on the storage bag, suddenly countless black gas flew out. Seeing that the other person was poisoned and kneeling on the ground screaming, the 2 women slowly went ashore and put on their clothes. It turned out to be clothes. You idiot, Zhou Zhigong, today is the last day we see you. Woon Sowol looked at the poisoned middle-aged man writhing in pain on the ground and silently nodded. The 4 masters were right. After I absolutely won't trust this woman. The blonde woman looked at the middle-aged woman angrily. I already said I wouldn't get married to you, but I didn't expect you still wouldn't give up. You even planned to corner and kill Bu young sister too. It's truly unforgivable. The middle-aged man's face trembled as he looked at them. What exactly did you guys do? The blonde woman replied calmly, even if you are a level 7 Thien Tai Ky, it is not easy to deal with 2 billion level 3 and level 4 shots of us at once. So I predicted that you would take advantage of our vulnerability and steal the capsule. I think that after you open the capsule, you will have to inhale the air that escapes from above, so I have put powder that can disperse spiritual energy into the fake capsule bag. If you cannot use the spirit force for a long period of time, then you will be no different from a mortal, so you should give up on this. Middle-aged sigh, as expected. I am blinded by lust, it was my eyes that fell for your schemes. After listening to them talk, Woon Sowol woke up. I thought they were evil women, but I didn't expect such a thing to happen, it seems I didn't. So there's no point in intervening. Even if that guy dies, it's worth it. At this moment, his eyes widened again. That's not good, he's hiding a needle in his hand. The middle-aged man clicked when the 2 women ignored the scene. Immediately took the opportunity to throw flying needles at them. Suddenly being attacked, the 2 of them had no time to react and could only stand there with their mouths open. Seeing that the needle was about to stab them. Woman. At this moment, there were a few stones flying to help them fly away the needles. The middle-aged man shouted angrily, damn, who is it? What bastard dares to disrupt his work? This old man. The 2 women were frightened. Weren't you affected by the powder? The middle-aged man clasped his hands and sneered coldly. Looking at the 2 of you calmly soaking in this valley. I already suspected this was a trap. I already know that you guys put all the powder in that bag. I took precautions before, so this amount of poison is not a big deal. As a person born and raised in this magical beast forest, you have to know how to think a little. If you can't deal with the traps outside, how can you survive in this place? If you don't want to be pinned to death by my chain, then quickly raise your hand and accept it. Tie it up. Although his mouth is so aggressive, in his heart he is extremely vigilant. After all, I can't be rude. Apparently there is another one nearby. Is he on the same side as these girls? Still unclear, but why hasn't he shown up yet? Could that guy be? At this moment the brown-haired woman clasped her hands and shouted loudly, "Thank you for your help, even though I received your help. Already helped, but I still take the liberty to ask for your help once again. If you help us, we will definitely repay your kindness." The middle-aged man sneered coldly, "What? I thought you guys had set a trap. At the same time, I prepared another plan in case of failure. Turns out it was just someone lucky enough to pass by and help you." Next he came again. I turned my head and looked back and laughed loudly. "I won't blame you for revealing my secret. On the contrary, if you help me control those girls, I will repay you handsomely." The woman's face immediately sank when she heard that. The middle-aged woman ignored them and continued to manipulate her mind. "I will give you everything I got from their capsules. I will also give you more. One of the low-level magical weapons that I have." Woon Sowol lurked in the background, silently analyzing in his heart, "That guy is level 7 Jo Jigong Thien Tai KY, right? I've already reached level 4, and if I team up with the other two girls, I can completely defeat him." Thinking of this, he quickly walked out of the formation. The group of people, seeing him appear, they were all scared. Is he that close? Jo Jigang's heart sank. I can't find out his cultivation. How is this possible? Being able to hide his cultivation base like that, does that mean he has an extremely high cultivation level? Thinking for a moment, he then said to Woon Sowol, "Hey, what kind of cultivation are you? Both like a mortal and like a wise man, don't mind telling me a little, okay?" Woon Sowol secretly exclaimed in his heart, "The Four Masters' hidden true techniques are truly excellent. I was able to hide my strength from them really well." After thinking for a moment, he clasped his hands and said, "I just formed the internal pill not long ago. My current cultivation level is only level 3 in the alchemy stage." Jo Jigong stroked his beard and nodded. Having just entered the first stage of the alchemy stage, it should be about to really open up. It's reasonable to not be able to see the cultivation level, but for an alchemist, his hidden art is excellent. He can even see through the needles that I hide. Woon Sowol calmly explained. Thanks to the magic weapon that forms the magic formation, I can hide my body like that. Besides, I can detect needles because I have trained carefully to help my eyesight increase." Jo Jigong nodded. "Just two women from the opposite side, it turns out that's it. I wonder if you have any other magical weapons? Take it out to help us deal with those two brats." Woon Sowol clasped his hands and replied, "I also have the sword and shield left by my parents." Jo Jigong nodded. "Oh, is that so?" He secretly smiled in his heart. Cold, compared to his alchemy cultivation level, this guy has a lot of valuable things, isn't it? After dealing with those two kids, I will kill you too and take all those magic tools, ha ha ha. Thinking about it, he immediately spoke up and ordered, "Little brother, then please help me. If possible, I will give you some good advice to help you improve your cultivation." Woon Sowol without hesitation took out the magic weapon. "If the senior has said so, how can I refuse? I will help with all my might." The brown-haired woman clutched the long sword and shouted, "You scum! It's certainly not wrong to say that men are bastards. Today I will definitely kill you and that bastard Jo Jigong." Having finished speaking, he swung his sword and slashed at the two Woon Sowol. Sword spirit. When her attack hit Woon Sowol's shield, it was completely blocked, not causing any damage to it. After blocking one of her attacks, Woon Sowol retracted his shield and glanced at Jo Jigong. She attacked but he still couldn't avoid it. Is this trying to test me? Still in doubt, so he cooperated with me first? While Woon Sowol was thinking, Jo Jigong suddenly patted his shoulder. "Little brother, well, you did a great job. Now you just stand next to me. Use this magical shield to block their attacks. And I won't restrain them." Finished speaking in front of the two terrified eyes. Female. Immediately activated the magic weapon to send a person flying. The blonde-haired female was frightened when she saw her companion being hit. "Are you okay?" The brown-haired female wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and shook it. "Head, I'm fine." Zhou Zhigong laughed proudly. "Haha, who are you planning to kill with that kind of strength? You have to fight for the family's unity, now I won't be gentle anymore." "I'm done talking." Motivated the magic weapon to continue attacking. The brown-haired woman gritted her teeth and swung her sword, using a sword curtain to block. A protective light screen immediately appeared around the two of them. Zhou Zhigang's attack was temporary, immediately blocked by a curtain of light. The blonde woman's thoughts turned around in her head. Zhou Zhigang is looking down on us without using all his strength. He only attacks to suppress us. If that's the case, now we have to see who is the real one. Winner. After thinking about it, she swung her fan up. Immediately, two pink spiritual energy shot out. They followed Zhou Zhigang's attack towards his hand, thinking I would have been hit. But at this moment, Woon Sowol raised his shield to help him block. Having escaped one life, he immediately exhaled. "Luckily, you blocked his attack." "Thank you, little brother," Woon Sowol bluntly replied, "it's nothing." Zhou Zhigang's anger and the spiritual energy on his body exploded violently. "You bastards, I've already let my feelings go easy on you, yet you still dare to attack me. Then from now on, don't let me hold back anymore." Having said that, I once again urged the magic weapon to attack. Then shouted loudly towards Woon Sowol, "Little brother, now let's replace the shield with a sword to attack and obscure their vision." Woon Sowol nodded. "Yes, senior, let me." After saying that, without any hesitation, he jumped up, swung his sword and slashed at the two women. Female The brown-haired boy was frightened. "Come on, junior sister, quickly get behind me." Zhou Zhigang's attack hits the defense again. Zhou Zhigang took out another method. "Take this one too." Immediately, a few more pearls shot towards the two women. The pearls collided with the protection, creating a violent shock. If this continued for too long, the protection would definitely break. Zhou Zhigang laughed proudly. "Ho ho, you guys tried to resist well. But you can't block my demon pearls that have spiritual power." Woon Sowol at the side silently pondered, is this the method? Is his anger superior in control? Speaking so confidently turns out to be a secret treasure, so this is the last chance. Thinking of this, he turned around and swung his sword towards him. Zhou Zhigang was proud because he was about to eat two delicious items. Suddenly his face changed again. He reacted extremely quickly. Seeing Woon Sowol's sword coming, he immediately dodged back. Then he escaped. Woon Sowol's one sword failure was not too surprising. He immediately took out his flying needle and used his body to approach the opponent. Then he opened his mouth and breathed fire at him. Zhou Zhigang was burned by the fire and screamed loudly, "You bastard, I will kill you." Woon Sowol did not give him a chance to react. The dark energy in his hand immediately released, the most delicious taste of bamboo. Zhou Zhigang had no way to escape. Just like that, Woon Sowol's 8 bamboo sticks attached to him. After finishing everything, Woon Sowol slowly landed in front of him. Two women from afar saw the situation suddenly change. Both eyes could not help but were filled with doubt. Zhou Zhigang completely lost all strength and knelt on the ground trembling. "Your name is damn brat." Woon Sowol glanced at him and snorted coldly, knowing that after not being able to control those two women, you would kill me and take my magic weapon sooner or later. Such greed sooner or later will also harm others. Having finished speaking, he immediately raised his sword and cut off his head. The two women from behind immediately clasped their hands together with him. "Thank you for helping us kill that guy Zhou Zhigang." Woon Sowol came over. In front of them smiled. "Luckily that Zhou Zhigang crazy attacked the two of you, so I was able to take the opportunity to kill him." The brown-haired woman sighed. It was a shame that we didn't realizing that the young man was pretending to cooperate with Zhou Zhigang. Woon Sowol calmly explained, "I also attacked you too to avoid suspicion, I'm truly sorry." The woman smiled and clasped her hands. No, you are the benefactor of Sol Ji and me." "Oh yes, my name is Bu Young. If you don't mind, can you tell me your precious pills?" Woon Sowol did not hide anything and immediately said his name. Un Sowol and sister Bu Young then shared the spirit stone and magic weapon taken from Jo Jagang's photography capsule. They got the demon needle, jade, magic weapon and magic that Jo Jagang used to control the other two sisters, mirror magic weapon in its original state and a little spiritual herb. The two sisters promised to repay the favor, so they gave Un Sowol the things. The spiritual herbs he was looking for. They lived in the magic forest, so they collected and planted a lot of spiritual herbs. So Un Sowol had most of the spiritual herbs he needed. After searching the house for a while, Bu Young immediately said, "But Un Sowol, young man, we have most of the spiritual herbs you need. But Yomiljic is too rare, so we don't have it." Un Sowol nodded. "So it's so, these many questions have helped me a lot. As for Yomiljic, I will go find it myself." Bu Young hesitantly asked, "I wonder if I can ask you a question?" Un Sowol nodded. "Yes, just ask if you have anything." Bu Young looked at the pile of spiritual herbs on the table and asked, "These are all very precious spiritual herbs. Can you tell me what you plan to do? Anything with them?" Un Sowol calmly replied, "I'm planning on refining pills. But it's not the type of pill that the two ladies need. It's the type of pill that doesn't help in increasing spiritual power, but simply to make the appearance less fake." The two of them were excited when they heard that. "Un Sowol, young master, that's a real pill. We don't know the method of refining pills, so I can't cultivate my own abilities. That's why I'm humiliated by people like Jo Jagang. You can refine such a high-class medicinal pill. On the contrary, I'm very jealous. Not only that, it not even an old man. Because Sol Ji is a person who cares about appearance, I'm surprised to be so rude." Un Sowol laughed. "Haha, is that so? Miss Sol Ji is really very beautiful." Bu Young excitedly asked, "So Un Sowol, sir, don't you want to talk to us?" Quote. After a while, Un Sowol immediately left them and ran back to the village. Conversation? I don't know if I made the right choice or not. He remembered the conversation he had with Bu Young and the two people. "I know where Yomiljic is. If we help you get Yomiljic, in return you can get Yomiljic. Can you give us an old pill? I promised to exchange them, but why does it have to be the high-level demon beast Dara Jeju protecting Yomiljic?" After returning to the village, he immediately went to Yun Su Wan to ask. After hearing this, Yun Su Wan was surprised. "Dara Jeju? Did you fight with it outside?" Un Sowol shook her head. "No, it's not like that. I found Yomiljic, but it is being protected by Dara Jeju. Yomiljic is so precious that it's hard to find elsewhere. I think I should arriving at the place where Dara Jeju was guarding." Yun Su Wan nodded. "So that's it. Yomiljic grew up in a place with a lot of spiritual energy, so it's not strange to have a strong demon beast protecting it. Although then the protection of a high-level demon beast is also very lucky, because usually it is protected by a spirit beast or a super demon beast, or in the worst case, it is protected by a demon beast." Un Sowol was startled. "So it's easiest to fight Dara Jeju to get Yomiljic." Yun Su Wan explained, "So I'll show you how to make a solution to dissolve spider webs. It's a high-class monster, so you have to be careful. Be careful when facing each other." Un Sowol nodded. "Yes, second master, I have thanked you." As soon as Un Sowol went out into the yard, he sighed. "In any case, hiding the fact that I met someone outside is really a shame. Not at all comfortable. Should I tell the fourth master and ask for advice?" It was dark. He immediately went to Zhang Gan. "Are you worried about something?" "Yes, fourth master. Outside I encountered humans. There were 3 people but 1 died." Zhang Gan frowned and glanced at him. "Did you kill that person?" Un Sowol nodded. "Yes, that's a bad person." Zhang Gan raised the pork leg and took a bite in appreciation. "Good job. Killing him was right. Of course the bad guy must die. Didn't you almost lose your life before becoming what you are now? At times like that, remember not to hesitate." Un Sowol nodded. "Yes, fourth master, but there's more." He quickly recounted everything with the 2 sisters Bu Young and Zhang Gan. "Is that really the story?" After he finished telling, Zhang Gan also finished eating the pork leg. He stroked his stomach and burped. "Sol Ji, Bu Young, I thought you were meeting people I know. I've never heard of those names. What's there for you to not know? You're already a century old." Un Sowol was skeptical. Asked, "Should I trust those 2 ladies?" We promised to go catch Dara Jeju together." Jong-gon pointed at him and smiled. Hey, didn't you already consider the two of them good people? Even though I told you to be careful with women." Woon Sowol suddenly blushed and didn't know how to respond. Jong-gon sternly reminded. "Say whatever you want, you can't leave those two behind. What if, while you're in danger with Dara Jeju, they suddenly attack you?" Woon Sowol suddenly sighed helplessly, but they don't look like bad people. Jong-gon stood up and nodded. "Well, as you said, those two people are not bad people but could be good people. I also think like you, however, Woon Sowol, ambition will make people evil. As a doctor, this is generally the case. You must always be vigilant, you know." These days later, Woon Sowol and Bi Young's two sisters went to Dara Jeju. The group of people quickly came to the bamboo forest with a lot of spider silk. Bi Young looked ahead and reminded, "This is where Yomiljik grew up, there are Dara Jeju is protecting." Woon Sowol took out a jade bottle. "It protects the area around Yomiljik, so let's try to get as close as possible. Ladies, apply this on your weapons. Here is a solution that can dissolve spider webs. It will help everyone more or less." The two of you quickly applied the solution to the weapons. "Did you also prepare this?" "Thank you, young master Woon Sowol." Woon Sowol ordered, "Then while I set up a battle near Yomiljik, you two should attract its attention." You two nodded seriously. "We know. Woon Sowol young master, please rest assured. But Woon Sowol young master, in such a short time, can you devise a formation that is effective in dealing with high-level demonic beasts?" Woon Sowol confidently replied, "Yes, it will definitely work." Bi Young watched Woon Sowol go ahead to break the spider web, silently thinking, from the solution to the formation, I can't predict his abilities. How far is Woon Sowol, young man? The three of them quickly went deep into the bamboo forest. After walking for a while, Woon Sowol stopped. "Thanks to the snow, this is a good place to hide. Next we better be careful." After walking for a while, Woon Sowol was startled and looked into the distance. There was a tree there. Yellow bamboo, completely different from the rest, that is Yomiljik. Woon Sowol whispered suspiciously, "Didn't you guys say there was a Dara Jeju guard near Yomiljik? We've come this far. It should have appeared, but why isn't it there?" Bi Young is also extremely suspicious. "Last time I clearly saw it nearby protecting Yomiljik." Woon Sowol thought in his head, quickly turned around. The four masters said, "If everything goes too smoothly, you will definitely fall into a trap. Left, right, front and back, I don't see it anywhere." Very quickly, Dara Jeju appeared above their heads. Woon Sowol immediately shouted in horror, "Quickly get away." The demons did not hesitate to shoot their webs. The spiders attacked them. The two of Bi Young were not slow to react, immediately swung their magic to block. Bi Young then shouted, "Big Woon Sowol young man, we will attract its attention. You quickly set up a battle." Woon Sowol didn't say much, quickly ran to the back. "Okay, you two have to be careful." You two Bi Young stopped Dara Jeju, reminding each other to be careful. Dara Jeju did not give them too much time, immediately raised his legs to attack. Bi Young was responsible for blocking its attack. As soon as she blocked its attack, she suddenly stopped growing. Sol Ji was at this moment. Sol Ji had no time to move the magic weapon. From inside there were immediately countless butterflies flying out. They flew to Dara Jeju. Then, to Dara's confusion, Jeju landed on him. Sol Ji excitedly clenched his hands. Good. A powerful explosion took Dara Jeju as the center immediately spread out. After waiting for a long time, still seeing no signs of Spider Demon, Sol Ji immediately turned to Bi Young and asked, "Should she attack?" Bi Young stared straight ahead, waiting to see it was still standing still. "I kept feeling something was wrong." Very quickly Dara Jeju rushed out from the dust. The two of Bi Young were always paying attention to its movements. As soon as it rushed out, they immediately retreated back to lengthen the distance. Sol Ji waved his hand again to stimulate the magic weapon to attack the spider. This attack directly hits the spider demon's head. The attack that hits the spider demon's head immediately turns into a flower. And then there is a strong burst of spiritual power that shoots into the spider's head. The demon was such a terrible blow, but after the dust dispersed, the spider demon's body appeared, still completely unharmed. Bu Young was frightened when she saw that. She launched a chain reaction. The fire of the phoenix needle hit it directly, but it didn't suffer any damage. Just how hard is its outer shell? The spider demon that had been continuously attacked had now begun to counterattack. It opened its mouth and condensed spiritual energy in front of its snout. And very quickly, from its mouth, there was a strong spiritual energy directed towards the two. Bu Young rushed away. The two of them did not dare to take their own part. They moved to the sides to avoid it. Both of them couldn't help but exclaim in their hearts, their coldness was so terrible. While they didn't know what to do. Why, at this moment, Woon Sowol came up from behind carrying his sword and shield. I have finished setting up the formation, you two have worked hard and leave the rest to me. After you finish speaking, please leave the rest to me. Using telekinesis, his figure instantly appeared on the back of the spider demon. Then, without hesitation, a sword stabbed down on its back. But even this sword of his could not breaking its defense. The spider demon turned its head and opened its mouth to attack him. Woon Sowol saw strong spiritual energy coming from its mouth, preparing to attack. His face immediately became tense and he shouted quickly. Dodged around. After that, he didn't continue to entangle him anymore. He immediately jumped down from its back and retreated, opening the distance. In his heart, he was extremely surprised. The profound sword actually happened. It didn't leave any scratches on it. As expected, it's a high-level demon beast. If so, what about this? Thinking of this, he immediately threw out the hidden weapons in his hand. Seeing the hidden weapons rushing towards Yomiljik, Darajiju immediately ignored everything and turned around to chase the hidden weapons. Before the hidden weapons could touch Yomiljik, was blown away by it. Woon Sowol woke up. As expected, it was trying its best to protect Yomiljik. Let's use Yomiljik as bait to lure it and trap it. Bu Young too heard that, immediately understanding the meaning. The two of them continued to attack the spider demon. Soon the spider demon entered the range of Woon Sowol's flag. Woon Sowol's heart couldn't stop being excited. Just a little more and it was about to fall into a trap. Waiting for the spider demon to completely enter the range of the formation, he immediately cast the spell, starting at this moment the void body soul formation. The spider demon realized that it had fallen into the formation. Immediately shouted loudly. It finally raised its legs to attack the formation, but for a moment there was no way to escape. Bu Young's face was covered in cold sweat as he looked at Woon Sowol and thought to himself, could it be that in such a short period of time, he was able to display such an effective dharma? While she was lost in thought, Woon Sowol shouted loudly, hurry up and take advantage of this moment to attack it. The two of Bu Young did not say much and immediately activated the magic weapon to attack. The spider demon was surrounded by the formation and had no way to avoid it. He just stood there like a punching bag for them to unleash their attacks. After attacking for a while, even Ulti used it a few times, but besides that, even if the demons are angrier, there is no harm done to them. Woon Sowol immediately picked up his sword and rushed forward. No matter what, I had to finish it. Seeing him rush towards the spider demon, he opened his mouth to condense spiritual energy. Woon Sowol didn't dodge anymore and continuing to rush forward. As soon as the spider demon attacked, he immediately raised his shield to block. The spider demon's attack was completely blocked by the shield. Woon Sowol's stride did not decrease. He continued to move towards the spider. The demon rushed in. After failing to attack, the spider demon did not attack again. Two fangs suddenly appeared from its mouth. It was clearly still stained with its deadly poison, waiting for Woon Sowol to rush in. When it arrived, it opened its teeth and bit at him. Woon Sowol once again raised his shield to block. The two Bu Young people behind him were full of worry. Woon Sowol, young man, be careful. Woon Sowol and the spider demon were now tightly attached to each other. Even though the spider demon held them tightly with his legs, Woon Sowol smiled coldly and exclaimed, "You are very strong, but I'm sorry, now die." Having finished speaking, he swung his sword and stabbed the spider demon through the head. The spider demon was stabbed in a vital place and immediately fell to the ground and died on the spot. When Bu Young and Tu saw this, they immediately ran over excitedly. Woon Sowol, are you okay? Un Sowol turned his head to look at them and smiled. Yes, you two ladies are okay. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes became blurry, showing signs of being about to faint. The two Bu Young who were excited saw this and were scared. Un Sowol, what's wrong with you? They quickly ran over to help Un Sowol. Un Sowol, young man, please wake up quickly. Bu Young checked Un Sowol's body for a moment, then exclaimed, the pulse is so weak, the breathing is also bad. Very weak, what should we do now? The two younger sisters on one side were so worried that this guy was leisurely lying in their arms thinking, I'm so sorry for deceiving you two ladies, but this is the matter that the fourth master my mother asked me to do it. Because I wanted to see if they were trustworthy, I could only use this method. If the two of them wanted to kill me, I would immediately use a jade demon needle to stab them in the middle of their foreheads. And if they leave me alone and quietly take Yomiljik and go, then I won't control them and take back Yomiljik, but if the two of them intend to help me, then I will definitely decided not to doubt them anymore. After a moment, Solji spoke up and gave his opinion, first sister, let's take him back to his residence first. If we can find out the poison hidden inside, in the teeth of a spider demon, then maybe we can find a way to detoxify the poison. Bu Young nodded in agreement, Moy is right, if we look carefully at the 7 poisons, maybe we can detect it. Something. Seeing Solji carrying Un Sowol up, he wanted to leave immediately. Bu Young spoke up to stop him. Wait a minute and bring Yomiljik back too. Remember Un Sowol, young master woke up and couldn't see Yomiljik. Even if he suspects that we hid it, we can't explain it. I'll go get Yomiljik and Darajiju's body. I'll quickly take young master Un Sowol home first. Go. Solji nodded. Yes, remember to be careful in the future. Next, she quickly carried Un Sowol and ran towards her residence. Un Sowol, you must live. We will try our best to think of a way to detoxify you. Un Sowol secretly sighed in his heart. This case is difficult to solve. I have no intention of doubting you two. I even used the turtle magic method to try them. Next, how should I explain properly? Very quickly Solji brought Un Sowol back to her residence. A moment later Bu Young also returned from behind. Sol, Sister Ji is back. Quickly use Lin herb to suck out the poison first. As soon as she walked in, she saw Un Sowol lying on the bed with her entire body covered in blankets, and Solji was sitting next to her, constantly touching her, and was frightened. No, Solji, what are you doing? Solji was startled and quickly explained. Oh, that and that, I'm paralyzing the circulation and blood vessels, preventing the poison from spreading faster. After saying that, I immediately ran out in shame. I went to inject the poison from Darajiju's teeth to study. Save me, I had to carry its color to be able to study it. Ah, sister, I forgot. Come with me. I say Solji, even if you like Mr. Un Sowol no matter what, we shouldn't be paralyzed like this. Waiting for them to completely leave, Un Sowol exhaled. I didn't expect the two of them to trust and help me so much. It's so miserable. I doubt them like that. What will happen if I suddenly stand up now? As soon as he sat up, his eyes noticed the books on the table. He quickly walked over and picked them up to take a look. It was a manual for making medicine. There weren't many training manuals. It's useful, but the content inside is so sketchy. Moreover, everything is just burned, so there is hardly any content that can be read. Could it be that Miss Solji and Miss Bu Young learned alchemy from these books? Very quickly, the sound of Bu Young's footsteps came from outside again. Un Sowol didn't have time to think too much and immediately rushed back to the bed. Solji walked to the side of the bed and stared. Un Sowol, sir, you can open your eyes now. Master Un Sowol still didn't react and still lying there as if dead, so she reached out and pulled the blanket away. I know you're awake. Again. Un Sowol sat up in surprise and exclaimed incomprehensibly, how did you know that? Solji replied bluntly, the state of the blanket that I gave you is different from before. If you have been paralyzed by the poison, how can you move it? Un Sowol's face was full of helplessness. Miss, you're really observant. I was truly paralyzed by the poison, but it seems I've recovered. Solji's face was clearly visible. Looked incredulous, is that possible? Un Sowol explained with a smile, since I was a child, I have been eating poisonous herbs little by little to help my body develop the ability to resist poison. Sol-ji took it out from her storage bag. Yomiljik, it seems like I was worrying too much, but fortunately you have recovered. As promised, here is your Yomiljik. Sister also brought back the body of that Dara Jeju. Woon Sowol hugged Yomiljik and laughed loudly. Thanks to you too, I have gathered all the ingredients. I hope I will successfully refine the old pill and give each of you one pill. Sol-ji smiled and nodded. I'm also looking forward to it. After a while Bu Young also came from outside. This Sol-ji girl just now has gone somewhere. Is she still trying to touch Mr. Woon Sowol? As soon as she entered, she excitedly exclaimed, Woon Sowol, you're really lucky to be awake. Woon Sowol smiled. Thanks to everyone, I've cured him. This time is really the best. Thank you both. Just in time, you and I should discuss what to do with Dara Jeju's body. Bu Young and I listened. Then we looked at each other and exchanged opinions. Very quickly, Bu Young spoke up and explained, you should just take Dara Jeju's body. If we don't have Woon Sowol, it won't be easy for us to fight it. It's most reasonable for you to take it away, Woon Sowol. Surprised and wanted to say something. But before the words were out of his mouth, he was interrupted by Bu Young. Saying this instead is a bit too much, but can I ask you a favor? Woon Sowol's face was full of doubts. Please tell me what you want to ask, miss. Bu Young quickly explained, we have collected a lot of spiritual herbs recently. Mister, can you use them to make pills for us? Sol-ji was surprised. How could such a thing be possible? Bu Young leaned into her ear to advise her, Sol-ji, you don't have to be so harsh. After all, it's just the two of us. Besides, Woon Sowol is also human. Can be trusted. But it's true that we don't know much about Mr. Woon Sowol. Mr. Woon Sowol, I have a few questions to ask you. How old are you this year? Woon Sowol replied frankly, 23 is about to turn 24 years old. When both people heard that, they both gasped in horror. What is only 23 years old? And yet you've already reached level 4 like us? Woon Sowol's face was full of confusion. What's wrong? The two sadly bowed their heads. It's a bit unbelievable to say this. My sister and I have worked hard to cultivate for the past 100 years to reach our current level of cultivation. After a while Bu Young asked young Master Woon Sowol if he was born in the magical beast forest, right? So that means there are people who take care of and educate you. Can you tell me what kind of people they are? Sol-ji was startled. It's very rude of you to ask so many questions. This has nothing to do with us asking for help in alchemy. Woon Sowol silently pondered in his heart that he couldn't arbitrarily reveal the identities of the monks. Thinking for a moment, he sighed, unfortunately, my master has passed away. He always lived in seclusion, so he did not reveal his past to me. This question is also from my lady. There's no way to answer. Sol-ji explained, I hope you understand Sister Bu Young. Actually, she didn't mean anything. Standing on the side asking for alchemy, we also have a difficult problem to solve. Bu Young raised his head and sighed, yes, sorry Woon Sowol young master. This is a matter related to our destiny, so I have overdone it. I am already a wizard living in this magical beast forest. Everyone must have their own story, I forgot that for a moment. I have something to tell you about the spiritual herbs that I asked you to make pills for. The two of us come from Unyak Gate, a small clan that our two families built together in Yeonam Kingdom. Unyak Gate was once a clan that specialized in cultivating spiritual herbs and refining medicinal herbs. But then one day, after being attacked by another faction called Maksu Mountain, it collapsed in just one morning. There were smoke, fire and corpses everywhere. Only a few people were lucky. I was lucky enough to survive, to run away from the fire net that was tightly surrounded from all four sides. Our ancestors chose to run into the magical beast forest. Now only we are left with the destroyed books. Woon Sowol sympathized for a long time. It turns out there is such a thing. Bu Young feels guilty because he is the legacy left by his ancestors. That's why I dare to ask you questions like so, we can't just hope for help. If you make medicinal pills for us, then you won't mind that. Would you like to help us? Woon Sowol nodded, I understand, then let's go see the spiritual herbs first. After a while, Woon Sowol was led by the two of them to a cellar filled with spiritual herbs. Last time, Woon Sowol put a relatively large amount of medicinal herbs into the warehouse, although we have collected and cultivated them for generations before, but we really don't know how to use it. Woon Sowol looked at the pile of medicinal herbs piled up in front of him and was scared. It was so much that Woon Sowol immediately brought it back after returning. Jong Gon told Jong Gon the story of testing the hearts of two beautiful girls. After hearing it, he was a bit surprised. Didn't someone stab them in the back? Woon Sowol scratched his face and smiled. I also tested them on that, but not only did they not steal the magic weapon, but they also wholeheartedly treated her. Jong Gon smiled coldly. So you have captured Dara Jeju? Woon Sowol nodded. Yes, I got Yomiljic as well. Now I have to go practice immortality pills. Before leaving, he leaned into Jong Gan's ear and whispered, "Those two young ladies there collected a lot of spiritual herbs. They asked me to refine all those spiritual herbs into medicinal pills, so I plan to use them." They tested the medicinal pills. Jong Gon exhaled and smiled. Well, let's keep it that way. Now as for those two, you can worry about it yourself. Doubting too much will harm yourself. Woon Sowol also smiled and nodded. Yes, fourth master. After a while, Yun Su Wan and Feng Gao Chu also came. Woon Sowol has found Yomiljic. Now I will probably start practicing the old pill, right? Jong Gon sighed. Oh God, don't talk anymore. From now on he will stay in the alchemy room. We won't see his face again for several months. Woon Sowol sat down to caress the little pig. To create if you want to be immortal, you absolutely must not stop the fire in the alchemy furnace. Remember to work well. Feng Gao Chu reminded, it takes a lot of time, so remember to relax your mind. It is originally to create it usually takes a lot of time to find a precious item, and Jong Gon reminded, Woon Sowol, whatever you say, you have to go out before these old masters of yours go to the sky. Okay. Woon Sowol reluctantly smiled, Master, don't say that. Okay then I will quickly practice to become the old Dan and come back. The scene changes to where the two live. Bu young people, outside the door at this time suddenly a grenade was thrown. A powerful explosion immediately occurred. The people who took action were two men. The bald guy saw the iron door was still not broken so he ordered, maybe we should play another fire match, this iron door is stronger than I thought. The middle-aged man in front asked doubtfully, Brother, why do we need to use all that? Shall we bring it along to blow through that iron door? The bald head angrily shouted, so where do you plan to use the fire bullets? Aren't you and I both men? How can we live together forever? After all, we live in the forest of magical beasts. Shouldn't we make those two women service to pay for the crime of killing junior brother Jo Jagong? The middle-aged man with lots of hair laughed, you're right. At times like these I really want to do something, what brother said is right he. He then quickly brought the grenade again and placed it in front of the house, then excitedly returned to the house. Next to the bald guy, the brother finished placing it. The bald head laughed loudly, good now let's get out of the way. Very quickly a ball of flame was launched by him towards the grenade. Another earth-shattering explosion erupts. The scene changes to another side. Woon Sowol is now leisurely walking in the forest. For the past year, because I had to refine the old pills, I didn't contact him. To them, I wonder if the young ladies would live well. If the masters also drank old pills, it would be great, but I didn't expect that they would strongly refuse. I wish my masters could live forever like that by my side. He walked to the vicinity of Bu Young's house and immediately heard the sound of a grenade exploding. He was immediately startled by the sound of this explosion. What's that sound? Which direction is that? He quickly accelerated the speed of the explosion near where the young ladies lived. It probably wasn't a coincidence. Did something happen to them? Very quickly he arrived. The house of the two Bu Young sisters. As soon as he approached, his eyes widened in disbelief. He arrived just as the grenade exploded. Before his eyes, he could no longer see the house of the two beautiful sisters. Where is it? Instead, there is a fierce fire rising from the sky. Woon Sowol nodded, if you say so, I understand. But it's a bit difficult to practice all these medicinal herbs. Wait for the dust and flames to dissipate, revealing the iron door of Bu's house. Young, the surprising thing is that despite continuously being hit by grenades, the iron door is still standing there proudly, unable to be breached. The bald head exclaimed in horror, "That iron door is fine. This size then it only breaks a little." Bushy hair nodded in agreement. "That's right, Sahung brother, normally, if you take just one of these fire bullets, it's enough to make the opponent lose color. How about we add a few more?" The bald head nodded. "Okay, let's do that." Woon Sowol hid in the bushes behind, silently thinking, what's going on? Who are these two people? They attacked the two ladies' residents. But this time they didn't wait for the other two to add grenades. Bu Young took the initiative to open the door and go out. Bu Young looked at them angrily. "Quickly stop. I told you about Zhou Zhigang's story, didn't I? Zhou Zhigang died because he wanted to kill us. Why do you people who bully us still want to destroy our residence?" The bald head shouted angrily, "Are you planning on repeating those words again? How do we know what our junior brother did to you that led to him being killed? All we know is that the two of you used dirty tricks to kill him." Woon Sowol was hiding in the bushes behind and then woke up. It turned out that he came to avenge Zhou Zhigang. It seems the two girls also didn't mention themselves. Baldhead continued to shout loudly, "Please obediently service to atone for your mistakes. Only then can you live peacefully in this magical beast forest." Woon Sowol's thoughts quickly turned around in his head. Both of them are talented warriors. What should I do? Master 2 has told me to absolutely not risk my life to help others. Even so, I can't just stand by and watch. I promised the two of them no old pills. Let's think about it carefully, see how we can help them. The bald head took out a giant sword and slowly climbed up and shouted, "Don't say too much. If you don't obediently follow, we can only force you." He climbed on the giant sword and flew into the air. The pen-shaped magic weapon in his hand waved. A hot flame immediately rushed towards Bu Young and two people. "Down, obediently kneel down and surrender to receive leniency, ha ha." Bu Young and Sol Ji immediately deployed protection together to block the fire. But it seems that their protection was not able to after holding out for a long time. As soon as they collided with the fire above, countless cracks appeared. While they were concentrating on blocking the fire, Bald Head suddenly slipped between the two of them and entered the tunnel. Bu Young exclaimed in horror, "Since when was he behind us?" Sol Ji angrily snorted coldly. "Unexpectedly, he took advantage of our vulnerability. We are surrounded." The bald head laughed proudly, "Ha ha. Even if he didn't have a teleportation magic weapon, even if you want to hide, it's difficult. Was junior brother Joe really killed by two people?" Lots of hair outside protested, "Impossible. They obviously used some dirty trick." Baldhead sneered, "Now you can't escape anymore. I'll ask again, will you obediently surrender to serve us?" Outside with lots of hair, he took out a whip and laughed extremely mischievously. "Haha, I guess I'll have to use my actions to persuade you to be obedient, right?" He proudly looked at the two beautiful girls in front of him without paying any attention to what was behind him. Woon Sowol took the opportunity to rush out from the bushes, carrying his sword. As he rushed forward, he swung his arms and threw a few hidden gas tree. Tan was smiling like a harvest. Suddenly, he was suddenly attacked from behind and he was scared. This thing was Joe's demon needle jade. He turned around angrily, shouted loudly, "Who is it? Get out of here." As he spoke, he swung the whip and hit Woon Sowol, who was rushing towards him. Woon Sowol's left arm was immediately captured by his whip. He raised his sword to cut off the whip, but very suddenly, his face was filled with fear. His profound sword could not cut this whip. With lots of hair, he waved his hand and pulled hard on the whip. With his other hand, he took out a claw. "Idiot, with that sword, do you want to cut off my mysterious moves? Today I will personally teach you." Woon Sowol had no way to resist. Just like that, he pulled hard and flew into the air. Pulling Woon Sowol closer to him, he had a lot of hair and waved his hand. "The rest is up, the little guy is done." But as soon as he hit Woon Sowol, he was startled. "This hand feels strange." Woon Sowol puffed up his mouth. "Thank you for coming close to me." "Okay." The guy with a lot of hair looked at the tear on Woon Sowol's back and was surprised. Couldn't even puncture his body? While he was lost, Woon Sowol opened his mouth and released an internal heat howl. At such a close distance, there was no way to avoid it. His body was covered by fire. Woon Sowol next, he quickly retreated back to lengthen the distance. As he retreated, he released a bamboo-shaped hidden weapon. As soon as the hidden weapon was planted on the opponent's body, he tightly grasped the long sword. Then he used it. Shunpo used extremely fast speed to slash towards the opponent. The head with so much hair could not make any resistance. Just like that, Woon Sowol was slashed into 2 pieces. The bald head in the cave saw this. Screaming in terror, "Junior brother!" Bu Young and his 2 men quickly approached to gather with Woon Sowol. "Young master, Woon Sowol is here." Woon Sowol nodded. "Luckily I wasn't late." Baldhead looked at the group, praying to the man and woman in front of him. He was so angry that he was shaking. "I have to kill all of you, you bastards." Woon Sowol glanced at the wound on his stomach and silently exclaimed, "The white enemy armor is made from this Dara Jeju back shell. It's really worth using. I also took the grenade from that guy's body. Now this bald guy is alone. 3 people are enough to fight him." Baldhead gritted his teeth. Uncle Loy urged the magic weapon. "How dare you kill my junior brother?" "I understand now, so things are like that. I was still wondering why those 2 girls killed junior brother Joe. It turns out you helped them. Today I will use your blood to comfort my soul. The souls of my disciples who had unjustly lost their lives." From inside the cave, a terrible fire quickly rose up. Woon Sowol's 3 people were then blown out by the fire. Baldhead he coldly snorted and slowly walked out. "If I hadn't shown mercy to my subordinates, you would all have died a long time ago. Now you give me that guy's head and teeth. From now on, I will especially pamper you with love. You guys." Bu Young and COD immediately mobilized the magic weapon and shouted, "That's nonsense." Woon Sowol didn't say much and took out the mirror-shaped magic weapon he took from Jo Jagong. He raised his head with a fiery pen to receive scorn and ridicule. "Do you think attacks like this can do anything to me? This is not enough. If you weren't playing dirty tricks, how could you have killed my 2 junior brothers? I'm completely different from the 2 of them. You can't touch me, not even a hair." Woon Sowol stopped attacking and silently analyzed, "No matter how I attack, I won't. I can't penetrate that flame shield." He also believes in it with equal confidence. "Then I'll use the grenade they brought to attack." The bald head saw the opponent throw when the grenade came. He was terrified. If he used fire to block that thing, he would explode. After thinking twice, he decided not to use a fire pen to stop the grenade. I saw it. The grenade was about to hit the bald head's face. At this moment, he dodged to the side to avoid it. The grenade just flew straight into the cellar. Haha, although the fire bullet is more powerful than normal magic weapons, throwing it in the wrong direction like that and asking for it from us. Woon Sowol gave the command to pull the thread in his hand. The bald head was immediately startled by his movements. He turned his head to look behind and saw the grenade being pulled back towards him. Woon Sowol snorted coldly, "If you believe in fire inflammation, you've already lost." There was no way for the bald head to react in time. Just like that, he was hit by the grenade. The bullet hit him straight in the face. With him as the center, a fierce explosion immediately erupted. Woon Sowol clenched his fists and silently exhaled. "If it weren't for the white enemy armor or this spider silk magic weapon, it will be difficult to defeat him so easily." After a moment, he turned his head to look at Bu Young. 2 people, "Is everyone okay?" Woon Sowol nodded. "If you guys said so, then I understand. But it's a bit difficult to practice all these medicinal herbs." Bu Young still couldn't stop being surprised. "Woon Sowol, sir, you've saved us twice already. How can we repay your kindness?" Sol Ji wasn't as calm as Bu Young. She excitedly rushed forward to hug Woon Sowol. "Thank you, Woon Sowol, young master. There hasn't been any news from you for a whole year. I thought it was the young man is dead." Woon Sowol laughed. "Haha, is that so? Luckily I wasn't late. Luckily I arrived just in time. It's also lucky that I was able to keep my promise to you too." "You two were surprised to hear that, sir. How could you say that?" The group then entered the cave together. They walked and talked happily. Did the young master really succeed in alchemy? Woon Sowol took out 2 wooden boxes and placed them on the table. "That's right. I will give each of you 1 pill as promised." Bu Young took the wooden box and opened it to see if the medicine inside was exciting. "Okay, is this an old pill?" Unable to imagine that I could drink this medicine, Sol Ji was equally excited. "That's right, I also couldn't believe it. Besides, I have tried to refine other medicinal pills. I have been able to refine medicinal pills that help increase spiritual energy. My 2 wives are so happy that I don't know where the world is going. Thank you Woon Sowol master. After a while Woon Sowol became serious again. Now as I said before, I will teach you 2 alchemy using the spiritual herbs you collected. But I am an outsider. I can use the relics that the master has given me as I please. Is it okay for the 2 of you to leave? Solji replied frankly, we said it last time, we don't trust Mr. Woon Sowol, so who can we trust now? Bu Young nodded in agreement. That's right, not to mention the young master saved us twice. Woon Sowol nodded, if you say so, then I understand, but it's a bit difficult to practice all these medicinal herbs. There. Time continued to pass so quickly, another 5 years passed. One beautiful evening Woon Sowol reached the last moment of his life. He lay on the bed looking at Woon Sowol smiled. Woon Sowol, I'm very proud of you. I don't focus on teaching you much, but your cultivation level is still increasing rapidly. It's been 5 years since you practiced the old Dan. This is a great success in your period, right? Woon Sowol at the side nodded sadly, yes, second master. Woon Sowol closed his eyes and sighed, I don't know why I have lived this far. Even now, I used to be the master of the heavenly demon valley. But because of the desire to tame monsters, I lost my spiritual power and became a waste. Don't do foolish things like me. Woon Sowol. Woon Sowol seriously nodded, yes, master, I will listen to your instructions. Woon Sowol raised his hand to touch his cheek, even so, in this last time of my life, I was lucky to meet you. If only my child believes that you will definitely reach the realm of immortality. Please take care of the orchid grass for me. Don't forget to light the torch at night. After saying these words, he closed his eyes and left. Woon Sowol nodded sadly, yes, second master. Sometime later Woon Sowol and Jonggon went to the graves of the old men to pay their respects. Jonggon looked at the graves in front of him and sighed. Yun senior brother Sowon hasn't been gone for long, yet brother Feng Gao Chu is already gone. I know that human life is inherently very boring. The 2 of them lived peacefully like that until the day they left. Until the end of their lives there's still nothing fun. I don't have many more days to live, so just wait slowly. Woon Sowol was startled and shouted, Master, don't joke like that. Jonggon turned around, looked at him and smiled, Woon Sowol. You already know the lives of other masters, right? Now I will slowly tell you about my life. You also know that I am a notorious thief. Famous in the medical community, right? I was born without an immortal bone. However, later I learned about the existence of the sorcerer. So I embarked on the path of stealing spiritual medicine to be born again. Thanks to that, at the age of 40, I was able to restore my bones, grab my fetus, get my immortal bones and become a magician. There is truly nothing that I did not steal. Thinking back, I don't know what people say is the love of heaven and earth. Luckily my internal Dan is not intact, otherwise I would have mixed up your old Dan. Woon Sowol's face fell, compared to the mountainous upbringing of his masters. Then the old pill doesn't count for anything. But last time you said to give the old pill to someone, Jonggon angrily admonished. Have you thrown everything I taught you out of your mind? If I or the other masters don't fail, why would we work so hard to teach you like that? When Woon Sowol heard that, his face immediately wrinkled and became more attentive. Jonggon continued explaining, I've said it before, as a magician, you will do everything to control your destiny. Even if it's me or your masters, you can't trust anyone. We teach you it's just because of that. Who knows, maybe your brother Feng Gao Chu or your second master also thought like that. But at least I don't think like that. Hearing him say this, his face changed. Woon Sowol was wrinkled like a monkey eating ginger. Thank you, Woon Sowol. Having said this, he glanced at the blonde hair next to him, but hey, I still have a question. The blonde hair looked at him suspiciously, what? Jonggon immediately got straight to the point. No matter how much I racked my brain, I couldn't guess your identity. Can you tell me now? The blonde hair was suspicious, while talking about death, suddenly jumped over and wanted to know my identity. Jonggon smiled, if I die and still don't know, I will continue forever without closing my eyes. Okay, quickly tell me, this is the first and last time I'll ask you, whether you knew it or not, I still helped you. Straight blonde hair replied, in case before what if someone dies and asks for something? My name is Peng Sihyung. When Jonggon heard this name, he was scared. What? Monarch of the Evil Sword of Martial Arts Goalkeeper, are you the senior monarch of the Evil Sword Peng Sihyung? Peng Sihyung nodded sullenly, that's right. Jonggon immediately changed the tone of his conversation, oh my god. It's true that I didn't expect Senior Peng to be locked up in this magical beast forest. Just Senior Li Hu alone made me speechless knowing that he was a great genius. Yet in this small village there is an even more sublime genius. This is truly unexpected. Senior Peng, can you tell me the secret to becoming a magician at the age of 300? Peng Sihyung shook his head, I have nothing to tell you. Jonggon laughed loudly, haha that's right, what can I do if I know? He pointed towards Woon Sowol standing behind next, if so, can you tell Woon Sowol the secret? When Woon Sowol saw him suddenly dragging her in, he was startled. Jonggon didn't pay attention and continued to say to Peng Sihyung, even if Senior Peng wants to stand in the position of Woon Sowol's great master, even the master, even Senior Li Hu, will accept it. Peng Sihyung turned and left, there's no such thing. Jonggon continued to say, a person like Senior was chased here, surely have you been planning some terrible plot in your heart? Don't you have any intention of revenge? Peng Sihyung remained silent and did not answer. Jonggon continued to manipulate his mind. Woon Sowol will definitely get out of this magical beast forest. Senior Peng also knows that he is not an ungrateful boy, if you just teach it. It will definitely help you take revenge. No matter how Jonggon psychologically manipulated him, Peng Sihyung still did not hesitate and now turned around and left. Let's pretend I didn't hear anything, let's go rest. Time passed by again and again for another 2 years. Jonggon, Little Pig and Woon Sowol sat under a tree chatting. Little Pig had now grown up into Big Pig. Jonggon stroking its head and explaining, that was the last time I was caught. I revealed the location of all the stolen treasures here to them in exchange for my life. However, I absolutely will not reveal the location of the most strange and unknown treasure among them. I will tell you where I have hidden the key called Bok Trak Kai Ban. You must find the purpose of using that treasure. It will definitely be useful for your future cultivation path. Perhaps that is the last thing I can help you with. Woon Sowol, even if Senior Peng refuses to teach you, you must definitely reach the level of the Celestial Palace. You must go further to become an immortal, you know, step on the path of immortality and do everything you want. I will definitely watch over you. Follow me in the next life, do you know? Woon Sowol nodded yes, master. Jonggon then also left this world to look for a few people. Feng Gao Chu saw Woon Sowol kneeling in front of his house. Peng Sihyung immediately asked, it's been a week since Jonggon passed away, has your spirit stabilized? Woon Sowol nodded, it's okay. Peng Sihyung asked again, you probably came to ask me to teach you, right? Woon Sowol nodded, yes. Peng Sihyung asked again, 21 years ago, do you still remember what I taught you? Woon Sowol remembered the mantra that Blonde taught him that night and nodded, I have never forgotten. Blonde explained that the mantra I taught him was the previous part of Huyan Bang Kian, it helps the mind develop and be able to keep a calm mind in any situation. Woon Sowol exclaimed, you have given me a great favor that I cannot repay in my whole life. The blonde shook her head, it's just I was inspired to do that, so it's not worth considering it as a favor. However, if you want me to accept you as a disciple and teach you, that is a completely different story. Woon Sowol asked seriously, what do you want me to do, then you will accept me? The pale blonde hair said, I have 2 conditions. First, as Jonggon said, you must help me take revenge. I have been punished. I was abandoned because I was attacked by unknown people. They cut off both of my hands and then threw me into this magical beast forest. Find out who made me like this, then take revenge for me. Woon Sowol clasped his hands and seriously replied, I will definitely escape the demon forest and take revenge for you. Hairvang continued, the second condition is that I will transfer back to you the method of destroying evil swordsmanship, Zan Yin Qigong, Ice Huyan technique as well as bending sword techniques. And after learning all of them, you should use them to destroy evil. The evil sword technique killed me. Woon Sowol looked up at him in incomprehensible horror. The blonde repeated again, killing me is the second condition. Next time, let's do it again in the blink of an eye. 7 years passed. Blonde hair stood on a mountain top. Countless wrinkles appeared on his face at this time. He glanced at Woon Sowol behind him and asked, "Are you ready now? Are you done yet?" Woon Sowol tightly grasped the long sword and nodded, "Yes, master." Blonde hair closed his eyes and smiled, "Then please ask me." Woon Sowol bowed his head with his hands together, "I understand, master." You stood. Then he closed his eyes and felt, "Masters, please follow this disciple's footsteps until the end." After a while, he opened his eyes again and stared at the opposite side. He flew away. Deploy non-lean bow. The blonde hair in the distance sighed in her heart, "Woon Sowol, at some point you will also realize that, in this cruel world, a child with a gentle nature like you will constantly be taken advantage of by bad people. In the end, you will educate yourself on when to continue to hold on, and when to let go of human love. Now I also sympathize with Jong-gon. I keep nagging you, ha ha. However, I believe that your gentle nature will become your advantage, someone who embarks on the path of destroying evil like me. Accepting you as my successor is not a decision. It's easy to decide. I hope one day you will understand." Woon Sowol rushed all the way to perform all kinds of exercises. Then he stopped stimulating the profound yin qigong. And he jumped into the air in front of the blonde hair. The blonde hair looked at him with satisfaction and smiled, thanking Woon Sowol, as well as his other masters who left first. "Even the one who gave up hope for the world like me, thanks to you I was finally able to find the meaning of my life again." He just stood there smiling, waiting for Woon Sowol's sword to strike, seeing him hesitate forever, refusing to use his sword. He opened his mouth and shouted loudly, "Come here." Woon Sowol gritted his teeth and swung his sword to perform the flying beast. Not only did the blonde eat this sword without pain, on the contrary, his face was filled with happiness. "That's right, this is something I always hope to see again, destroying evil swordsmanship." Woon Sowol's last master has finally left this world. Now in this forest of magical beasts, only you are left wandering alone. He stood in front of the 5 graves of the 5 masters, clenched his hands, then bent down and knelt down. The masters and disciples are about to leave the village now, even if they make it to the outside world. I will still live according to the teachings of my masters. To those who need to be treated kindly, you must be kinder than Guanyin Bodhisattva, and to those who need to be cruel, you must be crueler than a yaksha ghost. As for the enemies of my masters, I will become the person who makes them feel more scared than the yaksha. I will definitely avenge everyone." After saying goodbye to the 5 masters after the master finished, Woon Sowol immediately flew away with the little pig's sword. A moment later he landed at Bu Young's residence. "Is there anyone there?" Very quickly Cog came out from inside. As soon as she came out, she immediately said to Woon Sowol, 9 years, 7 months and 12 days. Do you understand what it means?" Woon Sowol smiled, "A lot of things have happened." Cog asked again, "It's been a long time since I've seen you here. Besides, it looks like you're going somewhere. Where are you going?" Woon Sowol nodded, "Yes." Cog asked suspiciously, "Where do you want to go, young man? Besides this magical beast forest, do you still have somewhere to go?" Woon Sowol explained, "I will leave the magical beast forest." When Cog heard that, her face was filled with confusion. Who in this magical beast forest wouldn't have such thoughts? If Bu Young and I could, we would also want to escape from this place. Woon Sowol smiled, "I'm not sure but I have a clue. As long as there is a little hope, I will also pursue to the end." Cog sighed, hoping that the young master would not waste time looking for a needle in a haystack. Woon Sowol smiled, "Before we achieve something, it often looks like an empty dream. Everything I do will let me know the result." Cog sadly turned around. After a while she reluctantly turned her head and smiled, "I sincerely hope what the young man wants will come true." Woon Sowol clasped his hands, "Thank you, Miss Cog." Cog held his hand and smiled, "But if you're tired, come here anytime, come on. Bu Young and I will always be here waiting for you." Woon Sowol nodded, "I understand." Saying goodbye to the 2 Bu Young sisters, Woon Sowol continued on his way. It was dark and he and Tiu Chu Chu stopped at a mountain top. He remembered the words Bu Young said at that time, Talking about the cave, there are only 4 places that the Ju Tai Gao Long Master can reach. I will tell you the specific location, but you must be careful. Un Sowol sits beside the fire in contemplation. This is already the 4th place, but it's still not the same. I boldly said I would go outside, but until now I still haven't been able to find the most important clue. While he breathes while complaining for a long time, the little pig suddenly woke up from a coma. He continuously stuck his nose to the ground and sniffed. When Un Sowol saw his movements, his face was full of doubts. He was forever fascinated by the smell. I didn't pay attention until I hit the opposite cliff. Un Sowol walked up to it and smiled. What's wrong? Looks like you're frustrated too, huh? If you do that, what if the wall collapses? Suddenly he looked intently at the cliff that little pig cracked. What is this? There's a gap here. Wait, there's air leaking through here. Looks like there's something inside. Without hesitation, Un Sowol swung his sword and slashed at the wall. The dust, dirt and rocks were immediately slashed away by him. He looked at the tunnel in front of him in surprise. There was actually more inside. Another cave. If it collapsed, everything would be buried. After walking for a while, he saw something appearing in front of him. Very soon, before his eyes, a cave appeared. The woman is tied up and locked up here. She keeps calling for help. Save me please. Is there anyone there who can't help me? Please save me. Un Sowol slowly walked towards him. Who are you and why are you like this? The woman replied sullenly, because I refused those who wanted to force me to be a spy, so they captured me and locked me up here. Un Sowol was startled. Oh my god. It turns out that you were harmed by evil people. Wait a moment and I will release you immediately. The woman smiled extremely fiercely at the end of her head. Is it really like that? She then raised her head and showed an extremely adorable expression. Thank you sir, if you save me, I will do whatever I can to repay you. Un Sowol sat down and picked up the chain tied to her body and exclaimed, not expecting to tie up a lady that they would use chains filled with aura like this. Why did they do that? The girl shows a pitiful and innocent look. I don't know anymore. Every minute and every second I just want to quickly leave this place. Un Sowol asked again, do you know where this is? The woman shook her head. I don't know. I was dragged here and tied up by them. Un Sowol's mouth slightly curled up. The magical beast forest is a dangerous place full of strange and ancient magical beasts. I heard that ghosts' beasts fascinate people and turn them into their bodies. The woman is skeptical. What does the young master mean? I'm so tired, please let me out quickly. Un Sowol took something out of his storage bag. I wonder if you know the type of grass called Qilan Thou? It is a type of grass that emits a scent that monsters hate. This is the essence condensed from the scent of that grass. The woman saw the jade bottle in Un Sowol's hand and her face immediately turned pale. Looking very tense, Un Sowol slowly opened the lid of the jade vase. Actually, I've never witnessed it directly before, so I'm a little curious. Is it true that magical beasts that smell the orchid will avoid it? The woman smelled the scent of the orchid grass and her face immediately changed. Her eyes widened and she gritted her teeth extremely fiercely. She quickly showed her true form as a monster, quickly disappear. This crazy person. Un Sowol didn't leave, but just sat there with dirty jars, talking back and forth in front of the monster. No matter how much the monster begged, he had no intention of letting it go. After a while, he slowly took out the profound sword from his storage bag. The monster screamed in fear, wait, that human, as long as you let me go, I will absolutely not harm you. On the contrary, do whatever you want. Un Sowol asked coldly, is anything okay? The excited monster quickly replied, yes, I will do whatever I have. Yes. Besides, I've been tied to these chains for more than 200 years, so it seems like I can't move, I can't hurt you. Un Sowol stroked his chin and stared at it thoughtfully. Okay, let's put it that way. Let's talk about the exchange now. The demon's face was full of doubts. Say what you want. Un Sowol quickly asked straight to the point. Do you know the whereabouts of the ancient dragon? If there is a real ancient dragon there, I will save you. The demon awakens. I understand that you are looking for an ancient dragon, but with your strength, there is no way to confront the dragon. Ancient, what is your real purpose? Un Sowol frowned. I know I'm no match for the ancient dragon, but telling its location wouldn't be difficult for you, right? Yukai nodded. Of course, I've been here for so many years, how could I not know? Un Sowol rejoices. Tell me quickly, the demon angrily shouted, do you think I'm stupid? What if you find me and don't come back here to save me? Un Sowol sighed, everyone is the same, you can lie to me, or kill me after I release you. The demon shook his head vigorously, then stop it, until if you untie me, I won't say a word about the ancient dragon's location. Un Sowol also didn't hesitate to immediately stand up and leave, so you just stay here, I don't want to risk it either. You probably have to stay here for another 200 years, just wait slowly, wait until some stupid human comes in here. Oh yeah, after I leave the outside we'll also cover the entrance to the cave as before. The monster screamed excitedly, wait a minute, damn, why are humans so difficult? Un Sowol stopped and looked at it. Then tell me the location of the ancient dragon's cave after confirming what you said is true. I will come back here to cut your chains, the demon said harshly, that is really unfair. Un Sowol's voice was cold, is the situation here unfair? The monster had no way to refute even though he was very angry, but he could only snort back. After a while he shouted loudly again, I don't know what you're planning to do, but it's better that you don't go into the ancient dragon's cave. If you act like a fool and die, how can you save me? Un Sowol calmly replied, I have my own plans for that. The monster hummed back, what an arrogant brat, even a low-level magical beast like me is very difficult. A powerful magician like me before. I can still be defeated by the ancient dragon in a ridiculous way, so you have to be careful and don't be disrespectful. Anyway, what's your name? Un Sowol didn't reveal his real name but instead used the name of the dead Zhou Zhigong. So what kind of monster are you? The demon smiled, I am a 9 beautiful demon fox, just like countless others of the same kind. If there is revenge, there will be revenge. You better not think about tricking me even a little bit. Zhou Zhigong, if you cut my chain, I will repay you with all my heart, but if you deceive me, you will not be able to live in peace for the rest of your life. Remember this carefully. Un Sowol clasped his hands seriously, I will remember. The fox demon nodded. Okay, then I will tell you the location of the ancient dragon. After talking with the fox demon, Un Sowol immediately left with his sword, not expecting that he could encountered a demon beast here. Luckily, this 9 beautiful demon fox was imprisoned by an iron chain. Otherwise I would have been trapped there. I have to increase my vigilance against demon beasts in the future. Even though after all, this place is also a magical beast forest. Switching scene to somewhere inside the magical beast forest. A middle-aged man is standing in front of an altar frantically praying. Lord Dragon God. People of Chaog village, we often come here to thank the Dragon God for his kindness. You treat us like your children, taking care of us so that we can live safely in this place. For such a great kindness, we do not know how to express our gratitude to you enough. To thank the Dragon God for his great favor, we have brought 3 pure young girls to serve you. In the future, please continue to take care of and protect us. God prayed, but he immediately glanced at the 3 women behind him and ordered, from now on, you must not leave the altar until the Dragon God clearly descends. The 3 of them replied in unison, yes, village chief. The middle-aged man glanced at the purple-haired girl. Especially Wall Young would have to take care of the other children. Wall Young nodded, yes, I will do that. The village chief once again coldly reminded, if you make the Dragon God unhappy, then the whole village will also suffer his wrath. You must wholeheartedly serve the Dragon God, remember. Un Sowol hid on the mountain top in the distance, observing and cursing silently. That's really too much, yet they forced living people to sacrifice. But the dragon god they sacrificed must have been an ancient dragon, right? Looks like I found the right place. In reality, there are no dragon gods at all. What they worship is 90% of the ancient dragons. Looking at the people's sacrifice scene below, it seems like it will appear here. Thinking for a moment, he took out the flag and arranged it on the cliff. Then he stood up and looked down. I need some more information. He let the little pig hide in the formation. And he himself jumped down. The 3 women who were brought to be sacrificed were all asleep at this time. Un Sowol used extremely fast speed to land next to the purple-haired woman. Without saying much, he immediately picked her up and hugged her. The woman's eyes widened and she looked at him in surprise. The dragon god is so handsome, it's really different from what I've heard. Woon Sowol quickly took her with him into the hidden ghost valley. Seeing Woon Sowol so gentle made the woman even more suspicious. He treated her very gently. He was beautiful. It's okay for a guy like this. After thinking about it for a moment, she turned to Woon Sowol and asked, "Are you a dragon god?" Woon Sowol shook his head. "My lady is not the dragon god you are talking about." Excited woman, what do you mean? If you are not a dragon god, then who are you? Woon Sowol clasped his hands together and explained, "I'm just a healer who happened to pass by here. I had something to ask you, so I was rude to you." The lady is angry. You know, is it disrespectful to still do that? Woon Sowol calmly explained, "After watching the scene of your altar ceremony, I wanted to confirm a few things, so I did so. After talking, I will take the lady back to her original place. I wonder if you can answer a few of my questions, miss?" The woman looked at the little pig next to Woon Sowol and her heart immediately tensed up. That was a mid-level demon beast. This person was definitely not an ordinary magician. The formation here is also very skilled. I can't rush to oppose him. After thinking carefully for a moment, she spoke up, "Okay, what are you curious about?" Woon Sowol immediately gets straight to the point. "Is the dragon god you are talking about the Ju Tai Dao dragon?" The woman's face was full of doubt. "What is that 9 Dao dragon?" Woon Sowol explains that it is a magical beast whose body is covered with a layer of snake-like scales, and has 2 horns on its head that look like a dragon, red chest, blue back, blue neck. It's white so it can be easily recognized. The woman shook her head. "I don't know anymore. I've never seen a dragon god in real life." Woon Sowol is even more suspicious. "If you say that, it's a shameful see. You are not lacking, so why do you have to bring alive women like young ladies to sacrifice to the dragon god that you have never met?" The woman replied, "The village chief has met the dragon god before. Thanks to the dragon god protecting our Chaog village, other magical beasts do not dare to come and harm the people here, so we had to do it. Anything to please him." Woon Sowol sighed. "No matter what, sacrificing people from the same village is unacceptable." The woman shook her head in protest. "No, if possible, sacrificing some people to save many people is not wrong. This is the fate of the weak." After talking with the woman for a while, Woon Sowol immediately brought her back to the altar. "Thanks to her, I has obtained quite a lot of information, received live sacrifices, protected the village and once sent out a live sacrifice 5 years ago, which means that the ancient dragon is still alive. According to the elders, the master said that the teleportation formation was at the place where the ancient dragon died. If so, then isn't this the place that the master talked about? At present, nothing can be certain until it is directly confirmed. I have to accumulate strength first. According to what that woman said, if I don't become stronger, I won't be able to do anything." Woon Sowol then returned to the hidden ghost valley. During the training session, the sky soon dawned. "You were still deep in practice at this time. Since I reached level 11 of the Thien Tai period, I have felt like a heroic mandarin. Compared to the Thien Tai period, the eunuch gate is similar to the eunuch gate. It feels much larger and more solid. The master said that if you want to break through the Trak An Quan gate, it depends not only on the amount of spiritual energy used but also on its properties. What does it mean in the end?" At this moment, he suddenly woke up again. Someone was coming. In the cave opposite the altar, a man quickly came out. The group of women on the altar saw someone. When people came out, they all sat up. The ancient dragon returned to his position and smiled. "Very good. Not long ago I refined a medicinal pill made from Uncle's internal medicine, so for the next year I will have to focus my luck on absorbing the power of it, so during that time you just need to focus on making demon poison." Next he glanced at the woman next to him. "What is your name, new woman?" The woman calmly replied, "Please call the villain Dan Wall Young." The ancient dragon nodded. "Okay, Dan Wall Young. Later you should go and refine the demon poison with that kid. I don't know, then learn. You should learn how to make poisoned pepper to prove its effectiveness." Wall Young nodded. "Yes, please remember, young man." Woon Sowol knelt down and silently breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. "I have a year of more time than expected. If I don't take advantage of this time, I won't have any more chances in the future. I must find a way out." Woon Sowol then he returned to the medicinal herb warehouse. He looked at the pile of medicinal weapons inside his capsule and breathed out. It seemed like he didn't touch anything inside his capsule. It's true that monsters of the same caliber as ancient dragons don't care about these trivial things. Without enough strength, nothing is easy. Seeing Woon Sowol sitting there gloomily, Wall Young came over asked, Woon Sowol sir, are you planning to get out of here? Woon Sowol heard her question and suddenly widened his eyes in surprise. Wall Young went to the medicine cabinet next to her to look for medicinal herbs. Big sister So Eum was the one who supervised you before, I having followed you since you were in Chaog village. Sister So Eum told me that you cut up the ingredients in the medicinal herb warehouse, to make something other than poison pepper. Woon Sowol explained, I just want to resist the fate that others have arranged for me. If Miss Dan learns alchemy and can make her own demon poison without me, I will become useless, little girl. Do you still not understand how the ancient dragon treats useless humans? Seeing that all of the ancient dragon's subordinates are female, it's clear that he let me live because he wanted me to teach her alchemy. Wall Young is skeptical, but even if you can escape from this place, if you don't take the antidote, you will die within 15 days. Woon Sowol went to the medicine cabinet behind him, the pile of ingredients that I have been cutting up all this time. I have used them to refine medicinal pills that can support the later stages of the natural state, helping me break through the Tra and Quan gate. At the same time, I have also created medicine. The solution can completely neutralize the poison that the ancient dragon gave me to drink. Wall Young looked at the medicine in Woon Sowol's hand and was surprised. Is it true what the young man said? Did you really create the antidote? A moment later, outside the medicinal warehouse, a few girls were outside keeping watch. So Eum suddenly came from afar. She quickly entered the medicinal warehouse. As soon as she entered, someone came from behind. I also have a strange talent, right? So Eum turned her head in surprise to look at the person behind her with the same face. It was Princess Woon Sowol. The other person smiled, seeing his own image right in front of him like this, yet she didn't show any signs of confusion, which was really surprising. After saying that, he quickly turned away. Back to my appearance. Someone was secretly looking for me, so I had to borrow the lady's appearance. So Eum nodded. I heard Wall Young tell me. I heard that you created an antidote. It's all right, Woon Sowol sighed. Anyway, I'm not sure the ancient dragon will detoxify me. What's the point of just sitting still and waiting to die? I also have a question, why didn't you tell me? Let the ancient dragon know that I cut down the ingredients. The sad woman bowed her head in contemplation, then slowly explained. At the only entrance to this cave, there is a very powerful formation. Strong, it has been passed down through generations of ancient dragons. Its name is the image of the Great Vanguard Formation. Woon Sowol doubts, young lady, if you tell me that, will it be possible? Before you finished speaking, you were attacked. So Eum interrupted, the reason is not important, but whether you can get out of here or not is important. Woon Sowol stroked his chin and nodded. Okay, I won't ask any more. Then do you know how to overcome that formation? So Eum explains that only 8 of the ancient dragon's trusted female subordinates know the path leading to the formation. Each of them is a skilled warrior directly trained by the ancient dragon himself. Although I'm not sure if they will betray the ancient dragon to help you. But young Master Woon Sowol has already found a way to detoxify the ancient dragon, so I think there will be someone among them who can negotiate. Okay. I've already spoken to them, so they're ready to meet Mr. Woon Sowol at any time. Woon Sowol clasped his hands and nodded sincerely. Thank you, young lady. I will definitely repay this kindness. So Eum shook her head. There is no need to repay the favor, but if you are lucky enough to escape successfully, I hope you will help Wall Young not fall into the same situation as me. The next day one of my 8 trusted the ancient dragon has come to meet Woon Sowol. As soon as he approached So Eum, he introduced himself. This is the monk named Woon Sowol that I mentioned before. Woon Sowol, this young master is Lim So Chung. Among the 8 confidants of the ancient dragon, she was interested in the stories I told you before, so she came here to see you. Before she could finish speaking, Lim So Chung interrupted. Okay, you have mastered the medicine. You've cured Mr. Gyo Woon's poison, right? Woon Sowol nodded. Yes, that poison is called poisonous corncard. Fortunately I know how to make an antidote so I can practice it. Lim So Chung frowned. How can I believe it? What you say is true. Why should I believe you? And something must be done in exchange for the antidote. What if there is some mistake that puts all of our lives at risk? Woon Sowol loudly explained, I have extensive knowledge of poison, enough to improve the method of making demon poison, and because I have grasped the nature of poison, creating an antidote it's also very easy for me. Lim So-chung nodded. Well, let's put it that way, it's true that Mr. Gyo-woon was very satisfied with the fact that you were able to eliminate demon poison, and it was faster than time. There are a lot of plans, but even so, you can't guarantee that your antidote will completely remove the poison, right? Woon Sowol laughed coldly. Then I would also like to ask a question. Everyone including Lim Sr. Are you sure that Gyo-woon will win against Oh-chuk in that life and death battle? In case Gyo-woon is defeated, all of you will not be given the antidote and will all die. Lim So-chung burst out laughing. Haha, well said, that's right, our lives are already you've been threatened, but you're still carefree. So you're the only one who understands the situation, that's good, then tell me what you want to do, don't you want to ask me for help? Did you escape that cave? Woon Sowol shook his head, of course not, if you let me go while Gyo-woon is away, then my senior and other female subordinates will be punished by Gyo-woon, what I want to accomplish. Quite the opposite. Lim So-chung's face was full of doubt, on the contrary. Woon Sowol laughed coldly, that's right. Senior said that I can't leave this place alive, I want it was my senior who killed me. Switching scenes to another side where the ancient dragon was in seclusion, at this time the formation outside suddenly appeared countless cracks. In front of the puzzled eyes of the watchful women outside, inside there was immediately a terrifying spiritual energy emitted. The door of the room was quickly crushed. Gyo-woon slowly walked out from inside. He was excited to feel the power flowing from the inside. Flowed down my body, I didn't expect the effect to be this strong, it was such a wonderful source of spiritual energy. I seemed to be able to chew off Oh-chuk's head and swallow him instantly. Excited and excited. After a while, he calmed down and asked his subordinates, okay, did anything happen during the time I was secluded cultivating? The woman behind hesitated, sir. After a while Gyo-woon went to Lim So-chung. After hearing the news of Woon Sowol's death from her mouth, he inexplicably blurted out, the name of the person who made the poison pepper is dead, isn't that right? Why is that? You didn't give him the antidote? Lim So-chung sighed, it's a shame to have to tell you this. Dan Wol-young, who took on the responsibility of supervising him and learning alchemy at the same time, her ability has improved very quickly, so he was afraid that he would become useless, so he voluntarily escaped from the cave. So he was caught in the image of the Great Wind Formation and lost his life. Gyo-woon suddenly woke up, is that so? So how's the job we assigned to this guy? Lim So-chung explained that before he ran away, he had worked very seriously, he had refined 10 jars of poison pepper. He had also taught Dan Wol-young how to make it properly, so now Wol-young can already refine the demon poison alone. Gyo-woon asked again, when did he die? Lim So-chung replied, the villain discovered his body yesterday. Gyo-woon turned around and left. Okay, anyway I plan to kill him after the retreat, since he found his own way to die, I won't have to waste a bit of effort. Take that dirty corpse and throw it out as food for the monsters. Lim So-chung nodded, yes, little man, please follow my master's orders. Woon Sowol's body was then taken out of the cave and thrown into the forest. Very quickly, a wolf sniffed the scent and slowly approached. It looked at the delicious prey in front of it and poured water involuntarily. Okay, but it flowed out. He was about to rush into eating when suddenly Woon Sowol's hand moved again. When the wolf saw him suddenly awake, he immediately turned around and ran away in fear. Woon Sowol secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Fortunately he did not discover the magic of the turtle, and finally escaped from the hellish cave. That's terrible. I want to celebrate my escape but there's not much time left, in half a month Gyo-woon and Oh-chuk will fight to the death. I have to quickly find the cave where Oh-chuk is located. That's where he is. After thinking about everything, he quickly bowed his sword and left. After a while he flew to a forest between two volcanoes. He quickly landed below. Right at the foot of the volcano there is a cave. Woon Sowol looked at the cave and silently assessed, it looks similar to what his predecessor described. Surely this is Gyo-hyeon's residence that Oh-chuk took over. Then there will also be an image of a vanguard formation ahead. After pondering for a moment, he slowly moved forward. Soon he entered the range of the formation. The formation was activated, countless fire tornadoes immediately appeared in front of him. Woon Sowol did not retreat but still stood there proudly observing. After observing for a moment, he sighed. It was stronger than he thought. I must pass through the door of life located between these tornadoes. Even if you know how to break the formation, you are unlikely to be able to overcome the gate of life of the Vanguard formation, which is the gap between the gate of death and the gate of death. He seized the opportunity between the death doors to reveal a gap, and immediately rushed forward at extremely fast speed. After a while, he finally successfully crossed the Great Formation and reached the other side. On the other side, he turned his head to look at the formation behind him and exclaimed, he had escaped once but wanting to escape again would be very difficult. Thanks to Gyo Hyun's internal medicine, Gyo Woon's spiritual power was much stronger. Victory is already 9 parts in his hands. Before Gyo Woon kills Oh Chuk and comes here, I must find the Great Teleportation Formation. Woon Sowol then quickly searched everywhere the nooks and crannies inside the cave. He searched non-stop but still couldn't find anything, which made Woon Sowol extremely uncomfortable. He punched the ground hard and thought sullenly, I've checked everywhere. I've been in this cave for 2 days now. But I still haven't found anything that looks like a teleportation array. Could it be that the teleportation array isn't located in this cave? If not, then it's very possible that the alchemist that the Great Master met was lying. I tried my best to live and die to get here, but I really couldn't teleport the Great Formation. He angrily picked up a rock and threw it forward, cursing. The rock flew straight forward and fell into the lava lake in front of him. At this moment, Woon Sowol was startled again, filled with doubt. He slowly approached. Near the lava lake, he thought to himself, looking at the temperature and dispersion, it was clearly molten lava, but the sound of falling felt strange. Thinking for a moment, he grabbed something, tied the rope on, and dropped it to the bottom. In his mind he silently pondered, it didn't feel like lava, on the contrary it was like the sound of falling into a lake. I tried dropping it deep but still couldn't reach the bottom. It's really strange, not only did the dagger not melt, it was also stained with water. This lava is different from its appearance, is it just an ordinary lake? Woon Sowol held the dagger in contemplation. Thinking for a moment, he decided to put his hand down to try. As soon as his arm reached below, he suddenly woke up. As expected, the appearance was similar. Lava is a lake, so why use this trick to cover other people's eyes? Is there a secret underneath? There was no other way but to go directly to check. Woon Sowol then quickly dived into the lake. After a while he finally reached the bottom, in the middle. There really is something in the lake. Woon Sowol silently nodded, trying to hide it to this extent, it is indeed hiding something. He quickly swam closer to the thing, he looked at the 8 trigrams. The formation in front of him was filled with joy, the master had said it right. The teleportation formation was really here. He immediately took out a few spirit stones from his pocket. The master had said that in order to teleport, one needed a spirit. Jelly, starting this battle, where will it take me? How far you want to teleport depends on the amount of spirit stones you spend. Currently, I have 80 low-grade spirit stones and 30 intermediate-grade spirit stones. If I add too much, that amount of spirit stones will be considered wasted. But an excess is still better than a shortage. To get out of the magical beast forest, this should be enough. As soon as the spirit stone is placed on the formation, all the spiritual energy inside is immediately sucked out. Woon Sowol saw this and couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, he had already absorbed all the spiritual energy in the intermediate spirit stone. Where was the connection? Consuming spirit stones like this is too fast. I've already collected all the remaining spirit stones. He raised his hand and placed it on the formation. There was no other way, even if he had to use spiritual energy. I have to start the teleportation array. After a moment, Woon Sowol's face wrinkled. Damn, the spiritual energy was drained so quickly. Soon all the spiritual energy in his body was gone. Was sucked clean by the formation. He could no longer hold his breath. His body quickly lost consciousness. He just lay unconscious on top of the formation. The ring he was wearing around his neck often fell off and touched the formation. From inside, a stream of spiritual energy quickly spread out into the formation. Adding the ring's spiritual energy indicated the amount of spiritual energy needed to start the final formation was enough. Woon Sowol lying above was quickly covered by aura and teleported away. Scene changed to the ceremony district in Jeonnam country. Woon Sowol at this time lying unconscious in a certain household. He slowly woke up from a dream. Looking at the surrounding scenery, his heart was immediately filled with doubts, filled with stars. Where is this? Apparently I had passed out on the street after leaving the teleportation formation. Only then did he sense his body's state. The gate of the royal eunuch was actually closed. The teleportation formation was closed. Has sucked all my spiritual energy. Even my potential has been sucked away by it. Now my cultivation level has decreased to only level 5 alchemy stage. Great Master once said that cultivating because this kind of deterioration can happen from time to time, but the knowledge and experience of breaking through the gate will still be the same. You can definitely quickly regain your original cultivation level, so this matter is not too necessary. I'm worried, but I can't remember why I'm here. While Woon Sowol was thinking, an old man appeared outside. When he saw that he had woken up, he smiled excitedly. So you're awake? Woon Sowol's face was full of doubt. What are you talking about? The old man didn't understand what he was saying and wondered, what country's language is this? This is the first time I've heard it. Are you from another country? Even though I have heard other languages before, but now you say I don't understand anything. Woon Sowol secretly analyzed in his heart. It's not the language of the southern country where the masters lived, so that means did I teleport to another country? Thinking for a moment, the old man stood up and ran out. You wait there, I'll go call the interpreter working in the main house. That person will probably understand what you're saying. Woon Sowol doesn't understand you. What the hell am I saying? But I still smile excitedly, because you're alive and out of the magical beast forest. That alone is enough to celebrate. Time flies by, in the blink of an eye. You having been with the old man for 5 months, they were now able to communicate with each other normally. One day the old man came from outside and asked, Woon Sowol, have you made arrangements yet? Woon Sowol smiled and nodded. Yes, Jangbo big brother, young Dae just came and told me to leave and just left too. The two of them quickly went out into the street together. Jangbo complimented him as he walked. He was also amazing. Otherwise how could he speak Jeonnam fluently after only 3 months? Woon Sowol politely replied. It's thanks to Big Brother and young Dae who have always helped me both physically and mentally. But where does the old master have the humanity to take so many people with him? Jangbo sighed. Oh my god, brother. Hey, you're slow at catching up on news. You don't know where to go yet you still pack your things and go with you. I'm sure you also know that the master of the district command has been unwell for a long time, right? So the young master is also Miss Ju Garyong. She is planning to go to the new market in Wen Shu Mountain to buy herbs to nourish the old master's health. Woon Sowol was surprised. There are also for sale at the market its medicinal herbs. So why don't you go to the nearby market to buy it for convenience? Jangbo leaned into his ear and whispered. Wen Shu Mountain we're going to. I told you not to be surprised. I heard that the market is run by you. Did the gods open it or something? Woon Sowol was surprised. You just said it was opened by the gods. The group of people then went all the way to Wen Shu Mountain. A certain sunny afternoon the woman in the carriage opened the curtain and asked, how long will it take no one to arrive? The middle-aged man riding a horse outside replied, young master, we'll be there in 2 more days. The woman sighed, can I really meet the gods when I go there? I've come a long way. I don't want to be disappointed. The middle-aged man smiled, but he didn't know. This market mainly gathers cultivating gods and goddesses. Because it's quite low, so it's possible that there are ordinary people pretending to buy and sell for profit. Even though they were just visiting and didn't buy anything, the villain has already been there twice. They'll probably sell herbs there too. The medicine can cure the old master's illness. 2 days later, the group arrived at the fairy market on Wen Shu Mountain. The woman took the lead to go inside to visit, followed by Jangbo and the group. After walking for a while, she turned to Jangbo holding the money behind him and asked, Jangbo, are you still holding it? Jangbo confidently replied, of course, it is more precious than a villain's life. How can a villain ignore it? Woon Sowol looked at the 2 people wandering around looking at the goods and secretly sighed. Almost all of them were spiritual herbs and Jang brother was an ordinary person, how could he know? After observing for a moment, Jang Bo then asked the woman, "What should I do, young master?" The woman's face was tense, she couldn't return empty-handed like this. Her father's condition was getting worse day by day. Thinking for a moment, she went to the counter in front of her and asked the old man, "Are you a god?" "First, so let me ask, what is this? What effect does it have?" Seeing that, Jang Bo immediately leaned into Woon Sowol's ear and softly spoke. He didn't expect that the person who used to call him arrogant and bossy like the little master would directly ask to buy it. It seemed like she needed it very urgently. Would those gods have it? Do you agree to the transaction? The old salesman crossed his arms and looked at the group of people smiling. Judging by your demeanor, it seemed like you were mortals. The woman asked doubtfully, "What do you mean by mortals?" The old man explained that people who live in the mundane world are not like fairies. People like you who cannot set foot on the immortal path can all be called mortals. The woman frowned. Mortals cannot enter the immortal path. Is there a problem if I want to make a transaction? The old man burst out laughing. Haha, it's rare to have customers today, so I'll answer your question regardless of the trouble. Even if it's a market opened by a fairy, it's still a market. What kind of place is the market? Isn't it a place to trade and sell what we want? Just tell me what you're looking for, lady? The woman asked excitedly. I'm looking for spiritual herbs to cure my father's illness. The old man pointed to the ginseng tree next to him. If so, please take a look at this branch of bitter ginseng, although it won't be effective in enhancing spiritual energy, but has outstanding effectiveness in nourishing the body. Women can't stop being excited, really? So prisoners like me can even eat it. The old man raised a finger. The herbs of mortals cannot be compared to this, ha, but I like your filial piety. I will just take a lowest level spirit stone. The woman's face was full of doubts. What is that lowest level spirit stone? Woon Sowol in the distance silently lamented. After all, this price is a good deal. The old man said again, if there is no problem, then let's deal with the little girl. The woman turned her head back and called out, Jang Bo, quickly bring the cup here. She asked Jang Bo to open the box, which contained countless gold, silver and jewels. How about this much gold bar for the gods to replace the lowest level spirit stone? Oh no, if you agree to the transaction, I can pay much more in gold and gems than this. The old man frowned. I told you it was a lowest level spirit stone. What I need is spirit stones, not gold and silver, do you understand? Isn't a transaction an exchange of what two parties want? Maybe you won't be able to buy anything here. Even if you're not a fairy, taking useless, lowly things like this to exchange with the other person isn't ignoring the rules. Isn't this the basic transaction rules? After the woman heard what he said, her face immediately darkened with sadness. Jang Bo from behind saw this and went over to comfort him, but for a moment he couldn't. I didn't know what to say. The group of people then had to helplessly lead each other out. The woman sat gloomily in a corner of the carriage and cried. In the end she couldn't bring anything back. I have been trying hard for days and nights to get here, but… Jang Bo and Woon Sowol walked outside and sighed. It seemed like the young master was very disappointed, who had been trying to plead with the fairies at the market all along. 3 to 4 days, but still can't buy any herbs. Woon Sowol thought to himself, thanks to that, I can earn a little from selling magic tools at the market. But they are the first people in this Jeonnyeong country helped me a lot. Should I take this opportunity to repay their kindness? Jang Bo sighed again. His master's illness is getting worse day by day. Plus, there probably won't be any unexpected events, right? Woon Sowol smiled. You're not like the great Jang hero who knows, the old master has accumulated a lot of blessings, he will definitely be healthy that day. Just walk normally. Jang Bo nodded. Yes, it will be like that. Our master is a noble person. Woon Sowol nodded and replied, it will definitely be like that. Very soon it was already dark. The group of people did not stop but continued on their way. In the nearby forest, there was a group of people waiting in ambush. Is that the carriage? Yes, we have been following them for several days. If we attack in the market, we will probably be attacked by other healers. Just in case, we took them to a place where there are no healers, so we can quickly destroy them. Just watch that person and rob the treasure. Woon Sowol and Jang Bo, who were walking in front, suddenly turned around in surprise and looked back. Behind the soldiers were now surrounded by a fire. Screams and screams kept ringing out. Why was there suddenly fire on the ground? If there was an attack, everyone quickly became alert. Soon everyone was surrounded by fire. Two thieves hiding in the bushes then came out and hovered in the air. Do you know who you're standing in front of and dared to shout so loudly? The soldiers were frightened when they saw these two people floating in the air. Fairies appeared. Middle-aged people laughed. Haha, no need to be careful, because I intend to kill them. All of you right here. When the crowd heard that, their faces immediately change. At this moment the woman came out from inside the carriage. Gods, please wait a moment. This young lady is Ju Garyong, the daughter of the district chief of the Ju Garyong district. If you two want treasures, this young lady will give them all to you. As soon as the other two saw her, they burst into laughter. Strangely sinister. Oh ho, what a sensible child, his appearance looks good. The woman continued to scream loudly, but the treasures I brought were all used to buy medicine for my father who is in danger. My drama, if possible. I hope you too will cure my father's illness. If so, I will give you many more treasures than that. The two of you burst out laughing. Haha, you just like to talk just a few words that caught my ear. But what should we do? We don't have time to get involved in such troublesome things. I originally intended to kill all of you and take away the treasure, but now I have changed my mind. I will especially spare your life, so from now on, please be obedient and serve as our concubine. Go haha. When the woman heard these words, she was suddenly stunned. She couldn't believe that the fairies were as shameless as the bandits. The middle-aged man raised his magic weapon and immediately had a group of fire. Flames appear, then except for the treasure and you, I will burn everything. The flames filled the sky and quickly attacked the group of mortals below. They were surrounded by flames and wanted to run. There was no way to run, so he could only stand there helplessly, holding his head in fear and screaming in despair. At this moment, Woon Sowol took out his long sword and rushed forward to cut down the flames. The two middle-aged men above, when he saw that in the air, he immediately gasped in tension. Woon Sowol's face was cold and expressionless. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the two of them. Middle age was not over yet. Terrified, Woon Sowol's body was slashed with several swords. He didn't have time to scream and immediately cut into several pieces and died unexpectedly. The other guy's heart was so scared that he couldn't describe it. What happened? Why did he just kill someone? Before he could react, his cultivation level was still no more than 10 steps higher than mine, so he had no choice but to do so. Thinking twice, he immediately knelt down and begged. Senior, please spare my life this time, I will never appear in front of you again. Woon Sowol replied with a gloomy face, I can't do that. I'm not the type of person who likes to leave behind consequences. After saying that, I didn't bother anymore and immediately beheaded the other person. Jang Bo and the others at this moment, everyone behind them was surprised and couldn't believe their eyes. The group quickly returned to the La Family district. As soon as they arrived at the palace, the woman ordered the servants to arrange a banquet to welcome Woon Sowol. Looking at the banquet and singers dancing in front, Woon Sowol couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Thank you for such a warm welcome. I'm truly ashamed to be welcomed like that without doing anything. Hey. The woman smiled. Woon Sowol hero, don't say that. If it weren't for you, I and everyone else would have lost our lives. Woon Sowol hero is a great benefactor of my family. Woon Sowol took a sip of wine and exhaled. It was Miss Ju who took care of a foreigner lying unconscious on the street like me. I'm not someone who quickly forgets kindness. I received help from the young lady, so if there's anything you want to ask me for help with, please say it directly. The lady is so excited, is that true? Then can you help me examine my father's illness? After a while, Woon Sowol followed the woman to her father's room. She looked at the sick middle-aged man lying on the floor in front of her and sighed, this is my father. Her breathing was unstable, even when he sleeps, he still feels pain. I called many doctors to check on him, but they don't even know the cause of his illness. Woon Sowol didn't say much and immediately sat down. Went down to check his pulse. Spiritual energy quickly flowed from Woon Sowol's body into all meridians throughout the middle-aged body. After a while, Woon Sowol finally found the cause of the disease. There is potential. GU parasitizes in the abdomen. Even if it is a demon of the lowest level, Why does the hidden Gu parasitize the body of an ordinary person and not a wizard? Teacher Woon Sowol kept thinking for a long time without speaking. The woman worriedly asked, Master Woon Sowol, is my father's illness not good? Woon Sowol didn't rush to answer but still pondered. Dealing with the hidden neck is simple, but it seems that this matter has something to do with the magician. Thinking for a moment, he stopped moving. The force surrounding the hidden neck in the middle-aged body. The woman in the back said worriedly, Woon Sowol sir, if that's not the case then you should rest first. Woon Sowol calmly replied, I have finished the treatment. The woman's eyes widened. What did you just say? Have you finished the treatment? The young master just touched his father's hand. Woon Sowol glanced at her and smiled. Yes, he will be able to stand up and walk in the next 2 weeks. In the old master's body there is a snake. The parasitic demon is called Lat Company. Over time, his strength has gradually weakened. It's because the Lat Company sucks up all the nutrients his body needs. He will recover faster if he takes nutritious medicine. Eat food that nourishes the body and calms down. The woman was so touched that she couldn't help but shed tears. She immediately knelt down and bowed her head to bow to Woon Sowol. Woon Sowol sir, you are my grace. My life's work. Woon Sowol advises you that you don't have to do that. If you're a doctor like me, anyone can easily treat Ju-sama. The woman still bowed her head sincerely. Speaking of the witch doctors, weren't there some evil witch doctors who attacked us on the road? Young Master Woon Sowol saved us from their hands, and even saved us. My father, I don't know how to repay this kindness. Woon Sowol looked at her and sighed inwardly. After all, he had already paid off all his debt to Miss Ju, but he didn't give anyone else a chance. Returning the favor is not worthy of being a monk. Staying here for a while longer to collect information and restore your cultivation level is not bad. After thinking for a moment, he said to her, I understand, I will do it. According to Miss Ju's words. The lady happily stood up and smiled. The young man was thinking very clearly. Time passed like that. Woon Sowol always stayed at Ju Mansion to restore his cultivation. One day Jang Bo was sweeping the yard outside Woon Sowol's room. He sighed while sweeping. When will he go out? He's been staying in his room for almost a year now. Even though he said he wouldn't go out for a long time, this is too much, even for the young lady and master. I keep asking why Mr. Woon Sowol hasn't gone out yet. Makes me feel like I've committed some crime. At this moment, Woon Sowol's voice rang out from inside again. Jang brother, you were also nagging me while sweeping the yard today. Jang Bo was startled. Little brother Woon Sowol finally came out. Outside. Woon Sowol quickly came out from inside. Nothing special happened recently. Jang Bo laughed loudly and explained, stop talking. Do you know the old master and how many times have you looked for me while I locked myself in there? They keep begging me to let you participate in the Lunar New Year. Woon Sowol doubtfully asked, is there anything interesting about the Lunar New Year? Now I don't need to practice so it's okay to participate. Jang Bo explained, the Lunar New Year in Ju family is quite big. If I could see it with my own eyes I would be surprised, more than 5 years later. Today there is a special celebration to celebrate the old master's recovery, so it will surely be much more festive than in previous years. Having just opened a grand congress and also held a banquet, everyone will probably flock to watch. Surely there will definitely be a lot of things worth seeing. Woon Sowol nodded with some interest. Jang brother said so, it seems I can't miss it. Soon the sun went down the mountain and night fell. Down, inside the Ju district celebrated the Lunar New Year. They shot off a lot of fireworks. People everywhere gathered in the square to watch the fireworks to celebrate the new year. Woon Sowol and the Ju district father and son sat on the stage. Eating cake, drinking tea, watching fireworks. At this moment, he noticed 2 people in the distance, the guy wearing a black shirt walking behind the fat guy. Looking at the aura he radiated, he was probably the first doctor in heaven. He probably didn't come to see the fireworks, right? Doctor, why did he have to come to this small site? Ju Kong Goen sat on the side and smiled and said, thank you. Thanks to Woon Sowol hero, I can once again watch the Lunar New Year festival like this. I am truly very happy. I hope Woon Sowol hero will too. But halfway through saying that he suddenly fell silent, because Woon Sowol sitting in front of him had not been seen for some time. Just as he was absent-minded and wanted to stand up and look around, at that moment there was someone there. Other people come, it's lucky for me to see you so healthy again. I brought some mountain ginseng to give you Ju to improve your health. The person coming is a middle-aged fat man also with the doctor from earlier that Woon Sowol saw below. Ju homeowner saw the fat middle-aged man and immediately greeted him warmly. It's Woon homeowner, so please come in quickly. Thanks to the blessing of Woon homeowner, I'm sick. My condition has improved a lot. Thank you very much for worrying about me. The fat middle-aged man pointed at the young monk next to him. This is truly a blessing. Oh yes, this person is a famous disciple. I always loved Dr. Dean DeBang. I saw that he had outstanding medical skills, so I asked him to check your pulse. How do you feel? Ju Kong Goen smiled and held out his hand, shouting, this is my honor. I have also heard of Dr. Jin Daebang. As soon as the young man took Ju Kong Goen's pulse, his face immediately changed. After a moment, he clasped his hands and said, now sir is so healthy that I don't think he will get sick in the near future. Ju Kong Goen smiled and smiled, that's lucky. The young man said again, if you are healthy then I would like to go enjoy the fireworks. Very quickly the two of them said goodbye to Ju Kong Goen and left. Woon Sowol silently hid outside follow them. Outside the street fireworks are still shooting non-stop. People are still gathering to watch fireworks to celebrate Tet very happily. After a while, Ju Kong Goen instructed his daughter, Ju Garyong, I can't work too hard yet, I'll rest first, I'll leave the rest to you. The girl nodded, yes father, don't worry, I will arrange everything in order, so you go ahead and rest first. The night passed quickly like that, the moon had already reached the top of the head. Ju Kong Goen went into the room to rest and exhaled. Everyone it was like a dream, yesterday's events never happened. Suddenly he was startled and glanced outside. Without hesitation, he sat up and grabbed the long sword next to him. Point at the opponent, who are you? The person who came was the young man from before. He looked at him coldly, be quiet. Ju Kong Goen. When the old man saw that it was him, he was even more surprised. The young man raised his hand and cast fire. The magic spell threatened, if you plan to do something stupid, then I will kill you and everyone here. Ju Kong Goen saw that he was performing magic and was unable to let go of his sword. What is this doctor looking for me for? The young man retracted his magic and looked at him in surprise. Aren't you surprised to hear that I am a magician? Have you also met any other magicians besides me? Ju Kong Goen nodded. I had the opportunity to meet a healer. The young man smiled, so it was that healer who treated you. It must be true to get rid of money. That guy's strength is really great, he's really lucky, but where is that magician? Ju Kong Goen's face darkened and threatened, telling people in advance that he is still in this family, if you harm me, he will not leave you alone. The young man laughed loudly from the storage bag, I took out the magic weapon, ha ha. You said that you have a magician protecting you. You think I will make a fuss? I will kill you quietly without leaving any trace. Just in time in the void next to Ju Kong Goen, there was a sword coming out with a sound, that's not certain. The young man was startled and before he could react, the magic weapon in his hand was blown away. Next, the long sword was placed on his neck. The one who took action was none other than Woon Sowol who had been following him. The young man was not afraid but instead smiled, you're the guy. Doctor, Woon Sowol nodded without denying it, that's right, it was I who healed Ju-sama. Ju Kong Goen breathed out. Woon Sowol, you came at the right time. Woon Sowol calmly replied, I hope you'll forgive me. I already suspected this guy so I set up an ambush in Lord Ju's room. As long as you answer honestly, I won't hurt you. Why do you want to kill Lord Ju? The young man quickly explained, my master is Wang Guang's father, also the governor of Namyang Gun District, even as a mortal. You are still a very outstanding person. Then master for thinking of worldly fate. I decided to stay and take care of the Wang family, so you ordered me to do some of the family's requests. Woon Sowol nodded, what an interesting story. Please continue telling. The young man has no time to continue telling. Wang Guang wanted to kill Ju Kong Goen to take over the position of district commander of the district, although he knew this was a petty and despicable thing to do. But there is no way to refuse my master's order, so I must kill Ju Kong Goen. Woon Sowol asked again, if your master is such a great person, then can you honor your name? The young man clenched his fists, shouldn't you reveal your identity and sect first? Woon Sowol calmly replied, I am Un Sowol and the master does not exist." The young man suddenly woke up. "Oh, so he is a knight. I am Deung Ju Beong of the Iron Sect, and my master is the chief. Old man of the Iron Staff Sect Wang Tae Il. Do you know the reputation of your master and the Iron Staff Sect? Quickly take back the sword I'm talking about around my neck." Un Sowol replied coldly, "If you promise not to harm Ju's life, I will take back the long sword and let you leave." Deung Ju Beong was so angry that he gritted his teeth. "You know this is my master's order and you still want to stop me? Just because of a mortal, do you want to confront the Iron Sect leader?" Un Sowol calmly replied, "You will have another way to help Wang Guang without having to harm Lord Ju." Deung Ju Beong woke up. "I understand, it is not necessary to fight for a mortal. With the sorcerer?" Un Sowol nodded and took back the long sword. As soon as Un Sowol's long sword left Deung Ju Beong's neck, he took out a talisman and laughed loudly, "What a fool. Eat my lightning axe." Thunder. The electricity from the spell went straight towards Un Sowol, but unexpectedly, Un Sowol did not let down his guard. As soon as the electricity struck, he took out his sword to block it. Deung Ju Beong saw, then his eyes widened and his mouth was wide open. Un Sowol hid behind the shield and laughed coldly. Deung brother is truly an unbelievable person. Lost for a moment, Deung Ju Beong moved his hands again. "Two types of magic can block my lightning attack. That shield seems to be a quite useful magic weapon." Un Sowol stuck his head out and glanced at him. "Deung brother, it's a pity you can't turn around now. I got my head back again." Deung Ju Beong roared and attacked Un Sowol. What an arrogant brat. Just like last time, all of his attacks were blocked by the clear shield. Un Sowol urged spiritual energy to call out the Ky Nguyen sword. Next, he urged the profound sword. Very quickly, a sword appeared behind Deung Ju Beong. Then Un Sowol performed was to destroy the evil sword technique. The fourth move was even more clever. Deung Ju Beong was immediately blocked by two long swords. He had no way to grit his teeth and open the bag. Storage on the red side. From inside immediately a giant brown bear came out. "Juk Ji Wung, the other guy's attack group gave me." Un Sowol saw the brown bear suddenly come out then, and I was secretly happy. That bag is a powerful animal bag that can trap monsters. Because I didn't have the materials, I had no way to make it. Now it's good. The brown bear was quickly defeated. The long sword pierced through his chest. Seeing his demon beast lying there dead as soon as he came out, Deung Ju Beong couldn't believe it. He trembled and continued to take out a leaf from his storage bag. But Un Sowol didn't know when he used extremely fast speed to appear behind him. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked at him mockingly. "Compared to his cultivation level, you lack a lot of real experience there." Deung Ju Beong became angry and turned around to scream loudly, "You bastard dare to mock me." Un Sowol did not give him a chance to scream much and immediately waved his hand. Deung Ju Beong was immediately killed by him. Dak Ky2. After dealing with everything, Un Sowol asked Ju Kong Goen, "Sir Ju, are you okay?" Ju Kong Goen nodded. "Yes, it's okay thanks to the hero." Un Sowol bent down to collect the spoils of war and ordered, "Please let a trustworthy servant handle this place, if there is a way. If the soldiers who died here were to spread out, there could be a big disaster." Ju Kong Goen nodded, "I understand." Un Sowol reminded to take back the spoils of war, and not to mention Deung Ju Beong. He's a member of the Wang family, so it shouldn't be a problem to come up with some excuse. Ju Kong Goen nodded, "I'll do whatever the boss says." Un Sowol turned and left. "Before leaving, don't forget to turn around and tell me one more thing. Please send my regards to Miss Ju. I have to make a trip here. Hello, sir." The next day at the mountain Wen Shu, Chok-san district. At the new market established by the healers, Un Sowol sat in a tea shop and exclaimed, "A market with so many healers like this. Thinking about it, I still find it miraculous." At this moment, two people, a man and a woman, came over. "It must have been a year before we saw him again. I wonder if you still remember my name? I am Cowi. And this is my sister Cogi Son." The girl also spoke up. "I am Cogi Son from the Co family in Chok-san." Un Sowol exclaimed excitedly, "Ah, so it is everyone. Switch back to a year ago at the new market in Wen Shu Mountain. Woon Sowol while Zhang Bo and the others secretly left when negotiating to buy medicine. Those healers don't need mortal things, so Miss Chu probably won't be able to exchange anything. But I need information and ingredients to strengthen the KY Nguyen sword that I created after the masters passed away. I guess I have to sell some magic items you don't need to exchange for as many spirit stones as possible. I have to neutralize my body magic so I don't look like a mortal. Woon Sowol will also produce a few magic items after that. Weapons collected from battles in magical beasts were sold. Soon his stall was crowded with magicians. Look, isn't this a low-level magic weapon, in the form of a seller? This guy is so young, yet he has achieved such great achievements. Brother COWI just passed by at this time. I want to buy both of these magic tools. I can take a look at them. Yes, I will pay a very generous price. Switching back to the present, Woon Sowol immediately realized that they were the two people who had previously bought his magical tools. Of course he remembered, it was great to see the two of them again. Woon Sowol sat down opposite him. Chan said, I was the same, at that time I was able to find a good magic weapon, so I was very satisfied with that transaction. At that time, I heard that you were a wanderer. Maybe this time you came here to sell magic. Gas? Woon Sowol nodded. Yes, I'm thinking of buying and selling a few things. Cogi Son, who was next to him, heard that and excitedly exclaimed, Then can you let us see the goods first? Woon Sowol smiled. Haha, she said what I wanted to say. Woon Sowol smiled, taking advantage of the opportunity to trade with each other last time. I would like to ask you two to take a look at this dish. He quickly took out the magic weapon. Taken from Deung Ju Byung's body, this jade pepper is called Fire Ming Pepper. COWI raised her hand and wanted to pick up the Fire Ming Pepper to see. Oh, it seems like it is a magic weapon containing quite a bit. Quite powerful, isn't it? But before he could even touch it, the pepper tree disappeared and was nowhere to be seen. Seeing Cogi Son quickly grab it first, he felt a bit angry and coldly snorted, seeing that the magic weapon was good. I wanted to see it first. Cogi Son excitedly stared at the pepper tree. Did you know where to blow to see what the pepper was for? After a moment, she turned to Woon Sowol and asked, Can I summon a monster to test it? It has been tamed, so unless we are attacked, it will not harm anyone if we do not order it to attack. Woon Sowol smiled and nodded. Cogi Son excitedly opened the bag of spirit beasts. In front of the crowd, a black panther immediately appeared. Woon Sowol looked at the black panther in front of him thoughtfully. This kid is an intermediate blood spirit black panther. Cogi Son quickly brought the flute to his mouth and began to play. The sound quickly echoed throughout the room. The Black Panther heard the sound of the flute and slowly approached the table. Then he put his head on the table. Close your eyes and listen to the old times, very intoxicating. Woon Sowol looked at the Black Panther's expression and secretly analyzed in his heart. The lotus flower is a magic weapon capable of taming demonic beasts, combined with Miss Seo's flute-playing skills. Then it will work very well, right? After a while, Cogi Son took back the black newspaper and asked, Young Master Woon Sowol, are you sure you will sell this pepper tree? I want to buy 5 intermediate-grade spirit stones right away. Seeing that Woon Sowol didn't react, COWI immediately spoke up. How about 7 pills, this is a very good price. Woon Sowol nodded. Okay then 7 pills. Woon Sowol then asked again. I just came to this country Jeonnyeong not long ago, so I'm still unclear about the situation. Can you two tell me what sects there are here? COWI woke up, so that's it, let me tell you. Yangzhou, located in Jeonnyeong, has 3 evil sects and 3 large-scale political sects. In order to stabilize the country's political situation, the political sects includes the Immortal Sect, Mount Ju Sect and Awakened Sect, while the evil sect has the Dauntless Association, Mendacity Sect, and Iron Protector Sect. Woon Sowol nodded. I have heard of the sect leader before. The leader, the old man named Wang Tae-il, there took a lot of time to climb to his current position. COWI nodded. You know quite a lot, with the body of a mortal being able to climb to this point. He's not an ordinary person. During a political war a long time ago, he killed a weak warrior and stole his capsule, using the resources in it. Improving his strength, he is truly a member of the evil sect. Un Sowol nodded. So it was like that. In his heart he secretly thought, would the Ju family be in trouble if he knew Deung Ju Byung is he dead? I have to quickly increase my strength to deal with it. Cowi scratched his neck. If you join the Iron Staff, we will be very afraid of each other, because Chak our San Seo family is a righteous sect. Un Sowol smiled. I'm just finding out what sects there are, so don't worry. I'm a wanderer with no place to belong, so I probably won't stand towards any political faction. Cowi smiled. It's good to say that directly. Cogi Son suddenly spoke up. Un Sowol, I actually have a request. Un Sowol looked at her suspiciously. Please keep talking. The two brothers and sisters looked at each other and exchanged opinions. After a while Cogi Son explained, we are trying to catch a demon beast. Can you give us a hand? The next day, Un Sowol followed Cogi Son and his brother into the mountain. Cogi Son went ahead to explain. In front there was a high-level monster named Fragrance Feline living, but it is very difficult to catch, but it has a very sharp sense of smell, so if it can be tamed, it will be very helpful in finding spiritual herbs. Un Sowol sighed in his heart. This is the first time I've heard of this monster, and the four masters only live in Yi and Nam, so it's normal that I don't know. Thoughts after a moment, he then asked Cogi Son, so what should we do? Cogi Son replied, actually we already planned to capture it in advance. If the fragrant feline is planning to attack us, then please help us distract its attention. After walking for a while, Cowi jumped down from the magic weapon and jumped down to the ground. We've arrived and are ready to catch it. Cowi reminded us that because fragrance feline likes to climb high and play, there's a high possibility that it will hide on top of a tree. Having finished speaking, he waved his hand and threw out several array flags. Different array flags were placed on four sides around the ground. Next, he glanced at Cogi Son, the formation. I'm ready. Do you have that thing with you? Cogi Son smiled, thinking I was as absent-minded as you. She quickly took out a peach from her storage bag. She chose the highest quality orchid fruit to bring here and there. She quickly put the peach in front. The scent of feline still hasn't appeared. Un Sowol exclaimed a little worriedly. Could it be that it smelled our scent so it didn't dare come closer? Cogi Son shook his head. Just because of the three talented healers, he didn't dare to come close. Why would it be like that? Suddenly Un Sowol shouted with a serious face, it's coming. As soon as he finished speaking, in front of them in the opposite forest, there was immediately a flash of light. A figure mixed within the light. He used extremely fast speed to rush towards the place where the fairy was dug. Cogi Son saw that and immediately took out a talisman. The talisman flew straight up in the air above the three people's heads. Golden light from above quickly shone down on the formation flag on the ground. The formation was activated. A net formed from spiritual energy immediately covered a range of dozens of meters around. Feline's fragrance spread out. As it rushed forward, it immediately encountered a net. It was trapped by the net and immediately appeared in its original form as a white cat. Being surrounded, it immediately raised its head to look at the talisman tree on top of its head. Two brothers and sisters seeing this, Cogi Son immediately took out the magic weapon and shouted, quickly controlling it. The angry cat demon stared at them with fierce eyes. Then he opened his mouth and screamed loudly. Cogi Son threw out a bunch of spells and shouted, running away from the sun. It covered the whole body. Then, with it as the center, a powerful explosion broke out. Un Sowol from behind saw this and his heart was filled with doubts. Could the two of them be able to catch them? Is it already? Why do you need my help? After a moment of waiting for the dust to dissipate, the figure of the cat demon appeared again. Its body was now covered with a layer of golden light. It looked at Cogi Son and the others growling in their clothes. When he tried, he got extremely angry. Very quickly, claws appeared under his feet. He swung his front legs up to scratch at the golden light that was covering him. The prohibition appeared as soon as he was scratched by it. Countless cracks. Un Sowol saw this. The tension on his face reached the limit. We used several talismans but it could still easily escape. Cogi Son took out a magic weapon again. Besides, we already planned for this situation, didn't we? Very quickly, a hole appeared on the restriction. The cat demon poked its head out from inside and opened its mouth to condense magic power. Looking at the magic power condensed on its mouth, Cogi Son and the two of them couldn't help but be scared. This cat demon's internal power is really strong. Woon Sowol master, it's your turn. Soon a shocking spiritual force, the terrible monster, shot out from the cat demon's mouth. At this moment, Woon Sowol appeared again in front of the Coe brothers and sisters, raising his shield to block. The cat demon's attack was completely blocked by him. Cowi in the back saw this and silently exclaimed in his heart, Woon Sowol young man is also strong, he really didn't look at the wrong person. Woon Sowol then waved his hand and threw out the demon needle and jade. Mew demon immediately blinded by it, he couldn't see anything. The two Woon Sowol brothers did not miss the opportunity to immediately mobilize the magic weapon to attack. One or two cat demons immediately appeared on top of the cat's head. The magic weapon, when it opened its eyes, the magic weapon had already hit the top of its head. It had no way to avoid it, so its four limbs were tied by two magic weapons. Even its mouth was covered with no way to do so. Could scream, even though it was very angry, there was no other way but to lie still and accept its fate. Cogi Son walked in front of it and took out the bag of spirit beasts. Cat demon later then she immediately took it inside. Finally caught it. She then immediately jumped on the magical weapon and left. Thank you Woon Sowol young knight. Now I have to go urgently, so if we meet again in the future, I will repay you, my lord, Cogi Son explained. I hope Woon Sowol will understand, catching fragrant feline is difficult, but taming it is difficult. Even more difficult. Woon Sowol smiled and asked doubtfully, I'm fine, but what do you mean by difficult to tame? And then explain, if within a few days the fragrant feline cannot be tamed, it will automatically end my own life. Although there are a few ways but still not enough, now I have a navigator so I should try it. Woon Sowol laughed, haha Woon Sowol you have to work hard again. Cowi took out a storage bag and gave it to Woon Sowol, this is the reward we promised. After paying, he quickly stood up and wanted to leave. I'm sorry but I have to hurry. Quickly chase after her. I also have to give her a hand. Remember to visit our manor soon. That will also be a good opportunity for Woon Sowol young master. Woon Sowol young master bye. I still have something to discuss with you, so you must come to our cottage in the future. Woon Sowol looked at the other person's back and sighed. These two brothers and sisters are really busy. You must be alone to catch the fragrant feline. Wait for them to leave before going to pick up the peach as bait. You've worked hard to get here, should you take advantage of the search? Is it also the spirit herb? Fast forward 2 more days, Woon Sowol is now breathing heavily under a tree in the forest. Damn, it's been 2 days and still can't find anything, so jealous of Cogi Son when he caught the feline. It smelled so fragrant. Maybe the feline scent had wiped out all the spiritual herbs around this place. At that moment, he noticed a cave on the opposite side. Is there fog? Stop drifting inside the other direction. There must be a very large space inside, maybe I should go in and take a look? Woon Sowol then crouched down and crawled inside the cave. After walking for a while, he heard a cat meowing. Soon a baby fragrant feline appeared in front of him. He immediately recognized that this was the kitten of the cat demon that Cogi Son had taken away the day before. Woon Sowol looked at the little cat in front of him and thought, looking at it reminded me of the little pig who died unjustly in the hands of that guy. That G1 is so creepy. After a while, he took out the peach from the other day and brought it in front of him. He's also very alert, but let me see if you're still like that when you see the orchid fruit. Just as he thought, the cat demon immediately stopped screaming when he saw the orchid fruit. Woon Sowol threw the peach to it, it's yours to eat. The cat demon immediately raised all 4 legs to hug the peach tightly. Seeing that it kept struggling and couldn't eat it, Woon Sowol couldn't help it smiling and ho ho. You still don't know how to separate the orchid fruit. Let me help you separate it so it's all yours, eat it to your heart's content. The cat then excitedly ate the figs. He was so happy that he forgot everything. He ate so passionately that Woon Sowol even reached out to caress his body without even paying attention. The second master said that when taming a monster, you must transfer spiritual energy with the same characteristics as it. As soon as he stimulated his spiritual energy, the cat demon immediately jumped back in surprise. It once again put on a guarded look and growled at him. Un Sowol reached behind to pick up something. "Kid, this is really not the right form. It seems like we have to resort to that method. I have to apply its feces on my body to make it lower its guard first. After you apply its feces on your body, you will do it again, leisurely lie down in front of it. Let's see who wins." After a while the cat demon finally calmed down and lay down. 8 days later Un Sowol flew out of the forest with his sword. As he flew, he reminded him, "For now, I allow you not to go into the sandbeast capsule. But later you have to go in there, do you hear me?" The cat demon poked its head out from his chest and showed off its cute meowing form. It's dark in Leju district inside the Ju family's mansion. Ju Garyong is currently sitting outside in the yard reading a book. Suddenly the sound of a cat meowing rings out in her ear. Seeing Un Sowol suddenly appear, she couldn't contain her excitement and exclaimed, "Un Sowol, sir, you're back." Un Sowol nodded. "I'm back, nothing happened during this time." Ju Garyong walked up to him and nodded. "Yes, Woon, the owner, went around looking for that dead magician, but there was no trace of him, so he left without saying anything." Un Sowol nodded. "Nothing will happen in the near future." Ju Garyong smiled. "I was very worried when I didn't see Mr. Un Sowol anywhere." Un Sowol smiled. "I told Jang I'll be back, but because of something, I'll be back a bit late." Ju Garyong, turn around. "Thank you for your safe return. I'll go get some clothes for you to change into, okay?" Un Sowol nodded. "Yes, thank you very much, miss." The next day, Un Sowol took out a spirit herb and gave it to the cat demon, telling him to eat it. But unexpectedly, he didn't even look at it. "I hate to turn my head and close my eyes, looking like I don't want to eat these kinds of things." Un Sowol sighed helplessly, not caring about the cheap spiritual herbs. "Taming you is even more difficult than refining medicinal pills. Maybe am I being punished for not being able to save the pearl from Gyo Woon?" Suddenly the angry cat demon stood up and flew at Un Sowol. He raised his hand to block its attack and laughed. "Oh my god, this kid is really not your average type." Un Sowol looked at the pile of spiritual herbs on the table and thought silently, "I have practiced and taken medicinal pills made from spiritual herbs that I bought at the market, but at best I can only reach level 6 of the Millennium. With these low-level spiritual herbs, it's difficult for me to raise my cultivation level. Seeing the cat demon get dirty, I want to put it in the alchemy furnace." Un Sowol's face wrinkled and reminded him, "Hey kid. If you touch it, it's mine. If you like to cause mischief like that, from now on I'll call you Wan Wan." "That's right, how about we go to Chok San Seo house and find autumn orchids and spiritual herbs? Isn't he a superior?" He said he was Un Sowol, then he used the sword to go to Chok San Seo's house. When he arrived at the door, he immediately sat down and politely greeted him. "I'm Un Sowol, here to visit Cowi. Young master is living in this family home." A moment later Cowi ran out from inside excitedly. "Un Sowol, young master, turns out you didn't forget to come visit me. I've been waiting for you to come." Un Sowol laughed. "I haven't seen you for a long time. You said you had something to discuss, so I came here out of curiosity. By the way, how's the scent of feline? Miss Co has already tamed it." Cowi scratched her head. "Haha, we thought we could do it if we were confident, but surprisingly it wasn't easy." Un Sowol doubt, "So how is feline fragrance now?" Un Sowol sighed. "I once said that if I didn't tame it quickly, the fragrant feline would take her own life, right? We should have given up on taming it and let it go." Un Sowol sighed. "Must Co miss be very sad?" Cowi smiled. "Thank you for taking care of her, let's go inside and continue talking." Un Sowol followed him inside, thinking silently, "Wan Wan's mother is still dead in the end. I wonder if they are jealous of me? I guess I'll just have to try to hide Wan Wan's presence." After entering the house Un Sowol immediately asked, "The question you said there was something to discuss, what was it?" Cowi nodded. "That's right, but it's not a discussion, I have something to request." Un Sowol's face was full of doubts. "A request?" Cowi asked. "I wonder if you have ever heard of searching for spirits in the land?" Un Sowol's face was serious. "What you mean is that the area has dense spiritual energy, there are many rare demonic beasts and spiritual herbs." In his heart he secretly pondered, why does hunting the earth's spirits sound a lot like the magical beast forest? Magical beasts are dangerous everywhere, so I don't think about going to search for wild spirits." Seo Wee nodded, as expected. "You know, in Duang Chao there are 9 great hunting ghosts. That place, our Chok San Seo family is also managing a spirit hunting land called Dan Lin Land." Un Sowol surprised. "Your family is managing a spirit hunting land, Seo Wi Do?" "Yes. The Seo family we are co-managing with other families is very small in scale and this and that. Besides, the families are currently convening powerful healers, and the spiritual land has only opened in 10 years. And now it's almost time for it to open. Someone with strength far surpassing that of wizards in the same realm, and has a shape-shifting magic weapon that can cross the vast land of monsters. Follow me. See, Un Sowol Fu Heat completely fits the above conditions. What do you think? Do you want to come to Dan Lin Dai Da with us?" Sometime later in Clear Postal County, Paolonia Prefecture District, Yangzhou, outside Dan Lin Land, countless witches appeared. Everyone wanted to go inside and lick something. Un Sowol was also present. He observed the group of people present and silently assessed. Only the few wizards leading were mostly brave teenagers. The rest were mostly wise magicians. But either way, the ingredients they're looking for are the same. After a while, a swordsman flew over. "I would like to inform everyone of the rules. The exit will be sealed after a period of 1 month. After the expiration of the period, those still inside will not be able to go out until the Dan Spirit Earth reopens. The person who is locked up until 10 years later will have all the demon beasts' corpses and spiritual herbs they find confiscated." Un Sowol glanced at the people next to him and thought, "I have to act quickly to get through it." These 180 wizards obtained the 2 necessary spiritual herbs. Seo Wai's 2 brothers and sisters came to his side to remind him, "Young Master Un Sowol, after entering inside they will all disperse to action. In the center of the earth there are often powerful demonic beasts. So remember to be careful." Un Sowol nodded. "Thank you both. Hope you will also get a lot of trophies." Very quickly that person shouted again, then the seal would be released and the entrance would open. When Un Sowol and the others heard that, they immediately stood up and got ready to enter. Inside the Dan Lin Earth, Un Sowol stopped flying for a while before stopping. Everyone had scattered to other places, so it was probably fine to stay here. Then he called Wan. Ra. Un Sowol touched it and advised, "Every time I pick spiritual herbs, you must remember it's sent there. If you help me find more spiritual herbs, I will let people eat the orchids. Is your mouth okay?" After flying for a while, he stopped and stared at the lagoon below. Looking at Wan's reaction, there must have been quite a few spiritual herbs nearby. As soon as he landed there, his heart was startled. As expected, the spiritual energy here is richer than other places, so there are spiritual herbs everywhere. In the Magic Beast Forest, if I come across spiritual herbs that I don't need, I will ignore them, but this place has many healers. So much so, even if I don't need to use it for watering, I can still use it to exchange for spirit stones. Well, wherever I see it, I'll pick it up when I see it. From now on it's real. Sugar sand grass and daffodils are both essential herbs for the post-millennium period. It is said that they grow by absorbing nutrients from bodies in swamps like this. While walking, Un Sowol suddenly came back. He frowned and stopped. Not far away he could see a group of wasps. They were surrounding and attacking a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man angrily took out a tiger magic weapon. Inside, flames quickly shot out and burned the bees. Un Sowol slowly approached and quietly hid behind a bush to observe the battle. It was a demon. As expected, where the shoe was filled with aura, the surrounding area would also be filled with aura. There are many rare demonic beasts. Only now did he notice the spirit grass in the middle of the lagoon. It was sugar sand grass. It seems that if you want to pick the spirit grass, you have to confront the demon beasts. Should we take advantage of picking sugarcane while that person is fighting with them? Why did the young knight say that the spiritual grass in this Dan Lin land would have no owner? Until he was held in his hand. While he was thinking and wondering, another sound rang out in the distance, "Sorry in advance," before the surprised eyes of Un Sowol and the middle-aged man. Suddenly there was a young man rushing out of the forest towards the sand grass path. "Don't we all have to rely on our own abilities? Don't blame me, haha." The middle-aged man didn't stop him either. and even laughed coldly. As soon as the young man approached the sugar grass, before he could pick it, his face changed again. Under the water, a giant monster jumped up and opened its mouth to bite him. Fresh blood immediately splattered. The young man reacted very quickly but was still lightly skewered on one arm by his younger brother. Woon Sowol looked at this newly appeared monster and was frightened. That was a monster high-level aquatic tusk monster. Duong sand grass turned out to be growing on the head of this monster. The magician who came before had already guessed that something was wrong. The aquatic tusk monster slowly walked ashore, came in front of that young man. The young man had no way to resist it. Just like that, he was chewed alive by the monster. The middle-aged man was fighting the demon while swearing, "Damn, I know what's up, that was wrong, but I didn't expect it to be a high-level demon beast." He didn't dare to mess around anymore and immediately jumped on the magical weapon and flew away. Woon Sowol secretly laughed coldly in his heart, and after checking, he immediately left. After turning around and leaving, it seems that he is not capable of confronting a high-level demon beast. But I am different. A high-level demon beast is a water-tusked monster whose weakness I clearly understand. Then there's nothing to be afraid of. The Twee-tusked monster had also noticed Woon Sowol's appearance and turned around a bit. Then he frantically rushed towards him. Woon Sowol didn't care at all. Scared, he took out his magical weapon and was ready to fight. While waiting for it to attack, he then used telekinesis to step back and avoid it. The corner of his mouth touched the cold door. The aquatic monster came out of the swamp, so its moving speed would also be very slow. If its direction of movement was monotonous and didn't suddenly change speed, I'd bet on this phase. Next, he immediately raised his hand and performed the first move of destroying evil swordsmanship, flying saddle and touching electricity. The water tusk monster opened its mouth to bite, and immediately a long sword stabbed straight into its mouth and pierced through its body. It didn't have time to react, just like that it was killed by Woon Sowol with a sword. After finishing dealing with Woon Sowol, he immediately took back the magic weapon and smiled, quickly. Then he bent down and handed it over. Hand plucked the spiritual herb from its head. Although the water monster's ivory is a good material, it will probably take a lot of time to process it, and already I've encountered the magician, and staying here for a long time might be dangerous. At this moment, Wan was excited and rushed out from his chest towards the spirit grass. Fortunately, Woon Sowol reacted quickly and reached out to hold it back. Wan, you're right. What a glutton. Do you want to eat all the sugar sand grass that I worked so hard to find? Not only does it not help me find the spirit grass, but it also hinders it. Are you really the fragrant feline? I'll probably have to put you in a beast trap. When Wan heard that, his jaw dropped in horror. Woon Sowol sighed in his mind, remembering the little pig. Suddenly he missed the jade pig so much, that person was so obedient. Soon 10 days passed. Woon Sowol was still flying in the alpine earth looking for spiritual herbs. Suddenly you turned your attention down again. Huh, that's an orchid, that's great. Now it's time for Wan to get hungry. He quickly jumped down from the flying sword onto the orchid. I've collected a lot of spiritual herbs for myself. Good as to find spiritual herbs for Wan too, right? It is said that if a monster eats spiritual herbs, it will become stronger. Suddenly he felt something was wrong. What was that feeling just now? It seems like someone's spiritual energy just passed through this place. I heard that when the magician reaches the heroic stage, he can use spiritual energy to scout around. Could it be that I have fallen into its sights? Is the doctor's age as good as him? Right now, he had to quickly escape from this place. Thinking of this, he quickly jumped up and flew away. As soon as he flew up, there was a bright light chasing after him. People chased him. Is an old man who looks like he's about to die, he's following behind. Woon Sowol shouts loudly, "The boy, stop there for me." Woon Sowol looks at the person behind him in horror. This person was the handsome magician I saw at the entrance at that time. In any case, he definitely didn't have good intentions. Just as Woon Sowol thought, as soon as he chased him, he took out his magic weapon and laughed. Big, after all, the spiritual herbs here are limited, so I have to reduce the number of vagabonds like you first. Woon Sowol narrowed his eyes. As expected, his purpose was to kill people and rob people. He didn't think too much and immediately took out all the magic tools he had. The opponent was an heroic warrior. His strength was limited, so he couldn't confront him. The old man saw him taking it's even more exciting to release so many magic tools. After controlling so many magic tools at the same time, it seems that compared to your Thien Tai KY cultivation level, you are very talented, but it's just your tricks. It's just a few trivial things at the stage of heaven and earth. Having finished speaking, he immediately waved his hand to attack. Although his attack was very strong, it still could not overcome the clear shield. Woon Sowol then called on the remaining magic weapons to fly out and fight back. The old man looked at the magic weapons coming from above his head and was a bit surprised. Then he waved his hand to perform the technique. When the magic weapon hit him in front of him, it was blocked by a protective light screen. "Oh, you're quite a talented magician like you, but those trivial things can't penetrate white walls. Where is my spiritual weapon?" Woon Sowol didn't say much and immediately took out the bullet saddles. Soon all around him were covered in smoke. All magic weapons immediately returned to the smoke. Woon Sowol's thoughts quickly turned around in his head. He didn't expect that the heroic warrior's aura protection light screen would have such high defensibility. I hastily used the bullet saddles, but there was smoke. Will soon melt away. Soon that old man flew to the top of his head and taunted him, "You idiot. You thought that crude smoke could bypass the body's ability to sense energy. Your abilities are slightly better than those of the Thien Tai stage cultivation level. I fully acknowledge this. If your brat holds a grudge against me because of today's incident, he will definitely become one in the future. It's a problem for me, so it seems that only after killing you can I feel at ease." After saying that, he waved his magic weapon and hit the smoke. "Come on, brat, appear." Woon Sowol was inside the smoke, holding his long sword with a serious face, watching and waiting for him to approach. Waiting for the opponent to get close enough, he then swung his sword and used a destructive sword technique to attack him. This move of yours was the same as last time and completely failed to break his protection. The old man inside the light curtain laughed loudly. "Haha kid, you still don't realize that this is a useless action." Woon Sowol frowned and shouted, breaking the sword. Countless cracks quickly appeared on the long sword. Before the old man's frightened eyes, the long sword exploded itself just like that. Countless small fragments. Next, with him as the center, a powerful explosion spread out. Woon Sowol took this opportunity to quickly turn around and flee. It was a pity to have to self-explode his profound sword, but right now that's my strongest attack. He must have been injured by the attack just now, so I took advantage of him not paying attention and escaped from here. But life is not like a dream. The dust quickly dispersed to reveal the figure of the old man. He was now so angry that his eyes were filled with blood. The corner of his mouth touched the cold door. The aquatic monster came out of the swamp, so its moving speed would also be very slow. If its direction of movement was monotonous and didn't suddenly change speed, I'd bet on this phase. In just a blink of an eye, he appeared next to Woon Sowol. But before this blow of his could land, his face wrinkled again. Woon Sowol was helpless and had no way to avoid it. He thought he was dead and was surprised at this moment. While he was hanging by a thread of hair in front of him, a white-haired middle-aged man suddenly appeared. He raised his magic weapon to help Woon Sowol stop that old man. "It turns out you are still in the habit of bullying innocent juniors." The old man was frightened when he saw the person coming. "Guang-o, man, why are you still here?" Guang-o Taoist laughed coldly. "What the hell are you? Why does it still exist?" Bom Chiok had cold sweat on his face. "Guang-o damn Taoist, why is it you?" As he spoke, he controlled the magic weapon and stepped back to lengthen the distance. Looking at his appearance, it seemed that he was very scared. "Guang-o Taoist, damn, why are you here?" Guang-o scratched her ear sarcastically. "All this time you've been taking medicinal pills just to improve your voice. Screaming loudly makes my ears hurt. And what if I'm in a place I shouldn't be?" Bom Chiok's face was filled with horror. "Have you stayed here for 40 years since that time you opened the door?" Guang-o laughed. "So what? I didn't expect you to be so curious about my business. Anyway, you should stop bullying your immature juniors and get out of here. If I count to 3 and you don't go, it means if you want to fight with me, I think such a solution suits me." Looking at the aura radiating from the other person, Bom Chiok couldn't help but tremble in his heart. Guang-o, he's been around for 40 years. I've already reached the middle stage of the hero. Even if that weirdo and I are at the same level, I still have absolutely no ability to fight him. Thinking of this, he immediately turned around. First ran away. I won't waste time here playing with you anymore. I'll leave first. Guang-o Taoist has no intention of stopping him and let him leave. Hee, if I could have a good fight, that's great. What a pity. Woon Sowol looked at the middle-aged person next to him in amazement. This person's cultivation level has at least reached the middle stage of the elite. The spiritual power on his body is truly terrible. But why did he help me? I can't let my guard down. Thinking for a moment, he clasped his hands and thanked the other person. Thank you very much for saving my life today. In the future, I will definitely repay it. Guang-o turned her head and glanced at him and calmly replied, let it go, it's not a big deal, but this kid. That favor, you'll repay it now, is it okay now? Woon Sowol couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Sure enough, he had some intention. No wonder things happened so smoothly. After thinking for a moment, he asked, I don't know what you want me to do. Guang-o pointed to his chest and smiled. To be exact, it's not you, but I want the fragrant feline in your chest to help me. When Woon Sowol heard that, he was startled and involuntarily raised his hand to hold it tightly in front of his chest. Was he aiming for Wan? After a moment he calmed down. He knew I had a fragrant feline from before and after, because to take over this fragrant feline of mine. Before you finished speaking, Guang-o interrupted to explain, right? You leave your shirt front covered in cat hair like that and you want others to pretend they don't know? Moreover, you still consider me a scoundrel like that guy Bom Chiok. Is it that difficult to help your benefactor just once? You said you were a guest of Chok San Seo's family, so I helped you like that. It's true that you don't know what to expect. At this moment, Wan poked his head out from Woon Sowol's chest. Woon Sowol's face was full of doubt, so the senior also came here as a guest of Chok San Seo family. The middle-aged man pointed to himself and introduced himself. That's right, I'm Guang-o, once a guest of Chok San Seo family. The two talked for a while and then headed in the same direction to leave. After listening to him, Woon Sowol was even more surprised. The senior chose to stay here forever to catch the long Gu turtle near the spirit core of the Great Earth Pill Spirit. Guang-o smiled. After all, this place has abundant spiritual energy, so it is easy to find materials, and it is also helpful in cultivation. A lot more. Woon Sowol is even more difficult to understand, but those who don't go out on time will have everything they harvest confiscated after the next barrier opens. Guang-o watched helplessly. Dude, what stupid things are you talking about? Then wouldn't it be okay to just practice and drink the medicinal pills in here and then go out? Woon Sowol's eyes widened. Ah, that's a good way. Junior, right, my eyes have been opened. The two of them moved for a while and landed under a forest, right here. Starting from here is the area of the ancient school. I want fragrance. Your tracer feline followed the scent of the ancient turtle to find it. Let's start from the top of the mountain up there. Woon Sowol is behind to remind. This senior, because of his own characteristics, has many turtles nest in underground water. How about we go to the cave to find them? Guang-o turned her head to look at him in surprise. Then she screamed in excitement, really? Is there such a thing? Damn, no wonder I couldn't find any trace of his teeth. It turns out he was hiding underground like a cowardly mole all this time. Woon Sowol laughed helplessly. Ha ha ta, we'll let Wan track it down. After a while, the two of them arrived in front of a cliff. Wan was still sniffing on the ground. After a while he raised his paw and pointed down. Woon Sowol walked over and looked towards. Having said that, in any case, I'm afraid this is not the hiding place of the ancient school. Guang-o nodded in agreement. It's true that this place has not very good visibility, so it's impossible to say for sure. Woon Sowol then waved his hand and performed the wind magic. Soon all the fog below was blown away. Guang-o couldn't help but praise. You're quite talented. Woon Sowol smiled humbly. Just a few trivial things, nothing special. Guang-o glanced at him, admonishing him. Being too humble is not good. It seems you have been taught by a very good master. Moreover, it seems that this fragrance tracer feline is not something you took from someone else. It seems that you found and tamed it yourself, so let me try it. After saying that, he jumped away. Down below, Woon Sowol from above shouted loudly, Senior, what about me? Guang-o smiled. If you show me the way here, It means you've completed your mission. If you want to follow, it's okay, but you have to protect your own life." Woon Sowol above reluctantly said, "It's true that people do whatever they want. You took out the capsule and told Wan, from here it might be dangerous, so you go far away from the capsule, okay?" Although Wan was very unwilling, he still had to go in. Woon Sowol then jumped down. Very quickly he came behind Gwang-oh. Saw him approaching him. "I immediately put my hand to my mouth to hide. Be quiet for a bit, after all, it seems we have woken it up." Very quickly, deep in the cave, a strange sound rang out. The sound of water fell, accompanied by the sound of something moving, getting closer and closer to the two of them. Woon Sowol. Very quickly a giant monster appeared in front of the two of them. Woon Sowol secretly startled in my heart. Is this the most advanced demon beast Long Company Turtle? Gwang-oh laughed out loud excitedly. "I finally met you, Long Company Turtle." Long Company Turtle angrily swung his leg towards the two of them. Kicked forward. No one dared to directly block them, but they both stepped back to avoid them. Gwang-oh tightly held the magic weapon and laughed coldly, as expected of a crude guy like I've heard about. He quickly jumped up and swung his magic weapon to counterattack. His axe flew around the school, first slashing his legs and then his head. His magic weapon, even though it was very strong, it didn't cause too much damage to the Longco turtle, only making a little scratch appear on its head. Gwang-oh, seeing that, my heart was filled with fear. At most, it only scratched its skin a little. This is too sturdy. After a moment of shock, he once again took out another magic weapon, truly worthy of being the highest level demon beast. If that's the case, then I will have to use the most advanced magic weapon to fight you. I will use this carved hole to pierce the apricot shell that you are proud of. Having finished speaking, immediately carved the hole from above. There was a stream of spiritual energy shooting straight towards Trong Company Kai. Trong Company Kai saw the spiritual energy coming and was not afraid at all to block it. Woon Sowol, who was watching the battle from behind, was terrified. No more. The spiritual power is so terrible, that old Bom Cheok can't compare. He's already this strong in his middle age. The attack was aimed straight at his sturdy shell. Just now. After a while Gwang-oh exhaled. It seems that nothing has penetrated yet. Long Gu Turtle's head once again emerged from the turtle shell, growling extremely angry. Next then its body suddenly continued to rotate in place. The speed of rotation became faster and faster. The surrounding rocks and soil were also scattered by it. From inside its shell, there were also a wisp of purple smoke flew out. Gwang-oh urged the spiritual light screen to resist and coldly snorted. At most it could only emit a smoke screen like this. It seemed like it felt dangerous, so it wanted to obscure its vision. Of us to run away. Woon Sowol was next to remind, "Senior, it doesn't seem like that." Just like Woon Sowol said very quickly, Gwang-oh sensed something was wrong. This is what is that? Can this thing melt the protective light curtain made of aura? His protective light curtain was then eroded at an extremely fast speed. He used wind magic to blow away the mist. Blind, but it doesn't seem to have much effect. Woon Sowol in the distance saw this and secretly thought, although Senior Gwang-oh's strength is superior, it seems that wind magic has not yet reached it. To the extent that it can affect other things, if so then I can give him a hand. After thinking about it, he quickly cast the wind magic technique. Gwang-oh in front saw this and exclaimed in surprise, "Look, kid. This smoke will scatter your spiritual energy, don't do it in vain and die." Woon Sowol didn't pay attention and gritted his teeth and continued the exam. Magic, that purple smoke was now covering his body, frantically corroding his spiritual energy. Gwang-oh saw that his magic could still continue to be used. He was surprised. The magician had only just reached to be able to create a defense technique like that in the middle stage of the Thin Tai period. It seems that this kid is not simple. The purple smoke released by the ancient tortoise was quickly sucked back in front of him by Woon Sowol. Its image also gradually appeared. After a moment all the purple smoke was absorbed by Woon Sowol, then he took out a jade bottle and sealed it inside. Long Company seeing this, the turtle was extremely angry. It opened its mouth again and screamed loudly, spewing out purple smoke. This time it was prepared so Gwang-oh was not hit by its purple smoke. He was excited. Glanced at Woon Sowol. Good job, Junior. You helped me get rid of that trouble, so I will end it myself. Trong Company Kai now swung his tail again. A strong blow towards Woon Sowol. You've always been paying attention to it. As soon as its attack came, you raised your Yuan shield to block it. But the power of the ancient turtle was too great. The Yuan shield just collided with its tail. Was immediately beaten to pieces. Woon Sowol was also blown away and stuck on the cave wall. Gwang-o saw that and was startled. Hey kid, are you okay? He quickly ran to block Woon Sowol. Does that kid seem like a bigger threat to you? You dare to look down on me? After resolving Woon Sowol, the ancient rules shouted loudly at Gwang-o. Gwang-o did not scream loudly in fear. You are just a worm. Bring 2 axes. Earth-shattering power was immediately unleashed. A few days later, Woon Sowol was still lying unconscious in the cave. Above him suddenly a drop of water fell on his face. Gwang-o saw signs of him when he woke up. He immediately spoke up. How are you still alive? Woon Sowol suddenly woke up. Where is the old school senior? Gwang-o smiled. Looking like you have the strength to scream like that. It must be okay now. Woon Sowol looked at the carefully bandaged wound on his stomach, wondering if senior helped me bandage the wound? Gwang-o laughed coldly. Don't think you owe me a life. If you hadn't helped me deal with that smoke, I probably wouldn't have been able to defeat it this easily. I mean that damn turtle. Following his gaze, he looked back at the long neck's body that had been cut into 2 halves lying not far away. Woon Sowol clasped his hands towards him. Even so, what if without my senior, I would have died without having time to move. Once again, thank you for saving my life. Gwang-o waved his hand. Okay, this slow guy. Okay, we all helped each other, it's okay, don't act so heavy. Woon Sowol suddenly remembered. That's right, senior. How much time has passed? Has it been half a month already? Gwang-o looked closely. Only 2 days have passed since you collapsed. Woon Sowol heard that and breathed out. What a blessing. Gwang-o looked at the pile of magic weapons on the ground and breathed a sigh of relief. The armor you wore inside and the shield are all broken. It seems they are all good magical weapons, but saving your life is considered to have done its job. Anyway, it seems like you have some strange talents. I mean your use of wind magic, and the ability to control many magical weapons like your own hands and feet. But what I feel the strangest thing is your virtue. I didn't expect you to help me without hesitation. Woon Sowol smiled. If senior can't defeat the ancient rule, then surely I can't save my life and get out of here, so I'll just do what I have to do. Gwang-o laughed loudly and hugged his shoulder. Haha, is that so? Anyway, he's such a strange and interesting kid. Woon Sowol clutched his stomach in pain. That's my injury, senior. Gwang-o cold. It's not a serious injury, so don't color it too. I will give you a lychee pill that is good for your internal injuries. Woon Sowol smiled. Yes, thank you, senior. Time continued to pass like that. Very quickly it passed again. Half a month ago, today is the day the Dan Lin Temple closes. The crowd outside watched each person go out and kept talking. There's still quite a bit of the romantic who came as a guest this time and hasn't returned yet, right? Because they are knights, their strength is still weak. Maybe they can't survive in the Dan Lin Palace, or maybe they were harmed by someone or something. COY's 2 brothers and sisters have also left. Outside, they stood to one side looking at the door worriedly. It seemed like the person who came as a guest was just late, including Woon Sowol Fu Heap. There were a total of 11 guests, but only 5 people came back. Waited a while and still didn't see Woon Sowol come out. COWI sighed. I expected him to return safely, but it seems he didn't have time to finish speaking. COGI Son pointed to the distance and shouted loudly, brother, look quickly. It's Woon Sowol Fu Heap, he's coming out. She jumped up excitedly and waved her hand. Woon Sowol Fu Heap is here. Here we are, here to welcome you back. Woon Sowol quickly landed in front of them. COWI warmly walked over and clasped his hands in congratulations. Young Master Woon Sowol thanked you for being safe. Welcome back, brother. Woon Sowol also smiled excitedly. Yes, I also congratulate you both on a safe exit. COWI asked again. How did you get a good harvest? Woon Sowol nodded. Yes, we were lucky. Thanks to that we harvested a lot. COWI nodded. Then that's lucky, if possible. Next time we come here together. COGI Son gave opinion. young Master Woon Sowol, next time let's go hunting monsters together." Bom Cheok also just came out and flew over the heads of the crowd. Seeing Woon Sowol still smiling and talking peacefully below making him extremely angry inside. "Damn it, think you're lucky this time." Woon Sowol also noticed his presence and squinted his eyes and looked up. Bom Cheok. The old man glanced at him for a moment, then growled and ordered his disciple to leave. Woon Sowol watched his back as he left and silently promised that next time if we meet again, I will absolutely not hesitate. I won't let you push me down and beat me like this time. Woon Sowol remembers the scene of being chased by Gyo Woon in the magical beast forest. Next, he escaped death at the hands of Bom Cheok. Finally, he got hit by one of the school's tricks. Old turtle but still alive. Remembering all these things, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It was all thanks to luck, not strength. He has now become back at Ju's house in Leju district. He sat on the meditation bed and thought to himself. When I was in Gyo Woon's cave, I tried my best to keep alive and escape from there, and if it weren't for Gwang-o Sr., maybe I would have lost my life at the hands of Bom Cheok or the old school rules. Without strength, I can't do anything on my own. I can't stay like this forever. The 4 pills I have refined from the ingredients in Gyo Woon's medicinal warehouse. With this, I have to go one level beyond my previous self when I had no strength. So that I don't have to be shaken by a source of strength greater than me again. This time I have to break through to become an official. After thinking about it, he went out to find Ju Kong Goen. No, I don't know when Wang Tae-il will come looking for him. He must have realized that his disciple is in trouble by now, so I plan to go practice and prepare to prevent him from attacking here. Ju Kong Goen sigh. I'm really sorry Woon Sowol sir, we got you caught up in something that has nothing to do with you. Woon Sowol smiled. It was Miss Ju who got caught up in the abusive relationship. It's the benefit of those healers, not my business. This is also a reward for saving me when I was lying unconscious on the side of the road. So you don't have to worry too much. When it comes to this, I won't go very far. If there's any uncertainty, I'll come back immediately. Ju Kong Goen nodded. Yes, please take care. Woon Sowol then flew up with his sword. While leaving, Ju Kong Goen looked at his back as he left and thought to himself. Woon Sowol sir is truly a warm person. I hope your important matters will go smoothly. Woon Sowol all the way the swordsman flew out into the forest. After a while he landed below a cave on a mountaintop. Standing here he could still fully see Leju district. This was probably fine. Even if a hostile warrior comes, I can still cope with this distance. He quickly entered the cave. Although the shield was broken, but anyway, I'm sure there won't be any need to use it in this realm anymore. I'll probably have to increase my strength. Even the profound sword has disappeared into smoke. Maybe I have to create some magic items. Just a new magic weapon. Thanks to Senior Gwang Ohng, I have all the ingredients. Now I can create a new, stronger magical weapon. Mentioning Gwang-o, he remembered that day. At that time, Gwang-o said, I only need the Nei Dan filled with its earth element's power, and you can do whatever you want with that turtle's corpse. Remembering the short meeting with him, he couldn't help but smile. What an extraordinary person. Next, he immediately started making magical weapons. Very quickly, several sword embryos and shields were formed. He looked at the magical weapon embryos in front of him and thought, the remaining step is to train with spiritual energy. This step will probably take quite a lot of time. If you leave them like this, they will probably be completed soon. The remaining thing is to quickly improve your cultivation level. Body. He quickly took out 4 medicinal pills that he had secretly refined while at Gyo Woon's place. Next, he started taking medicine to practice. Soon, strong spiritual energy began to appear around him, spread out forcefully. After a while, cold sweat began to break out on his face. Just one shot of the bottle pill had such great power. I had to absorb them all. Woon Sowol stayed like that in the cave, chewing medicine and cultivating. Time passed day by day like that, and one beautiful night a few days later, Woon Sowol was finally completely digested. The medicinal power of the first slab bottle pill has run out. I have reached the perfect state of heaven. Only now have I recovered the achievements I achieved in the previous demon beast forest. There is almost no need to using the power of the slab bottle pill. I still have a lot of spiritual energy left over. Just like the masters said, An achievement that has been achieved once will easily be achieved a second time. If so, then I will absorb the remaining slapping pill at once. Put all that strength into breaking through the Tra and Quan gate. Woon Sowol absorbs the slapping pill. The spiritual energy in his body abundantly turns into infinity. A number of ghosts stood behind him. Waiting until he had completely absorbed all 4 pills, he raised his hand to control the ghosts behind him to rush up and attack towards the Mandarin gate. All in agreement, they all rushed towards the giant gate in front of them. Then together they used their strength to destroy it to open it. They attacked for a long time and still there was no movement. Woon Sowol's heart was a bit anxious. Still can't move, why? The masters clearly said that in order to break through the gate, he quickly remembered the teachings of the masters. The kid still has a smart mind like that. But you still don't remember that. If you want to break through the gate, you can't just think about the amount of spiritual energy, but also have to have all the characteristics. Have you forgotten? Li Hu stroked his beard, laughed. It's not because of that. It's because Woon Sowol is too impatient. Zhang Gan glanced at him like that. But it's also true, being abused by other useless guys every day makes him hot. It's okay to be in a hurry. Fuang must find peace in his mind first. This guy, that peace is peace. That's right. Before starting any big thing, you should also carefully examine your own mind first. We believe you will do well. Woon Sowol's mouth curled up. The masters here will definitely scold me like that. Even though I learned the ice huyat technique to make my mind smarter and clearer, I didn't expect to forget it. Losing such important things. Changing and applying the power properties of the peace slap. Making spiritual energy more sensitive with metal energy. Cooling spiritual energy with water energy. Rapidly increasing spiritual energy force with wood energy. Diffuse the heat of spiritual energy with fire energy. Connect gently with hand weapon. Track and Quan gate is heavy and imposing. We have to focus more on the sharpness of metal energy and character. Condensing the spiritual energy of water energy. Comprehending all of this, very quickly all of Woon Sowol's phantoms were linked together by spiritual energy. Very quickly the mandarins above were captured. Countless cracks appeared on the head. Woon Sowol continued to persevere in using more and more spiritual energy to explode more and more intensely. Finally, the gate of Track and Quan was opened. Spiritual energy from everywhere outside quickly entered Woon Sowol's body. He officially evolved to become a monk of Track and KY. He opened his eyes and looked at the frame. The scene behind the gate opened. Finally crossed the threshold of the gate. Scene changed to another place. A middle-aged man sitting on the stage asked the person kneeling below, "So Deyoung, no one knows where Ju Byung went?" The young man kneeling below nodded, "Yes, master. He disappeared in Namyeong district as if he had evaporated. There is a high possibility that he probably lost his life." This person is the elder of the Iron Sect head Wang Tae-il. He is also the master of Deyoung Ju Byung, who died at the hands of Woon Sowol. Thinking for a moment he asked, "What job did I assign to him?" "Huh?" The young man quickly explained that, following the orders of his master's descendant, Wang Guan, he had already gone to eliminate the district command of Liju district. The person accompanying him said that, after when we entered the district manor's house, he suddenly disappeared. This young man was the 6th disciple of Wang Tae-il named Chung Dong-bu. I heard that there was a distinguished guest being cared for by the family. There was a very warm reception. After all, it sounded like he was a healer. Wang Tae-il nodded. So was he killed by that guy? This is a reasonable prediction. Chung Dong-bu gave his opinion. At least he must be a magician with a mid-stage cultivation level, then he can kill Deyoung Ju Byung without any movement like that. So, the disciple will handle this matter. Wang Tae-il shook his head. No, I know someone stronger than Deyoung Ju Byung, but if he can kill Deyoung Ju Byung, it is still impossible to guess how high his ability is. Where? He died because of our family's affairs. This matter should be handled by me. Lead the way. I will directly deal with this guy who hindered Wang Tae-il's political affairs. The scene changes to the family home of Liju district's homepage, inside Woon Sowol's private resting place. He held the shield and sword in his hands happily. All this time I was not satisfied with his real strength. I'm very good at magic tools. I've only now had the right equipment to reach this level. I've already advanced to the heroic stage. I only have 500 years left to live and I'll be able to meet my masters. You must try to practice regularly to quickly advance to the next stage. You must not be lazy in cultivating the universal Qigong that the great master has taught, and the profound Yin Qigong along with the evil-destroying sword technique of the 5 masters. At this moment, he was startled and frowned again. Woon Sowol quickly came out from inside the house. He raised his head and looked up into the sky and asked, "What is the matter that brings you here?" The people who came were Wang Taeil and his disciples. Feeling the aura emanating from his body, Wang Taeil said contemptuously. He really didn't expect that it would be attacked by a magician who only knew him. The middle stage of Thien Tai Kai's cultivation level is deadly. Deung Ju Biang seems to be too lazy to practice actual combat. Woon Sowol calmly looked at the other person. "If I guess correctly, you are Elder Wang of the Iron Staff sect." The middle-aged man nodded. "Yes, I am Wang Taeil. You guessed I would come. Which means Deung Ju Biang has been blabbering about this and that, right? Let's introduce ourselves here. Since you killed my disciple, I must also take your life. As an elder, I will ask you a favor, so please take out your magic weapon." Woon Sowol is not modest and immediately took out all the magic tools. Seeing the pile of magic tools around Uncle Wang Taeil couldn't help but praise. "The magical tools don't seem ordinary, compared to your strength. You have too many good things. After you die I will make good use of them. Since you're ready, let's get started." Chung Dong-bu stepped away and looked at Wang Taeil, thinking to himself, "This lady is the master, even if the other person is just a mid-level oriental warrior. Don't be negligent. If you have already deployed the protective aura, that magician will not be able to hit you with a single blow." Woon Sowol smiled and inspired the magic weapon. "I didn't expect you. If he wanted to take my life, he would give me a step. Elder Wang is truly generous." After speaking, he used the demon jade needle to attack him, one of which was secretly used with completely different hands and feet. Compared to the rest, Wang Taeil didn't even look at it even though the magic weapon hit him for protection. The jade demon needle hitting his aura protection didn't cause any scratches at all. "Mr. I despise Woon Sowol's teasing. Is that all I can get? It's true that ordinary magic tricks only create confusion. On the outside, you say that, but inside you're snorting coldly. What's mixed in with those distractions is the real attack group, right? With such a clear strategy, do you want to deceive me?" Just as he thought, the pearl between the others was the difference. The pearl that touched his protective light screen immediately exploded, and a cloud of smoke quickly appeared in front of him. Covered in darkness, Wang Taeil remained indifferent but did not mock. "With just this much, Deung Ju Biang was defeated by your hands?" Woon Sowol laughed below. "It seems I have to return that sentence to you." When Wang Taeil heard that, his face immediately changed and he noticed the aura light in front of him. Looking, the corroded light in front of him exclaimed in disbelief, "What is this? What's wrong with the aura wall?" Not stopping there, what happened next surprised him even more, didn't it? Not only the wall of spiritual energy, but even the spiritual energy was dispersed. What exactly did this brat do? As soon as he finished speaking, Woon Sowol suddenly appeared behind him. "After meeting his master, I realized why Deung Ju Biang was so weak in real combat." Having finished speaking, he decisively stabbed him with a sword. Wang Taeil excitedly turned around and swung his sword to fight back. "What is this damn thing?" But his sword slashed them with just an afterimage. While Wang Taeil was surprised to look for Woon Sowol's figure, his voice rang out from the side. "In this direction, the elder." Wang Taeil had just turned his head and before he could do anything, he was hit by countless sword auras. Woon Sowol silently praised in his heart. The ancient turtle's demon aura was indeed effective. "It's amazing. No wonder Guang-o Sr. can't do anything. I will make you die without even having time to move." Wang Taeil is covered in sword energy like that. He has no way to escape. I could only scream in despair. How could this be possible? After controlling him, Woon Sowol immediately rushed forward and cut him a few more swords. Chung Dong-bu in the distance, when he saw the scene of battle before his eyes, his mouth was wide open. To be able to make his master admit defeat like that, it seems that he is not a monk of the natural state. Could it be that he is a monk of the same rank? Period? That's very possible. The expert has such superior strength that he can overwhelm his master in just a few moves. He is definitely a warrior of heroic rank or more. The more he thought about it, the more tense his face became. Master. The woman has now been dealt a fair blow. Next it will definitely be his turn. Woon Sowol then turned his head to look at him coldly. You must be Wang Taeil's disciple. What do you want? Like your master or? Woon Sowol could not finish his sentence when Chung Dongbu knelt down and begged, my senior did nothing. Please spare my life. Despite my cultivation level 1 I'm inferior, but if you spare my life, I will do whatever my seniors ask. If you want to know information about the Iron Staff Gate, there is no one more clear than me, and I also know how to create spells. Please spare my life. Woon Sowol stroked his chin and smiled. Really? If I spare your life, will you do anything? You are truly a person with a strong desire to beg. Chung Dongbu excitedly replied, yes of course it is. No matter what senior wants me to do, I will obey. Woon Sowol laughed extremely sinisterly. Ho ho, that's good, try to keep your life. Before the surprised eyes of the young man, Woon Sowol immediately took out a black medicinal pill with black aura on it, telling him to swallow it. Chung Dongbu asked nervously, what is this? Woon Sowol looked at him coldly. The medicine makes you unable to do nonsense. Only I can make the antidote, so every half a year I will give you the antidote, you said. You will do what I want so I gave you this chance, otherwise I would rather take your life. As he said that, he took out the long sword from his storage bag, showing off his appearance if he were to confront him. If the enemy dares to disagree, he will immediately behead him. Chung Dongbu saw this and waved his hands in fear. Wait a moment, I will do as the senior told me. He looked at the medicinal pill in his hand and thought, this is probably not the right one. It's not poison, is it? With that kind of strength, he would kill me himself faster than give me poison. Seeing that the other person still had to swallow the medicinal pill in the end, Woon Sowol couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, this situation reminds me of when I was in Gyo Woon's cave. Of course this thing is not extremely poisonous like iron poison. As soon as Chung Dongbu swallowed the medicinal pill, he clutched his stomach and writhed. Spiritual energy is constantly being dispersed. What exactly did this devil give me to drink? Woon Sowol checked Wang Taeil's storage bag for a moment and then asked suspiciously, I heard that Elder Wang Taeil killed other magicians and took countless magical tools. Why are there only a few? What is this? Next, he immediately raised his hand to open the gourd lid. Chung Dongbu was so scared that he wanted to stop, but it was too late. As soon as Woon Sowol opened the gourd lid, there was immediately a violent movement inside. Chung Dongbu quickly turned around and covered his mouth. Haha, you're really stupid. The vase is a magic weapon. If not opened properly, it will spray out extremely poisonous substances in all 4 directions. I don't know how he dared to open the magic weapon, but it was really stupid for the healer to be so careless. Haha. While he was happy, he suddenly realized something was wrong. Wait a minute, if he dies, where did I get the antidote I just took? What the hell is this? No, you must not die. While the young man was screaming in panic, the toxic smoke gradually dispersed. Woon Sowol was still standing there peacefully without a trace. That's right, it turned out that this was the Pingu Bridge. The toxicity inside is just like that, but I didn't expect you to scream that I can't die like that. It seems like you are a bit honest. Then he threw the bottle. Wait for him, take this back to your residence and try to find the right way to open it. Although Chung Dongbu is very angry, he has no other choice but to accept his fate. Yes, I understand. Time goes by. So it went by. One day Zhang Bo was so tired while sweeping the yard that he went to a corner to rest for a while. He glanced into Woon Sowol's room and sighed. It was like he had brought a strange person back and then disappeared. Negative news for a whole year. In the room, Woon Sowol was currently thoughtfully looking at the amulet leaf in his hand. After a while he asked Chung Dongbu, how do you feel? I thought I could only do low-level spells. Chung Dongbu warmly stroked the horse's butt. Yes, senior is really excellent. Woon Sowol stretched and smiled. Good. A little regretful, but my magic weapon has also been greatly increased in power. Now let's go to the Iron Staff Gate, right? Chung Dongbu smiled. Yes, at this time in this sect, He must already have doubts about his master's affairs. No, it should be about Elder Wang Tael. Why hasn't he returned yet? Woon Sowol asked seriously, in order not to be suspected. You said I must have the 7th level of alchemy seeking level. That way I would be least likely to be forced to do odd jobs but be able to act silently. Chung Dong-bu nodded. Yes, that's true. Woon Sowol didn't say much and immediately clasped his hands and chanted. After a while he glanced at him and smiled. This must be the 7th level of alchemy practice, right? Chung Dong-bu was scared in his heart. He was like a monster. His aura was really no different from the 7th level alchemy stage. Was he pretending to be in a real state like this or something? Sir, the woman was also tricked. The two of them then quickly went out. So it's okay to leave, right? I'm looking forward to seeing how much wealth Wang Tael has collected over the past time. Scene changes to the mountain gate with iron staff. An old man is standing in front of the group of new students, admonishing them. Welcome you to join the Iron Staff sect. I am Elder No Gai Cha, the person assigned to train new disciples to enter the sect. The fact that you are standing here means that you have been recognized by this sect. Recognition of real strength. However, from the time you joined the Iron Staff sect onwards, your life of free play and rest has officially ended. From now on, you are the disciples at the bottom of this duty. Sect. In the sect, you are people from the bottom class of society. There is no one lower than you anymore. So you must undertake all the chores, and at the same time be kind to them. You need to serve and accompany your brothers, uncles, and ancestors. There are many things to do, and there are very few spiritual stones to give to you. It all depends on how you do it, so try your best to improve your strength. Only then will you be able to rise from the bottom of society one day. Have you all heard clearly? All the people opposite immediately said in unison, yes, disciples, I understand. No Gai Cha smiled and nodded. Good, then I will assign the upcoming tasks in order. A while later, suddenly a young man walked up to Woon Sowol and started a conversation. Turns out you are Woon Sowol? Seeing the confusion on Woon Sowol's face, the young man immediately explained. You are the kid introduced by senior brother Chung Dong-bu. Is there anything special you want to do? Woon Sowol nodded. In that case, I want to do the job of taking care of spiritual herbs. The young man smiled. Okay, being assigned to the crew is not difficult. But the owner there is very difficult, so there were a lot of people who were chased away. But do you think it's okay? Woon Sowol shook his head. Yes, it's okay. Thank you, senior brother. The young man leaned into his ear and whispered. I understand, then I will arrange for you to be a coach. That's done. How about I'm trying to help you. I hope you will inform brother Dong Bus for me. By the way, if you say a few more words, it would be better. Woon Sowol nodded. Brother, don't worry. I will convey the message to him for you. Woon Sowol was then assigned to the medicinal garden, where Thiet Trong Mon specializes in growing spiritual herbs. He walked around in the pharmacy while praising. It was really interesting. In order to increase the number of artificial spiritual herbs, they planted them at a distance from each other. Also, if they wanted to increase the number of spiritual herbs, they had to practice concentrate deeply on the breath of the earth. I could only feel the aura of one person in there. Maybe why am I busy walking around a large place while also paying too much attention to how to farm? This job will definitely suit me. Standing outside thinking for a moment, he slowly pushed the door open and poked his head inside, asking if anyone was here. Inside sat an old man lying on the bed smoking a pipe. This person was the hostess Mok Chung. Seeing Woon Sowol suddenly come in, he was suspicious and asked, "What's going on?" Woon Sowol quickly explained, "I am Woon Sowol, the new person assigned to work in the cabin crew this time." Mok Chung nodded. "That's okay, I know." Woon Sowol on his face full of doubts. "That's it, boss, I've been assigned to work here. I don't know what I should start with." Mok Chung nodded and replied, "Well, just do it roughly, just do it roughly." Suddenly he opened his eyes again. But wait a minute. I saw him suddenly sit up staring at me. Woon Sowol couldn't help but feel scared. What is that? Could it be that he saw through his hidden body techniques? At worst, it's around Thien Tai Ky on the 12th floor. The old man stared at you. Woon Sowol tensed up, sweating coldly like rain and replied, yes, the thoughts in his mind while this guy is extremely confused. What should I do if he really sees through me? Should we eliminate him? If that's the case, my plan will go up in smoke. But in addition to your data, he calmly said, you have a good physiognomy, your physiognomy is even better than mine. The head of the sect, saying these words, did not have any doubts in his heart. Maybe because he was old and his eyes were blurred. Woon Sowol breathed out and hesitantly nodded. Yes, thank you very much. Mok Chung asked again. You look very good and it seems like it's been a long time since anyone has come here. Maybe let me tell your fortune. Woon Sowol smiled helplessly. There's no need, old man sigh. That's a pity, I'm here to read all the fortune-telling numbers. Next, he took out a few books and gave them to you. Anyway, no matter how good fortune-telling is, it can't do the job. It's considered a waste. Try to memorize this within 3 days. 4 days later I will start assigning you work. If you can't memorize this, you won't be able to work and you won't be able to stay. Come here again. The dormitory is behind here. You can stay in any empty room you want. Besides you there are 2 other seniors, so remember to behave properly. What else? I have to teach you what else. He couldn't think of anything, so he lay down again and waved the guest off. Okay. See you in 4 days. Now you're tired, don't want to do anything, so don't bother me anymore. Woon Sowol nodded. Yes, I won't bother you to rest anymore. Soon darkness fell and the moon reached the top. Woon Sowol sat in his room studying the books Mok Chung gave him. They were written down in great detail. It seemed like he wrote them himself. I learned how to collect spirit herbs and make pills from the great master, but I never learned how to grow them, so it looks strange. It seems like something new. After a while he closed the book. Good, I've memorized the entire content of this book. Now I should get down to business. He walked to the door. The window opened the door to take a look. It seemed like no one was paying attention to him. After observing for a moment, he then jumped out. As he flew away, he took something out of his storage bag. Very quickly, Wang Taeil's cloak was taken out and put on him. Next, he immediately used the magic to transform into his appearance. On the side of Wang Taeil's mansion, Chung Dong-bu is now waiting outside. Seeing Woon Sowol coming, he excitedly went out to greet you. Have you arrived? Woon Sowol landed in front of him and applauded. Thanks to you giving me detailed information about Chung Dong-bu and the Iron Staff Gate, I was able to easily grasp the location of this place. You have really worked hard. Chung Dong-bu bowed his head. No way. You spared my life, so of course I had to do it. Woon Sowol looked at the structure in front and said, according to what you said, in addition to the secret treasury, only the elders can enter. There's also a place to hide spiritual stones and magic tools, right? It seems that I have achieved a certain part of my goal, Chung Dong-bu continued. Ah senior, no elder, there is a problem that has arisen. Woon Sowol glanced at him suspiciously. Problem, what is it? Chung Dong-bu explained, when I returned, I don't know if he had guessed that you would also return, but the sect leader directly called the elder. A moment later at the High in the Iron Staff Gate, Woon Sowol had now come here. The sect leader, Elder Wang Taeil, asked for his opinion. As soon as he entered, he clasped his hands warmly to greet him. The sect leader had been in good health all this time. Right? This middle-aged man is the head of the Iron Staff Wu Hiogi sect. He smiled and looked at Woon Sowol. Long time no see, Elder Wang. I have prepared the nectar wine that you like best. Sit down. Come down and take a few sips to warm your throat. Woon Sowol quickly approached the table. Then I would like to thank you for your good intentions. Wu Hiogi picked up the jar of wine and smiled. To be honest, it's been a while. I was so worried, you didn't say a word and went out, making me think you would come back soon, but I didn't expect you to come back until now. Woon Sowol handed over the pear cup to receive the wine and explained, I did it. The head of the sect is worried. Chung Dong-bu returned earlier. I must have reported what happened recently, but it seems you still have questions. Wu Hiogi Kao, you look at you. An important event is about to happen and you suddenly disappear. What do you say? I'm not curious. Woon Sowol was startled when he heard that. Is this a big event? Chung Dong-bu didn't tell me about this incident. It seemed like there was some internal affair between the sect leader and Elder Wang. After thinking for a moment, he calmly asked again, even so, I shouldn't have gone back like that. Like this? Wu Hiogi sighed. That's it. It doesn't make any sense for you to come back now and complain about yourself. The important thing is that you came back not too late. During the time you were absent, all the preparations are still being carried out step by step. I have recruited many new disciples. Have you met them yet? Woon Sowol took a sip of wine and calmly replied, I don't care much about the newly hatched chicks, so I haven't met them yet. I say so on the outside, but inside I'm full of doubts. Or, preparations, this time they have recruited a lot of disciples to prepare for something. Woo Hyogi laughed. Why do they call it newly hatched chicks, ho ho? Although everyone says, haven't you also come here as a shield like them? Most of the new disciples will lose their lives, but among them there will definitely be one who will survive and grow. A python, like Elder Wang, aren't you? Woon Sowol was startled when he heard these words, shield. Sure enough, the important event he said was. Thinking of this, he immediately frowning at the enemy, he asked if war was approaching? Woo Hyogi crossed his arms and smiled. This will be a completely different war than before. Most forces regardless of good or evil will be on our side. You see, the main scene with the elders of the Chok Sanseo family fell for the trick and died not long ago. This is the result that shows that the great family is about to collapse. In the near future, I intend to annex the entire mountain of spiritual minerals. By Chok Sanseo Jia. This is really a good thing, what else? Woon Sowol nodded in agreement. It seems like the great family is about to completely collapse. Wang Tae-il is feeling excited when thinking about beheading those righteous people. His heart is awakened. It turns out that Chok Sanseo's young man came to Dan Lin land because of that. Woo Hyogi frowned. But suddenly I didn't see you. I was worried a lot, you know? Woon Sowol smiled apologetically and replied, I'm sorry to have made you worry. All I did was prepare for the war. Let me go first. I was still planning on stopping by Wabao Treasury to prepare the final step for this war. Woo Hyogi laughed loudly. Haha, seeing that look of you made me feel relieved. What happened next is really worth looking forward to. Woon Sowol then quickly left Woo Hyogi's place, sighing silently as he walked. This Yongzhou is about to become a sea of blood. Listening to him, it seems like almost all the good and evil families and sects will fall into this fight with each other. Miss Ju's family is a mundane family, so they probably won't get caught up in this war, right? If so, then this has nothing to do with me. Just let them do whatever they want. I have to quickly steal all the money. The assets that Wang Tae-il accumulated and disappeared from here. After a while he finally reached the destination. This place is the glorious treasure warehouse. It turned out that this was the only warehouse only those with an elder rank or higher are allowed in and out. The guarding cannot be stricter. When the guards outside saw him, they clasped their hands and saluted, respectfully greeting Elder Wang Tae-il. Woon Sowol calmly ordered, I want to get some things, so quickly open the glorious treasury. The people who had no opinions quickly bowed their heads and ordered. Soon 4 administrators were called. Elder, wait a moment and your subordinates will open the treasury. The 4 people then individually mobilized their spiritual power to attack the ban. Woon Sowol, who was watching from behind, couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, just opening the Vanghua treasure chest requires an extremely skilled magician. After all, what kind of powerful things are stored inside, so you have to be so careful? Very quickly the restriction was opened. The door to the treasury slowly opened. A manager pointed inside and reminded, Elder Wang, when entering the glorious treasury, you must follow in the footsteps of his subordinates. Woon Sowol nodded without any objection. First, yes I know. The next 2 people quickly entered. Woon Sowol did not dare to be careless and continued to follow in the footsteps of the person who went before. After walking for a while, he couldn't help but be surprised. I've been walking for more than 2 minutes, but I didn't expect that another space would be built this large inside the treasury. Iron Staff sect doesn't seem to be a sect that can be underestimated. After a while they has arrived in front of another door. Our Elder Wang is here. You must already know how to open this door. I will lead you here. Woon Sowol looked at the door in front of him, his eyebrows furrowed. How to open this door? Damn, it's a big deal. I've never heard Chung Dongbiu say there's a special way to open this door. The other person was turning to leave when he saw Woon Sowol just standing there blankly. He was suspicious. Elder Wang has a problem, what? Woon Sowol nervously replied, no, it's nothing. He raised his hand to touch the stone door, but he didn't expect it to have its own way of opening like a bridge. If it was exposed, you'd have to overcome 4 warriors. And KY still had to deal with the iron staff gate to get out of here. Suddenly he remembered something. Wait until he prays for the lake, could it be like that? I finally figured out how to open the door. Thinking of this, he immediately began to mobilize his spiritual energy to open the door. After a while he exhaled and was able to open it. Woon Sowol then couldn't. Without hesitation, he quickly entered. After a while he came out from inside the treasury. The subordinates outside were still very respectful. Elder Wang walked leisurely. Yes, you guys have worked hard. Already. Woon Sowol flew up and left. His heart was filled with excitement. This Wang Tae-il has disappeared from the world. I can imagine the expression the sect leader will make. How do you feel? A few days later at the foot of Kim Oa Mountain in the Iron Staff Gate. Woon Sowol lay under a big tree and sighed, looking at the sky. It's so peaceful, it's hard to imagine that there will soon be a war here. The coachman Mok Chung also likes me very much, so I'll stay here and practice for a while longer. While practicing the sixth move to break my swordsmanship, being able to learn how to grow spiritual herbs, this is quite a task. He was lying down to rest and suddenly felt someone approaching. Who was it? The attendants forbid normal disciples from entering or exiting, so could they be Mok Chung's retreat disciples? Mok Chung or Mu Gyu Cheon? That person walked up to him with his hands on his hips and yelled at him, "That guy. You are a disciple of the Iron Staff sect and dared to lazily lie here and play?" Woon Sowol sat up and asked suspiciously that I had finished my work, so I came here to lie down and rest a bit. But who are you? The young man shouted angrily. I didn't expect that you don't know the eldest disciple of the Iron Staff sect like me. Quickly tell me your name and where you live. After a moment, Woon Sowol bowed and bowed. It turned out it's big brother Wu who's rude and disrespectful. I'm Woon Sowol of the talent coach, youth instructor. You work at the talent coach, so I won't scold you too much, but in the future don't let others seeing such a lazy image again. Woon Sowol smiled and nodded. Yes, I remember, but big brother Wu, why do you have to come to the training camp, where normal disciples are forbidden to go? Come in? When the young man heard that, his face changed in tension. After a moment, he weakly shouted, I am the eldest disciple of that sect. Is there any place I cannot enter or leave? Woon Sowol suddenly woke up. Oh, so that's how it is. I just started the sect not long ago, so I didn't know this. The thoughts in his head quickly turned. He is the son of the sect leader. Could it be that did you come here to secretly pick spiritual herbs? He looked like he was plotting something, but the young man then shyly asked, well, you said you don't know, so I'll let it go. That's just the way it is. And where are junior sister Mok going? Already? Woon Sowol's face was full of helplessness. I don't know where sister Mok is. I've been working at this coach for more than half a month, but I've never seen sister Mok before. The young man sitting next to Woon Sowol laughed. Haha, I thought you were a lucky guy to work as a waiter. Now it seems that's not the case. You're such a poor guy. When being buried here? Woon Sowol calmly replied, I really like life in this cabin. The young man asked again, are you satisfied with taking care of these plants? It's because you've never seen junior sister's appearance, that's why you say that. After seeing junior sister's face, you'll probably love this place 100 times more. Woon Sowol was surprised. Sister, is that beautiful? The young man held his head and laughed loudly. Haha, this kid is surely you haven't been in the sect for long, to think you still don't know that the most beautiful woman in this iron sect is Mok Yom. I absolutely don't know why the hostess's daughter can be so beautiful. Junior sister Mok is always in the waiter's house. If I hadn't secretly come here, I wouldn't have. I can't meet you. I'm really unlucky. Woon Sowol was startled, but didn't senior brother Wu just now say that he is a senior disciple so he can go anywhere he wants, young man? When I heard him ask this question, I was startled. After a while, I whispered to Woon Sowol that I secretly came here. You have to keep it a secret from the hostess and even Mok, as long as you keep it a secret. I will give you a good position later. At this moment, a loud shout rang out in the distance. Senior brother Wu. The young man heard this voice and his face was filled with helplessness. Junior sister. This woman is Mok Yom, the waiter's daughter. She angrily shouted at the young man. I said so last time and you still secretly come to the waiter. I will go report it to the sect leader right away. The young man immediately pointed to Woon Sowol next to him and explained. There was a misunderstanding. It's because this new kid who came to train as a coach lost his way, that's why I got it. Kindness brought him here. Mok Yom looked at Woon Sowol. Turns out you are Woon Sowol junior brother. Woon Sowol raised his head to look at her. That's right. First meeting Mok's senior sister. Mok Yom nodded. This entire Golden Mountain is the territory of this sect, so it's okay for you to get lost. Try not to cause trouble for senior brother in the future. Woon Sowol gloomily nodded. I know. The young man excitedly patted Woon Sowol's shoulder and laughed loudly. It's not like there's any trouble. Brother Woon Sowol gets lost again. I'll just lead him home. Mok Yom then bluntly sent the guest off. Thanking you for bringing the coachman's disciple home. You can go now. Even though the young man didn't want to hear that, he still nodded. Oh, that's okay. Then he blushed and left. Woon Sowol looked behind him and silently lamented. That guy was completely infatuated with her. Waiting for him to leave, Mok Yom glanced at Woon Sowol. Anyway. In any case, you're probably the only one who is upset with that laughable senior brother. Woon Sowol shook his head repeatedly. Nowhere. Mok Yom didn't pay attention and asked about something else. Surely my father I threw those books to you. Starting tomorrow, come find me to learn to be a cabin crew. Woon Sowol clasped his hands. Yes, sister. Then he immediately turned around and returned to his residence. My sister, as she walked, silently admired. Different from her father, my sister is indeed a person with common sense. From tomorrow I will learn to grow spiritual herbs properly. No matter what, there is no need to worry too much. My sister is not an opponent that I have to overcome at all costs. At this moment, Mok Yom called him back again. Wait, who is that person? Woon Sowol's face was filled with doubt and he turned to look at her. What do you mean by that? Mok Yom crossed his arms over his chest and questioned, why do you hide your strength? Woon Sowol heard that and was extremely scared. Could it be that my sister had already seen my hidden body technique? I thought my sister was a Dr. Thien Tai KY, who would have thought that she was a Dr. Duong Kwon KY, even higher than a Dr. Chuk An KY like me. Even though his heart was extremely tense, he still calmly replied, I don't know. Understand what senior sister is saying? Mok Yom coldly questioned, saying you don't look like someone with dark intentions, right? What I want to ask is that a skilled magician like you, why did you pretend to be an alchemist and come to this training camp? Woon Sowol was extremely frightened. My sister had already seen through me and now she wanted to confirm my motives, right? Just how high is my sister's realm? Thinking for a moment, he clasped his hands together and explained. My sister is just interested in growing spiritual herbs, so she wanted to come here to learn. Because the farm is so rich in spiritual energy and quiet, coming here just wants to practice wholeheartedly. Mok Yom shouted angrily, who knows what the reason is? How can I believe what you say? Please give me a reason so I won't kill you. Woon Sowol doubtfully asked again. Hiding one's cultivation level is not such a big crime that one must kill, right? Didn't my predecessors also hide their strength, only revealing their cultivation level to stay here like me? Mok Yom shouted angrily, I'm different, I hide my strength because I can't. I want to get into trouble. Woon Sowol's face was serious, I'm just like you. Mok Yom was unreasonable and had no way to refute, angrily holding his head and shouting loudly. After a while she turned around and left. Go, okay, then I will immediately arrange for you to live next to my residence. I will definitely always be by your side to monitor you. If I see any suspicious signs in you, I will definitely tear you apart and throw it to the monsters to eat, so you just know that. Woon Sowol clasped his hands and smiled. Yes, I will obey my sister's instructions. After a moment, Woon Sowol looked at him suspiciously and asked, but senior, how come even though I'm in disguise, you still know it's me? Guang-o replied frankly, how could I not recognize your shield? Moreover, besides you, there is probably no one who would dare to risk their life for others like that. Woon Sowol suddenly woke up, so it turns out that's it. Guang-o smiled, thanks to the internal pill of the ancient rule, I was able to successfully advance to the late stage of the An stage, and walked out of the Dan Lin Palace. Remembering the memories between you and me, so I visited the Seo family's manor, but after wandering around, I still couldn't find it. Where can I find that place? I thought I was the one who had changed the most, but it turns out the world has changed a lot more than me. The group of people just flew away like that. Seo at this time, we had also woken up from a coma. They stopped inside a mountain range. Seo Wee pointed to the house below and said, here it is. There was an old woman waiting below. COY's 3 people quickly jumped down from the flying sword. As soon as they landed, they immediately clasped their hands and bowed to the old woman. The old woman smiled kindly and nodded. It was hard for her children. My feelings are very deep. Let's talk about this completely, but you should go back to rest and take care of your wound first. You two should go inside too. Guano laughed loudly. Then I am sorry to bother you all. Woon Sowol secretly thought, that person is also an early-stage warrior of the same age. The group then quickly entered inside. COWI took the lead to introduce, my family has prepared something in case the door is destroyed in the secret space in the basement of this simple house. There is no one here other than the Chok San Seo family, so I will also without hiding anything. He immediately opened the entrance. After saying that, he immediately clasped his hands and cast a spell. He slapped the bed with his palm. Soon a passage was revealed below. Okay, let's go down there quickly. Woon Sowol and the others didn't say much and quickly followed them down. Soon he saw a large formation below. Woon Sowol stepped onto the platform. The formation in my heart suddenly awakened. It turned out that what the Chok San Seo family had prepared was a large teleportation array, not to mention a large teleportation array in the magical beast forest. Compared to the one in the Iron Protector sect, this was also big. Much better. Something like this should be able to teleport to a pretty far place, right? Although I'm curious as to where it will teleport to, this is probably Chok San Seo's private secret. Go. COWI brought 2 storage bags and gave them to them. Please accept this. Compared to saving your lives, this little spirit stone is really small and not worth mentioning. After all, we can only repay you 2 like this, but I still hope you'll forgive me. Guano crossed her arms in annoyance and replied, oh my god, you know I won't accept it but still do it so again? This name is the amount of spiritual stones that your Chok San Seo family has accumulated to rebuild the family gate. I don't have the face to dare to accept them. COWI replied, this is only a part, it's just a little spirit stone that we've saved up. Guano waved his hand, okay, there's no need to do that. I also asked the Master CO to bring it to the spiritual pill hall, so I can upgrade to a later stage cultivation level. Just consider that I saved you to repay that kindness. Woon Sowol was secretly thinking in the distance. Originally he didn't intend to accept the spirit stones. That's it, but since Guano Taoist said so, I can't accept them anymore. After thinking about it, he spoke up, I don't need it either. I help you guys not because I want to repay the favor, and the 3 of you will probably have things to use them more. Guano laughed out loud excitedly, haha, I told you you would become a decent person. You really are a brat, it's rare. I knew right away that you would do that. COGI Son's 3 people were all moved to tears by this noble gesture of theirs. Even though COWI didn't cry yet, she still cried. I was so moved that I trembled. I had always been protected by my family and lived in a halo of glory. Until I experienced this tragedy, I secretly understood that this world is cold and cruel. Thanks to I just learned that this world is not as dark as I thought. The more I thought about it, the more moved he became. Then I couldn't help but knelt down and bowed my head to the 2 of them. Woon Sowol. Me and with COGI, Son's younger sister and Seo Chung's younger brother will definitely rebuild the Chok San Seo family. The people of the Chok San Seo family will never forget the kindness and names of the 2 of them. Guano scratched his head. Sigh, it's okay, you all stand up. But when you teleport this great formation to where do you want to rebuild the family? COWI stood up and explained that this teleportation formation would reach the Great Cloud Kingdom. The 2 Woon Sowol people were surprised to hear that. What? Leave the territory of Nin Kwok Shield? That's right, the Great Cloud Kingdom is where the magicians with high cultivation level operate. Although it won't be easy, if we go there we will have the opportunity to experience a larger world, and can quickly increase one's cultivation base. Once there, we will focus on improving one's cultivation base and building the foundation to rebuild the Chok San Seo family. Guano frowned, I heard that you in Daivan Kingdom, only the strong are valued and the lives of the weak are disregarded. This trip of yours will face many dangers. COWI smiled. Rebuilding the family home was not a smooth process. It's not that easy. Guano looking at the 3 young and enthusiastic young women in front of her, she couldn't help but smile. You've all become real warriors. I don't know if this great teleportation will still work. Any vacancy? COWI replied, it can teleport 7 people at a time, so there are still 3 seats left. Guano laughed out loud excitedly. Then I guess I'll ask for a seat. COWI heard what he wanted. I'm amazed when I go along. Why? Guano explained, look, Yangzhou has already become a world of evil sects. I have already promoted to the late stage, so there is no need to stay here any longer. But it's very difficult for Yangzhou to have a Yang Luangqi monk appear. Who knows, maybe Dai Yun Kingdom has a way to upgrade his cultivation to Yang Luang Ky. The old lady outside will probably go with the others. But I will also give you a hand, how's that okay? COWI excitedly clasped her hands and bowed her head. With our elders accompanying us, what could we not feel more secure about? Guano asked COWI, are you coming too? COWI raised her chin thoughtfully. In his mind, images of Zhang Bo and Mok Yom appeared one after another. After a while he smiled and waved his hand. I was thinking about going, but now probably not. Guano hearing that makes me a bit disappointed. After a while he sighed, people often say that we should boldly cut off predestined relationships before we ourselves are bound by it. But if you keep cutting one connection and then connecting another, then what is the purpose of the healer needing sincerity? 3 days quickly passed. COWI sighed sadly, although she was looking forward to it. It seemed like we were the only ones going, right? Woon Sowol young knight, you remember how to open the secret tunnel door, right? Remember how to add the amount of spirit stone needed to open the teleportation formation? Woon Sowol nodded repeatedly. After giving instructions to Woon Sowol, COWI and his group prepared to leave, so if you have the chance to meet again, take care. Woon Sowol clasped his hands and looked at their backs, silently breathing. It's been a long time. I thought this was just a short period of fate. It was like watching them leave like that made my heart feel so empty. It was great to come here and help them. Now it's time to go back. Let's go back to the Mountain of 5 Gates. If you want to go back to the Mountain of 5 Gates, you had to deal with the surrounding people first. I argued that I lost my way in the deep forest. The Tiger Clan Manor, Iron Protector Sect and the 3 Ministry Martial Arts family all said in unison, surely there were no remnants of the Chok Sanseo family left alive. Scene changed to the crew. Mok Yom stood in the pharmacy and sighed sadly. The monk, you really have a very superior ability, but I still feel worried. At that moment, she suddenly sensed something and turned her head to look in the distance. Woon Sowol was using extreme speed right now. Quickly returned to the sword. Mok Yom was surprised. Could it be? That can't be the case, but I'm clear. She still couldn't believe that Woon Sowol was back and immediately raised her hand to rub her eyes. Woon Sowol quickly flew in front of her. I am back, sister. Although Mok Yom was very happy, he still showed a doubtful look, put his hands on his hips and asked, why are you back so early? Woon Sowol scratched his head and explained, sister seems to dislike me, right? If you finish work early, you'll go home early, so what? Mok Yom walked closer to him and exhaled, what don't you like? It's great that you're back. All the time no one was here I was able to take care of myself. I can shoot with both hands. Woon Sowol laughed out loud excitedly, this is really good news. Mok Yom nodded in agreement, yes, that's why I have to hit people to let them know me. How strong does it have to be? Woon Sowol didn't pay attention to her helplessly turning around, and she had nothing to do in her free time, so she became impulsive. It seems like it would be better for you to go to war, right? Time passed like that. Another year passed. Woon Sowol was now in the forest practicing actual combat with Mok Yom. He kept using his shield to block her bullets. It looked like in his form, it's a bit difficult. Mok Yom continuously fired several bullets before he finally stopped. Woon Sowol took the opportunity to breathe heavily. After that, I clasped my hands in praise. It was really difficult for me to resist. Senior sister's ability is truly terrifying. Mok Yom also politely clasped his hands. Junior sister is exaggerating. Woon Sowol said again, although the fairy bullets are really powerful, if you use the blessing seal. Before you could finish your sentence, there was a disciple hastily running behind you. Something happened if you died. Woon Sowol turned to look at him suspiciously, what's going on? The young man quickly pointed to the distance and explained that he was dead. The Dauntless Association's people had already rushed here. Wherever they met our master's disciples, they would immediately kill them. We had to flee quickly. Mok Yom's face was full of doubt. The Dauntless Association is also an evil sect like the Iron Protector sect. Why did they come here to cause trouble? What nonsense are you talking about? The young man shouted loudly. I don't understand, so how can I explain? While we were running here, we saw 6 skilled men of the same rank attacking us. We had to quickly split up and run away so that we could survive. Woon Sowol silently thought in his heart. Honestly, it doesn't look like he's lying to get the antidote, so why did the Dauntless Association come to this? Thinking for a moment, he took out an antidote and threw it to him. The young man took the medicine and put it in his mouth to drink, then smiled and looked at Woon Sowol. Thank you, senior. Oh, I know knowing the geography of Mount Jianhua. Do you want to go with me? Woon Sowol nodded yes. I will go with you. Woon Sowol reminded Mok Yom behind him, about to ask if she would go with him. But before his words could leave his mouth, she ran away. Woon Sowol, I have to go with my father. Listening to him doesn't sound like nonsense. Woon Sowol nodded seriously. It's true that I also feel worried about the host. The hostess was still calmly lying in the room smoking a pipe. Seeing the 2 Woon Sowol people hastily running towards him, he asked suspiciously, what's up? Mok Yom quickly shouted, I'm not sure, but someone said the Dauntless Association has already rushed here. The old man's face showed surprise. Dauntless Association? Isn't that what I heard wrong? Looking at your face, I'm sure you're not talking nonsense. Let's go look for Mu Gyeocheon first. The 2 of you then followed him and left. After a while they found a tragically dead body in the forest. The old man sighed, how could that be? When this matter is resolved, we'll take Mu Gyeocheon's body back. We'd better get out of here now. Mok Yom then didn't pay attention to him anymore and quickly left. Woon Sowol looked at her back and smiled, thinking, he said that, but actually he wanted the people he loved to not be harmed. I don't love you, after all. You seem to be a warm person in your personality. It's dark. Woon Sowol has now been arranged in a thatched house next to Mok Yom's house. He looked at the pile of books above. I was surprised, there were too many. Wang Tae ill, in the end, had he killed so many magicians to get this many spirit stones. Moreover, these books, although they had no names, but each book contained someone's esoteric secrets, the esoteric books he stole probably only have strange effects. Wow, this gift is really an interesting magic, let's practice it. He quickly clasped his hands and practiced his poetry according to the content in a book. After a moment, a figure that looked exactly like him appeared in front of him. Woon Sowol saw his own clone. I couldn't hold back my surprise, I really didn't expect it. Without spending much spiritual energy, I was able to transform into a clone that looked exactly like me, and in the book it was also written that even if the healer was in the sun or higher. Expanding the aura, it is impossible to distinguish between the clone and the main body, but if it is so powerful, why doesn't Wang Tae-il use this magic? Let's see the disadvantages. What is it? Because the clone is controlled by consciousness, many times it will stand still like a scarecrow, making it easy for people to detect. Woon Sowol, after reading the weakness, a question immediately appeared in his mind. Thinking boldly, if so, then it's like using the sword technique to destroy evil. What if I use Ice Profound magic to share my consciousness and then control it? As soon as he performed the Ice Profound technique clone, he immediately became conscious, his hands and feet also moved actively. Woon Sowol smiled excitedly. It seems that this is a very suitable magic for people who are compatible with each other. Bang Huyan Kuei is like me. I don't know what the name of this magic is. So I want to call it the description of clones. The night just passed like that. Woon Sowol was sitting in the practice room. Suddenly he was startled and reluctantly woke up. Sister Mok, are you monitoring your aura again? It's been very difficult for me to reach the heroic stage, so I want to practice the moves of the second half of destroying evil swordsmanship, which I haven't been able to use in the past. At this rate, I can't do anything, but only it's like a scarecrow being watched by my sister all day long. Maybe something has to be done, but what can we do? Thinking for a moment, he went to Mok Yom's room and called out, "Is senior sister in there?" Mok Yom opened the door and asked suspiciously, "Why are you looking for me so late?" Woon Sowol saw her like this and was secretly startled. This gentle look is completely different from that murderous look over there, isn't it? No wonder why Wu Changyi is chasing her." Seeing Woon Sowol absent-mindedly not speaking, Mok Yom asked again, "What's wrong? Don't you have something to do, that's why you came here?" Woon Sowol was startled and hesitantly replied, "Ah, sister, it's not a big deal. I just want to practice a little." Mok Yom was confused. "Practice? If you want to practice, just practice. Why do you come to me? As long as you don't eat spirit grass scraps, if you want to practice spiritual energy or do whatever you want, that's up to you. I don't care about those things, so you can do as you wish. Go." Seeing that she wanted to return to Woon Sowol's house, he quickly explained, "It's not about that, because I'm going to show off my swordsmanship, so I'm afraid my sister will notice." Mok Yom is a little interested. "What is the sword technique?" Woon Sowol replied with a serious face, "Because this is my unique swordsmanship, so I can't go into details, but after all, senior sister is still wary of me. I think I should tell you that's why. Came here to ask for permission." Mok Yom nodded. "Okay, since you said you would practice, that's fine. However, I have one condition. I will monitor your practice process, okay? I know what you're going to do, but I can't let you freely swing your sword here, right?" Woon Sowol hesitated and wanted to object. Mok Yom didn't give you a chance to negotiate. Otherwise, I wouldn't have allowed you to practice. Why wouldn't that be possible? Otherwise, if we only observe that powerful sword technique for a little while, how much destruction can we absorb and bring about with it? Woon Sowol silently pondered in his heart, although he didn't want to show my sister his master's unique sword technique. But anyway, without the ice mystery technique, my sister wouldn't have been able to overhear it. Where is the evil sword technique? After thinking for a moment, he finally had to compromise. "Okay, let me show you the scene of my practice, but the strength of the sword technique is very terrible, you have to be careful. Don't get caught up in that force." Woon Sowol then went outside to practice in the forest. Mok Yom also followed closely behind to supervise him. She watched from behind and thought to herself, "Sure enough, let me see how long you can practice." Woon Sowol quickly began to urge spiritual energy to control the long sword. The first move is to destroy evil. Sword technique, the first move is to touch the ground with a bird's nest. The second move is a water rebound. The two swords attack straight towards the opposite tree trunk. The tree trunk that was cut by the long sword immediately fell down. Next, Woon Sowol moved again to the Cancun Hop cliff. The two swords once again combined to slash the tree trunk. Looking at the three sword moves that Woon Sowol had just performed, Mok Yom couldn't help but be shocked. Fear. That's really great, there's no magic of the Iron Protector sect that can compare to that swordsmanship. Woon Sowol then continued to wave his hand and cast the fifth move of Dark Element Electricity. Two long swords once again rose from the ground. The long swords quickly flew above his head and then stopped. Now, this is the last middle move, the seventh move filled with fog. Contact path. Two long swords were thrown from above towards a tall tree below. The tree trunk was quickly cut into countless pieces from top to bottom. Woon Sowol took back the two long swords. I chuckled and thought, although it doesn't take much spiritual energy, the effect is great. Mok Yom kept praising in his heart, my junior brother's swordsmanship is truly too powerful, my spiritual energy is all use it for something useless, if I could learn such powerful magic, it would be great. After a moment, Woon Sowol walked up to her and clasped his hands together, making the senior sister confused because of her ability. There are still many shortcomings of mine. Mok Yom shook his head. No way, your swordsmanship is truly amazing. It seems there is a reason why I am eager to practice. Woon Sowol smiled. Thank you so much for your compliment. This is truly a swordsmanship that is too advanced for me. I still haven't understood half of it. I have to practice harder to be able to fully utilize its power. We can't let such sublime swordsmanship go to waste. Sometime later, on a beautiful night with a clear moon and cool breeze. Mok Yom sat in his room with his chin in his hands, constantly cursing, diligently cultivating. What? Every night I locked myself in my room to do something for a whole month. I tried learning Woon Sowol's swordsmanship but nothing made any progress, it's really frustrating. Suddenly however, her eyes widened again. Then she quickly ran out excitedly. Junior brother Woon Sowol is planning to practice swordplay today? Un Sowol was surprised to see her in such haste. He scratched his head and smiled. No, today is different. Mak Yom was a little disappointed, although he didn't know what it was, he could tell. Can we see? Un Sowol nodded, just knowing that I was about to ask you a favor. Mak Yom was confused. What is it? Un Sowol immediately performed the clone technique. Guess who is really me? Mak Yom without hesitation pointed at the person on the left. Who else is it? Un Sowol widened her eyes in surprise. How did you know that? Mak Yom laughed coldly. It's easy, otherwise you'll clone again and I'll guess correctly. Un Sowol then performed the clone technique a few more times, but every time it was the same. Was easily guessed by Mak Yom. After a while, he completely despaired of continuing to try. Sister, how do you know what's real and what's fake? Mak Yom smiled. Your magic is still very young and green. It's better than practicing swordsmanship like that. Un Sowol smiled, but I think the clone magic will be useful, so I will learn it. I will practice until I can fool my sister. Mak Yom sneered and laughed loudly. Let me see if you can learn it. Time flies. A few more days passed, and on a beautiful evening Un Sowol came again to look for Mak Yom. Sister, this time it was more difficult. I upgraded my clone to 3 copies. Mak Yom smiled coldly. Junior brother, it seems like you still haven't tasted the bitterness of this world. Even if you split into 100 copies, it would be useless to me. Un Sowol coldly snorted. Then check to see if what you're saying is true or not. Mak Yom raised his hand to stop him. Let's make a bet. Un Sowol is doubtful. What to bet on? Mak Yom explained. If I find out who you really are, I win. Un Sowol nodded. That sounds quite interesting. What if senior sister wins? Mak Yom calmly said, I want to learn your swordsmanship. Un Sowol shook his head. That's not possible. Mak Yom still hasn't given up hope. Just one move is enough. Un Sowol explained, not to mention that it cannot be taught to others. It is not a swordsmanship that can be used with just one move. You have to learn other magics in addition to be able to perform it. Developed other sword techniques. Mak Yom was quite surprised and gasped. Then you will teach me the magic so that I can use that sword technique when I want to attack others. And don't tell me that the accompanying magic is the magic. It's as nonsense as a clone. Un Sowol stroked his hand thoughtfully. Seeing you begin to hesitate, Mak Yom continued to manipulate your mind. If you win, I will accept all your requests. As expected, hearing this condition, Un Sowol began to get excited. All the demands? Mak Yom shouted. Yeah, anything. I will accept whatever you want. Un Sowol, the thoughts in my head quickly turned. I can't just casually let others know my master's magic, but the fact that my sister saw through my hidden body techniques is also a big deal. I should finally do that now. Which is right. Thinking for a moment, he smiled and said, okay, senior sister is definitely not the kind of person who doesn't keep his word. Mak Yom smiled excitedly. Junior sister is definitely not the type to exaggerate. Right, you will tell me the magic to use swordsmanship, right? Un Sowol cast 3 clones of himself and smiled, of course. Mak Yom smiled. If I guess wrong once out of 10 times, you win. Un Sowol nodded. Okay then, please guess. Soon all 10 times Un Sowol used clones were easily guessed by Mak Yom. How could you guess? Mak Yom saw him so gloomy, he was even more pleased. It's simple, it's really you, right? Un Sowol sighed sadly. Sister won. Mak Yom smiled. Of course I will win. Un Sowol took out a book and gave it to her. I will give it to you, a magic book as promised. Un Sowol still couldn't understand and asked in confusion. How did you find my essence? Mak Yom smiled. Secretly, when you split into 4, let's try again. Next time I will specially give you 30 chances to split. Un Sowol sighed. The magic I just gave you called Tone Oa Bullet. This is a magic that spins spiritual energy into a circle. It can also apply the properties of the 5 elements, so the destructive power is relatively large. Mak Yom opened the book and read it, scratching his head continuously. Appreciate, this is indeed a pretty cool magic, isn't it? Un Sowol exclaimed excitedly. Let's do the challenge again, Sister Mak. Mak Yom smiled. Okay, this time if you win, I will accept your 2 wishes. 2 months later, all of Un Sowol's clones were seen by Mak Yom. Un Sowol had to hand over to Mak Yom a new magic called Recharging. Press. Sowol was extremely suspicious. Clearly Sister Mok had some secret, but I didn't know what that secret was at all. Time flew by like a shuttle. Quickly another half-year passed. The two of Sowol were now taking care of spiritual herbs together in the pharmacy. Mok Yom excitedly asked Sowol, "Junior brother Sowol, tonight, so why do we do the challenge?" Sowol shook his head. "Don't hesitate, if you keep doing that, you will steal everything I have." At this moment, a disciple hastily ran up outside. "Senior sister Mok, junior brother Sowol. You two are so nice here. There is a summons for disciples to practice Sowol." Mok Yom is suspicious. "A summons? Why call someone who is only good at doing chores?" The other person quickly explained, "Sister Mok was always inside the medicinal garden, so she probably didn't know. Right now the entire Yang continent was in a great war between good and evil. It was said that the immortal sect appeared green inside, leading to division. This is our chance to be closer to victory than ever." "Ah yes, senior sister Mok has nothing to worry about. Senior sister Mok and senior brother Wu have been crossed. Name was removed from the list to participate in this war." Mok Yom asked suspiciously. "Junior brother Sowol's cultivation level has not yet passed the alchemy stage, so if he participates in the fight, how can he help?" The young man said to Sowol, "Junior brother Sowol is not on a dangerous battlefield, so there is nothing to worry about." Mok Yom became even more suspicious. "What do you mean by that?" The other person explained, "Brother Sowol will be included in the siege team to hunt the remnants of the Chok San Seo family. Even if we encounter those remnants, none of them have high cultivation levels, and most of them are already exhausted, so there won't be any danger." Mok Yom is still very unhappy. Even so, there's no need for more people. Sowol heard that in his heart, thinking silently, "I was originally planning on leaving like this, but they were related to the Chok San Seo family. Especially Cowi, who gave me the opportunity to enter the Dan Spirit Hall. I'm really grateful to him. I can't just leave it alone and see that I can't be saved." After thinking about it, he bluntly spoke up, "If the master has called, then of course I have to answer. If he still cares about me, then what else do I have to do? Shouldn't you be afraid?" The young man smiled appreciatively at him. "You're truly an elite member of the sect, as a disciple of the Iron Protector sect. You must have such spirit." Sowol nodded. "Then I will immediately go and prepare." Mok Yom saw that he could not dissuade him, so he went to instruct Sowol, "Remember to return there safely." Sowol clasped his hands and smiled. "Monk, don't worry, I'll be back soon." Scene changes to another side. Cowi's brothers and sisters are now trying to escape in the forest. Son suddenly spoke again. "Brother, you can't go that direction, now you're going in the opposite direction." Cowi replied, "Our branch has been arranged to deal with the danger of being destroyed. We are the only hope of the family gate. If we want to reach Bin Tien Sun, we must cut off their pursuit. We must survive first." After running for a while, the young man behind him gasped and exclaimed, "Brother, I don't know. We still have more strength. Let's rest a bit and then continue, okay?" Cowi encouraged, "Please think of the family members who sacrificed their lives for us and try to keep running." Son also gasped and exclaimed, "Brother, we will continue like this. We're all going to faint. Please rest a bit. We've been running for half a day. The forest is so dense. We'll be fine if we're quiet for a bit, just for a moment, we'll be fine. Let's rest for a moment and then continue right away." The three of them then immediately found a dense bush to rest. Cowi silently thought in his head that most of the family's proud bloodline descendants were dead. Tragically, in just one morning. Witnessing the scene of bloodline descendants slowly dying in the attack of the Famjia trained forces belonging to the Justice Tiger clan and 3 exercise martial arts, I realized that they betrayed. At this moment, someone flew in front of them. Bom Chiok appeared in front of them riding on a flying sword. Bom Chiok rode a big man. "Ha ha, there is also a group of these here." Cowi stood up and asked him, clasping his hands, "Was that Elder Bom?" Bom Chiok laughed loudly. "Oh ho, it's me, are you guys waiting for me?" Cowi raised his voice, "I didn't expect that we would meet the Elder Bom that I have always respected here. I just hope he will be compassionate and help us just once." Bom Chiok laughed loudly. "Haha, you, what nonsense are you doing? I'm not the type to have compassion like anyone else, especially towards something like you." Coy's face darkened. "Elder, if you pretend you've never seen us, then hey, we will definitely repay this kindness." Bom Chiok's face started to show some interest. "How about repaying him?" Coy explained, "The house no longer exists. The spiritual stones used to rebuild the house are no longer of any use, so I will give them to the elder." Bom Chiok was surprised. "What do you mean? The giant spiritual stones that the Chok San Seo family collected, will you give them all to me? But how can I trust you? I'd rather do it like this, kill them all, you guys don't let a single drop of blood slip." When Coy saw his attitude, he knew there was no way to negotiate. His face wrinkled and reminded the two people behind him, "Cogi Son, you two were absolutely not approached recently." As he spoke, he took out the magic weapon and walked towards Bom Chiok. Bom Chiok calmly waved the magic weapon and shouted loudly, "It was an eyesore, it was truly an eyesore." A powerful explosion immediately shook the entire forest area. Waiting for the dust to disperse, the figure of Coy's group appeared again. Cogi Son's group was now lying unconscious on the ground. Only Cowi was still conscious and tried to crawl out of the deep hole. He begged Bom Chiok, "Before I die I ask the elder one last thing." Bom Chiok coldly snorted, "What a living fly. It's tough, if you ask for anything, just ask for death." After speaking, he used the magic weapon to attack him. Coy screamed loudly, "I don't care if I die, you cut off my head and told me. It's okay to tell you that the Chok San Seo family's bloodline is broken, but I will tell you the location of the spirit stone. So please spare the lives of Cogi Son and Chung." Hearing his words, then Bom Chiok's move immediately stopped. "Oh, I will accept your last request, so please quickly tell me the location of the spirit stone." Cowi turned her head to look. Cogi Son and Chung don't know the location of that place. If they go in there, they will be killed by the elder. I will only tell the elder, so please come closer. Go. Bom Chiok coldly snorted. "What are you plotting? Isn't it okay to transmit sound?" Cowi threw the storage bag away and replied, "I've used up all the spiritual energy in my body, so I still have enough strength to do that. I've thrown away the capsule. My clothes are all torn, so I can't hide anything inside." Bom Chiok walked closer to him and smiled. "Okay then," said, "let me listen." Cowi replied hesitantly, "Its position is." Halfway through speaking, his face immediately sank. Then he opened his mouth and spit out a bunch of toxic smoke. Bom Chiok stepped back, then he dodged angrily and shouted, "Damn it, what the hell are you doing?" The body was paralyzed, the spiritual energy gradually dispersed. "What a bastard." Cogi Son. Two people below also took advantage of this moment to carry Cowi and quickly flee. Bom Chiok was angry and took signal flares were fired into the sky. Did they suddenly miss them? Had to call in reinforcements to capture them. The signal was quickly shot up into the sky. All the people were searching everywhere in the forest. "Are all visible? It's Elder Bomb's signal, but the distance is too far. We don't have to go there, right? Let's go find a place to camp. That's right. Let's go like that. This group of people is Woon Sowol's squad." Seeing that signal, he quickly performed the clone technique. "Right, hurry up. You leave your clone inside the team, and you quickly fly towards the signal flare. You must be safe and sound, Cowi." Switch scene back to the crowd. Cowi. "I must be being carried by two people." Cogi Son taking turns running away. Behind is Bom Chiok, who is still killing and not giving up. "Where are you little rats going? Are you running? No matter where you go, you won't be able to escape from the palm of my hand. If you leave that bastard Cowi alone, you might have a chance to escape, but unfortunately you don't do that, haha." Continue running for a while and they've reached a dead end. There's nowhere to run anymore. Cogi Son put Cowi down. "I'd rather be replaced than you. Feeling numb, so paralyzed that I can't even feel the pain of death. We can't watch anyone else die anymore." She then turned her head to look behind and shouted, "Bom Chiok, even if I die, I will curse you." Bom Chiok laughed loudly in the back. "Oh ho, if you are good then do it. I will become an immortal, haha. Do you guys become ghosts? Will also watch me and feel happy, haha." Cogi Son looked at his magic weapon. even though there was no way to block it, but still stubbornly stood there, determined not to back down. Yes, at this moment, suddenly there was a sword energy coming from the distance, knocking Bomb Chiok's magic weapon away. Bomb Chiok saw this and his eyes widened in horror, isn't that right? Looking in the middle, he suddenly appeared. In front of COY's group, both sides were extremely surprised and did not know who the other person was. Bomb Chiok silently thought in his heart, the doctor looked amazing when he first met. Who is he? Where did it suddenly appear from? Thinking for a moment, he then asked the other person, who are you and where do you come from? I don't know who you are, but this is a matter between the Justice Tiger clan and 3 exercise martial arts and the Chok Sanseo family. This is not something an outsider like you can interfere in, so if you pass by, please. But halfway through speaking, he suddenly stopped. Because of his loyalty, the front completely ignored him, calmly turned around to talk to Cogi Son and the others. He take out some medicinal pills and give them to them. Apply the herbal medicine to the wound and each of you take one of these medicinal pills. It will help you restore your spiritual energy. Cogi Son looked at the medicinal pill in the other person's hand. Silently thinking, are you an acquaintance of brother? Never mind, now is not the time to be pondering over these things. She quickly took the medicine and fed it to Coe. Bomb Chiok in the distance suddenly woke up. It turns out you know Coe, you are a human. From Chok Sanseo? Trung should calmly press me as a member of the Dauntless Association. Bomb Chiok was startled when he heard that. Iron Protector Sect? Why did Iron Protector Sect help Chok Sanseo? Trung should laugh coldly. I didn't come here because I wanted to help the Chok Sanseo family. But to destroy people like you who just look at me and find them annoying. After speaking, I took out a bunch of magical weapons, covering his entire body. When Bomb Chiok saw that, he gasped in horror. What? Controlling 5 magic weapons at the same time? Then I have to focus on the wall to block the aura more. Next, quickly call for more reinforcements to come here. But life was not as he dreamed, and very quickly his eyes widened and he couldn't. I can't believe it. This one sword from the opponent hit his protective light screen. Yet without any resistance, it directly hit a hole. Saw the aura barrier wall being destroyed but the opponent was still continuing to attack. Bomb Chiok then screamed madly, this bastard didn't stop for me. He immediately waved his hand and released his magic weapon. 2 times. The oncoming long sword was immediately blocked by the golden light in the air. Damn it! Why did an expert like this appear in my way? But his magic weapon couldn't hold out for long, and soon a long sword broke free of its bindings and stabbed straight at him. Bomb Chiok was beaten like that until he had no power. Lying on the ground. He was seriously injured but not dead yet. He tried to raise his head and looked at the other person with extremely fierce eyes. The middle-aged man walked up to him and sneered. You can't steal other juniors' spiritual herbs anymore, right? Bomb Chiok was shocked when he heard these words, could it be that you are? In his mind, an image of clashing with Woon Sowol appeared in his mind. Just as he thought this middle-aged man it was because of Woon Sowol's disguise that it happened, but by the time he realized it, it was too late. Woon Sowol without hesitation swung his sword to finish him off. After dealing with him, Woon Sowol breathed out, saying, Chi and even destroying evil swordsmanship consumed a lot of my spiritual energy. Cogi Son behind him looked at Woon Sowol suspiciously and thought to himself. Obviously he said he was a member of the Iron Protector sect, a sect that is hostile to the main sect, and could harm us at any time. Me, but why did you give me the medicine and pills? Woon Sowol walked up to her and smiled. Why is the lady okay now? After speaking, he immediately turned back to his original appearance. Cogi Son was surprised when he saw that it was Woon Sowol. Young Master Woon Sowol, why are you here? Woon Sowol once again transformed back into the appearance of a middle-aged man who took out his flying sword. Temporarily something happened so I had to infiltrate the Iron Protector sect. That's why I'm here. No, there's still a lot of time left. Let's talk while walking. Everyone come up here quickly. The group of people then quickly left with the sword and Woon Sowol. Cogi Son was in her heart right now. I was even more scared. The effectiveness of the pill surprised me. I didn't expect to be able to recover spiritual energy so quickly that I could use the sword to move so quickly. My brother's condition was also stable. Then, he was able to escape under the old man's pursuit thanks to the help of young Master Woon Sowol. But young Master Woon Sowol clearly has an early stage of cultivation, so what now? Are you the same guy again? Is that young master an expert at hiding his cultivation base? While she was lost in thought, Woon Sowol suddenly raised his hand to tell them to stop. There are 5 nights of heroic appearance approaching. Now I can feel the aura, so there could be more than that. Cogi Son heard that there were 5 heroic-looking warriors approaching and was terrified. After a while, she bowed her head and sighed. If we count them all, there are more than 10 experts of the Justice Tiger clan and 3 martial arts. Most of them will live in the Mountain of 5 Gates located near this place. Woon Sowol heard that. His face became tense. Cogi Son smiled at him. Young Master Woon Sowol, helping us like that is enough. Even if you leave us here, it is absolutely not your fault. But if you want to help to the end, then please take us to the Mountain of Plain Fields. Even if we die, we will repay this favor. Woon Sowol looked into the distance thoughtfully. After a while just glanced at them and smiled. What Miss Seo said sounds really heavy. I will try my best for now. The group then continued to move forward with their swords. Woon Sowol in their hearts silently made a decision. If I encounter something life-threatening, I will escape first. Even though I have some predestined relationship with the Choksan Seo family, it's not enough that I have to sacrifice my life for them. Suddenly Woon Sowol stopped and said, "We are surrounded." You shouted in the distance, "How long are you planning to follow us and don't show up soon?" As soon as he finished speaking, a few wizards appeared around them. The 4 Woon Sowol people were completely surrounded by their formation. These 5 people were the same heroic-looking wizards that Woon Sowol had earlier sensed. Even though he had prepared himself mentally in advance, when facing face to face, Woon Sowol still couldn't help but feel tense in his heart. One of the people in the lead spoke up. On our way here, discovered his uncle's body. That sword was the Seo family's sword Gaizan was using. But even if Seo Gaizan teamed up with Seo Wi and Seo Chung, it would still be impossible defeated my uncle. Is that the person who helped Choksan? Woon Sowol replied bluntly, yes, but I also did because of personal hatred. The other person heard that and stroked his chin and nodded. I know my uncle is a greedy person and has brought a lot on himself. Hatred, but no one has ever dared to take revenge on you. You said that because of personal hatred, I will not prosecute you for what happened in the past. However, I also have to restore. It's okay to lose the family's dignity. The leader of the prison has passed away. We can't help but take revenge. Woon Sowol didn't say much and immediately jumped out from the flying sword. The magic weapon appeared around him again. The surrounding heroic-looking wizards didn't say much. Everyone quickly took out their own magic weapon. Woon Sowol glanced at the crowd. Cogi Son behind him thought to himself, there's no good in prolonging the war like this. The spiritual energy consumed just now still hasn't fully recovered. Even though I'm sorry to the Choksan Seo family, I can't give up. I can live in this place. I just need to avoid that middle-aged warrior who looks like him. While focusing on defense and running away in a direction where there is no other warrior, I can completely escape. Get out of here. While he was thinking about how to fight, several wizards next to him carried magic weapons and attacked. Woon Sowol deployed a screen of protective spiritual energy along with a shield to block. Blocking the attack of the crowd, Woon Sowol couldn't help but applaud in his heart. It was right that he added the school's apricot shell. The ancients focused on making shields, so that tomorrow they will be able to block all the attacks of these wizards. But the wizard looked like a middle-aged warrior. From beginning to end, he still hasn't made any moves, which really makes me feel very uneasy. Moreover, that magician who keeps throwing the chain is really annoying. Instead of just letting that chained axe chased after me while I was running away, so I quickly controlled it and ran away. Thinking of this, he immediately waved his hand to urge the jade demon. Next, he headed straight towards the few people in front was thrown. The crowd had no time to react and was blinded by its light and had to cover their eyes. Woon Sowol then took out another bullet and threw it out. The crowd, as soon as the person opened their eyes, They were covered by black smoke and suddenly continued to be unable to see Woon Sowol's movements. Woon Sowol took advantage of this moment to use the body transformation technique to rush to attack them. The crowd saw, then everyone's faces became tense. Woon Sowol's target was the magician holding the rope mace. So the person who attacked him was his main body. While Woon Sowol preparing to turn his internal heat and spray fire on the opponent's body. At this moment, a wave of water came from far away. Woon Sowol turned his head to look back in surprise. He didn't have time to react and was hit by the wave. Sent them flying far away. Woon Sowol was pinned straight to the ground just like that. As soon as the water wave dissipated, a trident appeared in front of him. The one who took action was the guy. The middle-aged warrior was always standing in the distance watching the battle. Woon Sowol's face was full of doubts. How could you find my true body? The middle-aged man replied frankly, thinking from your position. If it were me, I would also attack Mu Kyungseo, surely his chains would be a great danger to you, so you won't feel safe when you let it run wild behind your back. Woon Sowol sighed, that's true, he couldn't help but laugh at himself. It's ridiculous to be so confident that can escape from their hands. The middle-aged man urged his spiritual energy in a cold voice, it ends here. At this moment, his eyebrows furrowed and he glanced behind him. Not far away there is a bloodlight flying towards the sky at extremely fast speed. It is an extremely ferocious monster-shaped magic weapon mask. There is no way for middle-aged people to temporarily let go of Woon Sowol. Turn around to help. Who is it? The person who came was the Taoist Gwang. Seeing him appear, the middle-aged man's face immediately wrinkled. Why was it the Taoist Gwang? Gwang the Taoist riding on the back of a crane laughed. I have to take the children of the Chok San Seo family and the boy lying there. Do you dare to stop me? The middle-aged man asked coldly. It's been a long time since we've seen each other, but it seems like your cultivation level has gotten much higher, right? Gwang Taoist rubbed the first crane and smiled. I have tried everything to live in the spiritual land for 40 years, but only when I reach the late stage can I tame the white cloud. This crane and that one. You guys should try locking yourself in the wild spirit earth for 100 years of diligent practice. No matter what your personalities are, that kid and I, along with this white cloud crane, are compatible. Together, our strength is probably enough to fight against you guys. Do you dare to risk your lives for the children of a doomed family like the Chok San Seo family? The middle-aged man bowed his head and did not answer. After a while he sighed, okay. You should take the children of the Chok San Seo family and go. But you cannot bear the name. I have already defeated that handsome warrior, he killed the elder of my family. Gwang Taoist laughed loudly, ha ha. Although Bok Van Hak did not understand anything, he still opened his beak and roared loudly. Gwang Taoist then took out his magic tools. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm very pleased with that kid. If I can't negotiate with my mouth, then I'll just have to take action. When the middle-aged man saw that, his face involuntarily wrinkled, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Started to pour out. Then we had to compromise. Okay, you take them away. Gwang Taoist laughed loudly. You are indeed the one who knows how to grasp the situation and make the right decision. The 5 people then quickly led each other away. Waiting for them to go far, Gwang Taoist then scolded Woon Sowol, you brat, in front of me. You still dare to disguise yourself? Woon Sowol quickly turned back to his original appearance. Haha, long time no see, senior. Gwang laughed. Oh ho. The recklessness is still the same as before, isn't it? Oh, that's right. I thought your cultivation level was in the Thien Tai period, but it turns out it's in the Tran period? Woon Sowol scratched his head. It was because I was lucky that I was able to quickly increase my cultivation level. Gwang I'm surprised. How lucky are you with your own abilities? It's because you practiced diligently. In his heart right now he was extremely admiring Woon Sowol, this worthy boy. As a warrior he dared to risk his life for others, moreover, who would watch? I can already guess that it's just over 30 years old. I'm really pleased with it. Looking at how cruel or dauntless association is killing people. They have definitely captured the teleportation array and are gathering there. The teleportation array will pass through the forest and lead to the foot of the mountain. At this moment, the young son of the sect leader also came running. Our junior sisters must run quickly. Mok Yom looked at him in surprise. Did you also hear that the Dauntless Association had rushed here? What is this all about? The young man angrily gritted his teeth and said, those bastards have already betrayed. They want to build a dauntless association in the world, not an evil sect. The families belong to the right sect and the evil sect all join forces with them. Moreover, the dauntless association has already appeared. Mok Yom was surprised. Duong Kwang Ky? Damn that doctor, it seems like it took him less than 10 years to reach the Yang Kwang Ky. Any family that has the support of the doctor of Yang Kwang Ky and doesn't listen to him will be destroyed by him. We don't know about that either, we only know that at first they wanted to increase the power of the evil sect, that's why we fought together against the righteous sect. But now they suddenly crossed the bridge and escaped. Right, those are really people who are asked by elephants. Woon Sowol's face is tense. That magician Duong Kwang Ky will probably come here too, right? The young man nodded sullenly, yes. My father and many elders were discussing with an elder of the Dauntless Association when they suddenly came out of nowhere. In just a moment everyone was gradually being killed by them and falling into chaos. I separated from my father and ran here like this. Woon Sowol's heart was tense to the limit. If even the Dr. Duong Kwang Ky had come here, then this place absolutely cannot stay anymore. I have to try my best to avoid getting involved in uncontrollable things. Fortunately, the 3 people here are all highly cultivated. With the 4 of us I can escape from this golden mountain. The old man ran ahead and loudly ordered, quickly get down the mountain and use the shape-shifting magic weapon to escape. A moment later, the group of people ran to the outside of the entrance. Meet Jia Lam. Woon Sowol looked at the scene in front of him and exclaimed nervously, it turns out this is a trap. The enemy has discovered us. It's not just 1 or 2 people. Woon Sowol, the thoughts in my head quickly turned. They were chasing very fast. I didn't know if I was alone, but if there were 4 people like this, they would probably catch up. There were 6 people chasing, Mok's sister. I don't know, but I'm afraid the master and Wu Changyi won't be of any help. I knew that when I was at the Mountain of 5 Gates, I should have run away alone. But Monk Mok Yom's sister. I've been with her for so long, so I already have feelings for her. Sister has enough spiritual power, but she doesn't have a proper magic weapon and hasn't finished learning all the techniques yet. Again, she absolutely cannot fight against the heroic warrior. He was lost and didn't know what to do, but suddenly he was startled. In front of them, there was suddenly a hurricane. Arrived. The old man was blown away by the wind from the flying sword and fell to the ground. Mok Yom saw this and his face immediately changed. She didn't say much directly from the flying sword. Woon Sowol jumped up. As he flew out, he used the bullets. He used 2 bullets with both hands and then simultaneously hit the opposite direction. Not far away, the enemy who had just attacked them saw this. Smiling coldly, he didn't pay any attention and let the magic bullet hit his protective light screen. But beyond his data, as soon as the bullet hit the light curtain above, a crack immediately appeared. He couldn't believe it when he looked at Mok Yom. I thought he was a talented warrior, but he turned out to be a master. That girl is very dangerous, let's go ahead and deal with her first. The 2 old gardeners and Wu Changyi saw this and immediately stood in front of Mok Yom. But the group of people in front did not pay attention to them, they directly mobilized their magic weapons and rushed towards Mok Yom. Mok Yom has no experience in actual combat and magic. He doesn't know how to dodge or block, he just knows who's standing there. While hanging by a hair, Woon Sowol appears in front of him. She helped her block everything. Wu Changyi from behind saw Woon Sowol so powerful and his mouth was open in horror. Junior brother is so strong. Woon Sowol took out a few of his cold magic weapons looking at the group of people opposite. When the middle-aged man saw this, he was even more surprised. He didn't expect that there were 2 people hiding their strength. It turned out that they were not a bunch of incompetent people. 6 people, we must kill them. 4 people fight the other 2, the remaining people fight the Thien Tai KY guys, we deal with them at the same time. Wu Changyi was scared in his heart and had absolutely no fighting spirit. No matter how powerful junior sister Mok and junior Woon Sowol were, they still couldn't defeat those 6 guys. Even if I want to run away, but I can't run away. Woon Sowol stayed in front from beginning to end without talking nonsense. immediately activated the magic weapon to attack the middle-aged man in the lead. Seeing Woon Sowol actively attacking him, he once again summoned a protective light screen. But as soon as Woon Sowol's longsword hit his protective light screen, countless cracks immediately appeared above it. Then very quickly it immediately broke, seeing that Woon Sowol's long sword was about to hit him. At this moment, a young man next to him rushed to help him block it. Unexpectedly that guy was still there. "It's much more dangerous than I thought. Let's quickly attack him." Woon Sowol's heart was filled with regret. Just a little more and I would have snatched his old life. The old man was at this guy is having an extremely hard time fending off his opponent's attack. He was extremely depressed in his heart. As a father, not only could he not protect his daughter, but moreover, he single-handedly blocked an enemy's attack and still could not finish it. While the two of them had to deal with 4 people, what the hell is this? Mok Yeom in front also kept paying attention to his situation. Seeing him, she was about to not be able to hold on anymore. She was extremely worried. "Dad did everything for me, but I couldn't help anyone. I'm truly a blameworthy child." Yes, at this moment, someone was hit by a sword and flew past her. Seeing with her own eyes her father was hit by a sword and flew back. Mok Yeom immediately screamed in excitement, showing signs of losing control and spiritual power. The madness on her body erupted violently. Her consciousness gradually became blurred. The group of wizards surrounding and attacking them were immediately swept away by her spiritual energy. Very soon someone was killed by her spiritual energy. The young man next to him turned to look at his comrades in surprise. What is going on? But as soon as she turned around, her mother grabbed her arm and held her down tightly. She was now in a crazy state, her mind only wanting to kill those who had hurt her father. Old Veen, the owner below, tried to advise. It didn't work. I tried to hide it until now. Among the doctors present here, someone quickly recognized her. I am a celestial person. The rest of the crowd were surprised to hear that. What is a celestial person? Is she a celestial being? Woon Sowol is also surprised in my heart. Is it a heavenly person? Now I understand why she has so much spiritual energy, because she is a hybrid between a human and a spiritual beast. The internal Dan in her body also becomes unusual. Fuang Fai, if you have it, you will have a huge advantage. It is rumored that if a magician has the inner pill of heaven and man, he will be able to use it to enhance his strength. Or use it to nourish blood energy to be able to have a terrible source of spiritual energy. So this is the reason why sister secretly lives in the courtyard. Mok Yeom finished killing the 2 most recent guys and did not stop. She continued to stimulate her spiritual energy to attack the man who was fighting with Wu Changyi. Even though the other person had called out a protective light screen, he still couldn't stop Mok Yeom. He was very fast. Was killed. Blood immediately splattered on Wu Changyi's face. The rest of the group saw this and immediately turned around and ran away. Run quickly. We must quickly report this to the master. Mok Yeom's aura also gradually stabilized. After a while she was back to normal, just a little too exhausted to breathe, like she was dying. Wu Changyi came over to ask, "Junior sister, you okay?" Woon Sowol went to the old man to check on his situation. After a while he breathed out. Fortunately he was only stabbed with one external injury. His internal organs were not damaged much, if possible. With proper treatment, he will be able to recover completely. He quickly carried him up to the 2 people behind him and shouted loudly, "Senior sister has been exposed as a celestial being, so he will definitely being chased more aggressively. We have to move quickly." Wu Changyi nodded in agreement. That's right, we have to quickly escape this maze. Switch scene to another side. The group after the doctor came back, he immediately went to report to the doctor Duong Kwang Ky. After hearing this, he couldn't suppress his surprise. What is this? Are they heavenly people? The other person nodded. Surely that girl's eyes were white. Even the blood energy flying out from her body had strange patterns. It was definitely the celestial being that you were thinking about. The middle-aged man didn't say much more and immediately flew away. Heaven and earth? We absolutely cannot lose it. Very quickly he chased behind the Woon Sowol group. Sure enough, they were going this way. Quickly caught up with them and captured the heavenly people. Very quickly he chased in front of the group. Woon Sowol person. He stared at Mok Yeom and said, "Hand that kid over to me." Mok Yom was still lying unconscious in Woo Changyi's chest. He couldn't help but look at the middle-aged man in front of him. Shocked, is that person a person with a cultivation base of up to the Yangguang period? Mok Yom also just woke up at this time. She looked at Woo Changyi and asked, "Senior brother, is the situation worse?" Woo Changyi's face was silent and he didn't answer. After a moment, he gritted his teeth and forced a smile. "It's okay, don't worry." As soon as the words left his mouth, a golden light pierced him. Over his head, he was like an object falling from a flying sword. The one who took action was that monk Duong Kwang Ky. "If you don't hand it over, I'll just have to take it away." Mok Yom was about to rush down to grab Woo Changyi's body but was caught by the magician. The old man next to him saw this and his face changed. "I have to stop him, I must stop him." He gritted his teeth and made some difficult decision. He quickly reached into his chest to search for something. "Mok Yom, my beloved daughter." Very quickly he took out an internal pill. "Because my daughter's potential is destroyed, or if the internal pill is broken, I don't care anymore. If this way can save my daughter, then of course everything was worth it." He quickly slowly flew up. Then he put that internal pill in his mouth and swallowed it. After swallowing that internal pill, his body immediately felt a powerful stream of spiritual energy burst out. Seeing this, Dr. Duong Kwang Ky snorted coldly. "With that level of cultivation, do you still want to stop me? Even if it were fate, it wouldn't be possible." Just as he said, all of the old man's attacks were easily blocked by him. Next, he waved his hand and threw several. The magical weapon in his hand was truly ridiculous. The old man raised his shield to block the opponent's attack, but as soon as he raised it, the shield could not stand it for long and immediately broke. The old gardener still did not give up and continued to rush madly. In his hand, a piece of tree suddenly condensed. The tree quickly grew longer and wrapped around Mok Yom. Fuang Phai Duong. When Kwang saw this, he immediately snapped his fingers and unleashed the divine fire of the third sister. Although the old garden master's tree branch was not an ordinary object, it still could not compete with the divine fire of the third sister. It quickly disappeared. Burned fiercely, the old master sighed in his heart. There was no way to extinguish this fire. I had to throw this stick away. After thinking about it, he immediately threw the stick away. He continued to rush towards Mok Yom, wanting to save her. Seeing his father frantically rush towards Mok Yom, screaming in fear, "No, no father." Woon Sowol is behind at this time, was also trying to follow him and rushed up. The old man rushed closer to his daughter before he could even touch her when he was hit through the head by a beam of spiritual energy. Watching his father die right before his eyes, Mok Yom his eyes immediately became red. At this time the sun was gradually appearing in the east. If night is the awakening time of magical beasts, then daylight is the time when spiritual beasts awaken. Mok Yom once again fell into a state of madness. The vines that were wrapping around her body quickly fell to pieces. She screamed frantically, "No, how could this happen?" Sensing the aura on Mok Yom's body, the Yang Luang Chi monk's heart also began to tense up. He had a psychic eye, and that was really dangerous. He quickly called out the light screen. Protective spiritual energy. But suddenly his eyes widened and he stood there dumbfounded. Countless images and familiar sounds continuously appeared in his mind, compared to Yukong Wiso. "Senior brother must be much better. The teacher is waiting and you are better than him. Compared to Kong Wiso, Kong Wiso. You should try to be worthy of senior brother. Kong Wiso, you have completely lost your soul." After making the other person fall into a state of chaos, Mok Yom also fainted from exhaustion. Woon Sowol quickly rushed to hug her. "Are you okay, sister?" He glanced at the middle-aged man standing right inside the protective light curtain in the distance. His sister must have done something to him. "I have to take advantage of his loss and quickly escape from here." Dad. The next day at District Li, Ju Mansion. Woon Sowol ran all the way here with Mok Yom. As soon as he landed in the yard, he breathed out, "I was just trying to come here, but I didn't expect it. That big brother still hasn't let anyone in here for the past 2 years. This is really lucky. I have to check the body condition of my senior sister first." He quickly hugged Mok Yom into the house later. That prompted spiritual energy to check her body. As soon as his spiritual energy entered her body, it was immediately reflected back. His face couldn't help but tense up. The spiritual energy in her body was still, the outbreak was still so intense. It must have been the medicine that helped preserve her spiritual energy first, then the medicine that helped her recover. At this moment Jang Bo poked his head in from the outside. Seeing the scene inside, he quietly turned his head and walked out, originally intending to go in and ask him how things were after many days of not seeing him, but it seemed he was busy. But at this moment Woon Sowol smiled and called him over. "Long time no see, Jang brother." Jang Bo excitedly turned around. "Little brother Woon Sowol, didn't expect you to be gone for so long. How much time has passed? Already?" Woon Sowol smiled and nodded. "It's been a long time. Has anything special happened to the Ju family lately?" Jang Bo excitedly explained, "Yes, the eldest young master passed the exam and became a doctor. The whole district held a very lively party to celebrate. It's a pity I'm not here. Other than that, the second lady has been making the district commander's heart feel sad lately." Woon Sowol was surprised. Did something happen to Miss Ju? Jang Bo explained that the district commander was busy negotiating a marriage for the young lady with a quite famous family. Even though she was past the age of consent, the young lady still kept saying that she was not thinking about marriage. This matter, it's really giving the old man a headache. Woon Sowol suddenly woke up. "So that's how things happened." Jang Bo turned around and ran out. "No more talking to you. I have to quickly go and tell you. The young lady just heard that I was back." Woon Sowol then went to cook medicine for Mok Yom to drink. He kept sighing in his heart. Her body was still a bit weak. Dealing with two, the guy looks like an amazing guy. Even facing off against a miracle warrior like Duan Kwang, but still has the strength. This is considered amazing. While taking care of Mok Yom, he suddenly looked out in doubt. Seeing someone coming, he excitedly exclaimed, "Is it Miss Ju?" Ju Garyong didn't say anything and looked at him with a smile. Woon Sowol continued to ask, "Have you been okay lately?" Ju Garyong replied sadly, "Let's see, it's okay but it's not very okay. The family's position has been enhanced but I still seem the same." Woon Sowol asked doubtfully, "Because of the soul talk? May I ask why you don't want to get married?" Ju Garyong smiled, "For a young lady that is a difficult question. Please forgive me for not being able to answer you." Woon Sowol's face was full of helplessness. "After a while I'll change the subject later. I wonder if we can stay here for a while?" Ju Garyong smiled extremely happily. "Woon Sowol sir, why have I left this study room empty until now?" Woon Sowol reminded with a serious face, "There is one thing you need to know, young lady. I am currently being chased by people. The wizards are actively searching for me all over Yangzhou. And there is also my senior sister who is looking for me." "Injured?" Ju Garyong nodded. "I understand. The healers wouldn't dare ransack the homes of mortals. But about your sister, is she seriously injured?" Woon Sowol explained sadly. "Sister has lost her father and the whole person dares to do anything for her more than anyone else. The wound on the body is big, but the wound in the heart, it's not small." Ju Garyong pushed the door and walked next to the bed. She looked at the unconscious woman on the bed and smiled. Truly a beautiful lady, if she were a senior sister of Woon Sowol, then it doesn't matter how long you want to stay. Woon Sowol nodded gratefully. "Thank you, Miss Ju." He silently made a decision in his heart, but he couldn't. "If we can't stay here for long, the Dauntless Association will probably continue to hunt us. We might bring disaster to the Ju family. Sister, please get well as soon as possible. We will leave here as soon as possible." Peaceful time continued to pass like that. One beautiful morning Mok Yom finally woke up. Woon Sowol with Ju Garyong as usual follow the things to take care of her. As soon as he opened the door and saw Mok Yom lying there with his eyes open, he was so excited he wanted to scream. But before the words left his mouth, he drooped. "I didn't know what to say." Both. The two quickly walked to the bedside. Ju Garyong washed the towel and wanted to help her wipe her face. "She's finally awake. It's been 3 days since I met her." But Mok Yom was like a vegetable lying there. Other than opening his eyes and staring at the ceiling, there was no other movement. Ju Garyong continued to confide, "Miss Mok, the weather outside is beautiful. On a beautiful day like this, the son of a servant broke a water jar. My younger brother Ju Hyundo is no less. Not long ago he opened a trade with his unruly friends, but now he has abandoned it in the middle. How long will it take for him to become as famous as my brother? Oh, do you like snacks? Yesterday I heard that it was a specialty of another country, so I bought it as a snack. Just come here today, I'll come again tomorrow. From that day on, not a day goes by that Ju Garyong doesn't come sitting alone telling stories for half a day before leaving. All of them were simple, not very interesting stories. Just like that, Mak Yom had been awake for 8 days. On the 8th day Mak Yom began to nod. First responded to Ju Garyong's story. Since that day, Mak Yom had recovered more clearly and occasionally opened her mouth to talk. One day she suddenly asked Woon Sowol, the junior brother from yesterday. It's a cool breeze today, right? Woon Sowol smiled and nodded, that's right. After a while, Woon Sowol left her place. As he walked, he thought to himself, 4 days have passed since that day. Although his expression was still a bit sad, fortunately his sister was almost gone. Back to the way it was before. When sister recovers completely, I should slowly leave here. Before leaving, I took a look at the hands of Madam Sun and the children in the Ju family, including Jang Bo brother and Li Hyong too, but no one has a fairy bone. Even Miss Ju is the same. Unfortunately even Miss Ju doesn't have a fairy bone. I thought if she had a fairy bone then I would teach her qigong and give her a few medicinal pills, but things are impermanent and not what people want. Ju Garyong knew Woon Sowol's good intentions and smiled, if only she could become a healer. No matter what, I will still live as I do now. I love my family and my family very much, so I can't shake that feeling and disappear. I probably won't be able to specialize. I lost my mind to practice. Woon Sowol sighed and advised, Miss Ju should find her own life. Ju Garyong smiled without answering. After a while she asked again. Mr. Sowol, see if we have immortal bones or not. Is it because you will leave here and never come back? Woon Sowol doesn't hide it, that's true. Ju Garyong smiled, after all, what we should do a few years ago. I know I can't keep you here, I don't know do nothing but regret. Woon Sowol sighed, I also feel very regretful. Ju Garyong led Woon Sowol to a nearby room, that's lucky. Woon Sowol looked inside full of doubts, isn't this Miss Ju's treasure chest? Ju Garyong nodded. I heard that the wizard often has a magical bag. There is no need to have a large treasure like this, but there is still, can it hold a lot of things inside? Woon Sowol nodded, that's right. Ju Garyong smiled, if that's the case then please take all the long robes over there and put them in that bag. I thought the gods would be quiet living in the mountains, or flying in the sky in a cool way, but I didn't expect young Master Woon Sowol to have to go through so many dangerous things, and his clothes are often ruined because of that. Woon Sowol shyly scratched his face. Ha ha, is that so? He also unceremoniously quickly collected all the long robes. At this moment, he suddenly remembered something. He took out a cloth bag and gave it to her. There were a few things in there. Medicine pills, if you take 1 pill, you will be able to increase your lifespan a little, and you will not get sick. Taking 2 or 3 pills won't be any more effective, so you just need to take it. 1 pill is enough. Please give 1 pill each to Jang Bo and Li Hyong. The rest is up to you to use whatever you want. Ju Garyong took the pill and sighed. The pill was as precious as hay. If I accept it from you, you will feel a lot of pressure. Woon Sowol scratched his head and smiled. No, the healer drinking this stuff won't have much effect. If I don't give it to you, I won't know. To whom now? Ju Garyong woke up. It turns out that's the case. So Woon Sowol master, please take care. After Jang Bo heard that Woon Sowol wanted to leave, he cried loudly, Woon Sowol master, are you really going? Giving gold, silver and jewels is fine, but why do you have to go to such a faraway country? Woon Sowol crossed his arms in front of his chest and smiled. Just now someone received gold, silver and jewels and grinned. Jang Bo hesitated. Anyone can be like that, you're really. Woon Sowol laughed. Jang brother was sad when you left like that, so I probably couldn't help but take this out. Jang Bo looked suspiciously at the jars of wine in front of him. What is this wine? Woon Sowol explained, this is a wine reserved for physicians called nectarine wine. It is made from spiritual herbs. Drinking it not only does not harm your health, on the contrary it also helps enhance your luck. Jang Bo immediately took out a bowl to start drinking. I didn't expect that I, Jang Bo, could also drink such precious wine. Look at this, Woon Sowol, I'll just drink 1 glass and then you take it away, this 1 bowl. For me, it's a day full of green dreams, you know? After saying goodbye to everyone, until it got dark, the two of Woon Sowol quietly went out to the yard. Mok Yeom looked at the sky and said, "Let's go quickly, junior brother." Woon Sowol nodded sadly, "Yes, senior sister." Seeing him keep glancing behind sadly, Mok Yeom immediately asked, "Is there anything else going on?" Woon Sowol shook his head, "It's nothing, just a little regretful." Woon Sowol looked at Ju family's palace and secretly sighed. The relationship with District Lee has been resolved. But why do I feel regretful? But my sister and I must disappear from this Yangzhou. After a while he sighed, "Sister, let's go to Daewon Nation." Scene changed to Yueyang Province, Daewon Nation, and Nam Set. Woon Sowol and Mok Yeom have just used the teleportation formation to come here. She looked at the scene ahead suspiciously and asked, "Is this the Daewon Nation?" Woon Sowol replied uncertainly, "It seems like that. For now, let's go somewhere where people live and ask. Let's see if the people in Daewon are any different from us." Mok Yeom nodded. "Okay, let's do that." The two people then quickly flew out of the forest with their swords. They quickly reached a nearby stronghold. Woon Sowol observed the situation. What is said below. The big door is for the wise man, the small door is for mortals. I've never seen a scene like this in Jeonnyeong Nation. Sister is not healthy, so she can't pretend to be a mortal. I guess I'll have to use hidden body techniques. As soon as the two reached the city gate, they were immediately attacked. The soldiers on guard stopped. Woon Sowol asked suspiciously, "What's going on?" The soldier quickly said that if he wanted to enter the guild hall, he had to pay a pass fee of 10 low-level spirit stones. Suddenly, his face turned red and he immediately stood there. He was immediately embarrassed. Mok Yeom's charming, heart-touching charm. After a while he woke up and coughed, ahem. The two of them cost 20 low-grade spirit stones. Woon Sowol took out the spirit stone and gave it to him. I couldn't help but feel the pain in my heart. A low-level magic weapon could only be exchanged for 40 low-level spirit stones. It was really expensive to use as a travel fee, but it had to be that way. What should I do? After all, I didn't know what to do. There is a shortage of spirit stones. The soldiers received enough spirit stones and immediately took out 2 command tokens and gave them to them. Remember to keep them carefully. If you lose them and are discovered by a patrol, you will be considered an infiltrator. Illegal and confiscated 10 more mid-level spirit stones. The two of Woon Sowol quickly received the orders and then entered the city. We understood and thanked this big brother. Just entering the city, the eyes of the two of them couldn't help but widen. Inside is truly a world for magicians. Everywhere you can see magicians flying in the air. Is this the Daewon Nation? Very quickly, there was a monk in front who was blown back by the whirlwind. Woon Sowol rushed up from behind and couldn't help but be startled when he saw this. The wind was so strong, the monk Thien Tai Ky couldn't even get to the entrance. Murder, if that's the case, then. He quickly shouted towards Mok Yeom. His sister quickly rushed inside in one breath. At this moment, a loud shout rang out from behind, "If you don't want to die, quickly avoid it." Raw, Woon Sowol heard that and turned around in surprise to look back. There was an air-braking horse carriage coming from behind. The whirlwind here had absolutely no way to stop it at all. The surrounding people, when they saw this carriage, they exclaimed in horror, "It is the Mountain Willow Manor. It is the windmill carriage of the Mountain Willow Manor. Damn, the Mountain Willow Manor is also coming. See, I can't enter the lake this year." Woon Sowol saw the group of people so tense. His heart was full of doubts. This family seems to be very famous. The Mafu alone is so strong. There can control the 4 red heavenly winged dragons. I don't know which god is sitting inside. Mok Yeom, who was next to him, also exclaimed in surprise. That carriage doesn't seem to be afraid of hurricanes, right? Our junior brother should quickly go in. Woon Sowol nodded. Well, let's go. Wish us luck, senior sister. He silently shook his head. No matter who he is, this has nothing to do with it. To me. After a while, Woon Sowol successfully entered the rift, where the atmosphere was extremely gloomy and surrounded by fog. Woon Sowol thought as he walked. Unexpectedly he entered. Once inside the rift, we got lost. I heard that the groups entering the rift all got lost. It seems this rumor is true. This place is completely different from the Dan Lin land. We don't know at all. Nothing. Luckily my sister and I had already made an appointment to meet at the central lake. This was truly a smart decision. Before entering, the two of them negotiated with each other. Mok Yom stroked his chin thoughtfully. I heard that the exit will open in 1 to 3 months. Woon Sowol nodded. So we better not act rashly. Collect spirit stones while moving to the central lake to meet there. Woon Sowol released Wanwan from the beast chest. The senior sister is so strong, it should be fine. I should still collect information about the treasures related to the lake first. Recently there are only 2 ancient sages. Cannot pose a threat to us for the time being. Wanwan, let's go find out where the spiritual herbs are. Woon Sowol looked at Wanwan diligently sniffing the spiritual herbs secretly happily. After eating the needles, Wanwan was obedient much better. Hope it can bring me luck. Very quickly Wanwan found the first elixir tree. Next was the second tree. The third tree. Woon Sowol, just like that, under its guidance, he quickly found countless spiritual herbs. He looked at the pile of spiritual herbs in his hand with excitement. He did not expect that Wanwan's performance this time would be so outstanding. On the way to the center of the rift, it took only 2 hours to collect this many spiritual herbs and internal pills. Woon Sowol was standing there admiring Wanwan behind him, but suddenly ran away excitedly. Woon Sowol was surprised when he saw that. Wanwan became angry again. Spiritual herbs appear? Haven't all the spiritual herbs been picked up recently? After walking for a while, Wanwan stopped and excitedly ran around a pile of dirt. Woon Sowol quickly saw another spiritual medicine plant. Isn't this 9coc greed? The spiritual grass was so rare, yet it was so easy to find. Suddenly he felt a little suspicious and touched the ground. The ground seemed to be very damp. He quickly mobilized the spiritual energy. Next, he waved his hand and smashed the opposite ground. A cave immediately appeared inside. Woon Sowol looked at the water flowing from inside and was a bit surprised. Could this be a branch of the stream? Wanwan, let's go in and take a look. One person and one cat then quickly headed inside the cave. Very quickly they came to a cliff where the water flow inside the cave originated. Woon Sowol didn't say much and directly waved his hand to smash the cliff. Inside immediately revealed a lake. Woon Sowol observed for a moment, then exclaimed, "This is the source. The water outside seems to be from here, flows out. It looks like a lake. It's so deserted here. If you're lucky you might be able to find aquatic spiritual herbs or spiritual stones under the lake." Think for a moment and then took out the family beast capsule and told Wanwan to go in. As for himself, he immediately condensed a protective light screen with spiritual energy into the lake. After swimming for a while, he saw something. What is that green glowing thing? They seem to be moving very fast. Could they be green lightfish? I only know they are aquatic animals, the rest I don't know anything about. They are probably intermediate level demon beasts. I still need a little more time to observe. As soon as the group of green lightfish came closer, they suddenly moved the antennae on their heads to release demonic attack. Woon Sowol did not pay attention even though their attacks hit the protective spiritual energy light screen. It seemed that their group attacks were very strong, even though they did not pose a threat to their spiritual energy barrier. But I can't fight against such a large number of herds. More than 30 of them rushed in at once. It's very difficult to attack, but there's no reason to miss this many internal pills that reach your mouth. The spiritual energy consumption in water is actually much higher than on land. Luckily I used it. The needle pill caused the consumption of spiritual energy to decrease a lot. Soon Woon Sowol was surrounded by green lightfish. He had no intention of running away and immediately took out the magic weapon. The green lightfish continued to go crazy. Attack! The 4 surrounding Woon Sowol's light screen were immediately covered by their demonic force. After a while finally Woon Sowol was hit on the back by an attack from them. Although it was successful, attacked the enemy, but the green lightfish suddenly tensed up and shouted. Woon Sowol took out a magic weapon and smiled coldly. "I guess I've used up all my tricks. Your green light and fish lion can't hurt me." No harm. The green lightfish surrounding him were quickly beaten to death by the electronic lightning in that bead magic weapon. Woon Sowol smiled with satisfaction. If these green lightfish could not pose a threat, anything for me, then let's end the battle quickly. After dealing with everything, Woon Sowol began the process of collecting spoils. He kept reaching out to catch the green lightfish's body and threw it into the storage bag. His heart was filled with joy. This was considered a great harvest. While collecting enthusiastically, he was suddenly startled and suspiciously looked down. The green lightfish's body seemed to be suffering from something. That sucks. I can't see it anymore. Could it be the rift within the rift? In this other dimensional space, anything can happen. He quickly took out a broken sword and flew to take a look. The broken sword had just entered halfway. He immediately stimulated his spiritual energy. Pull it back. You can take the sword back, but after entering, you can't see anything anymore. The spiritual power sensor has not been cut off, proving that it is not a strange space inside. Source, but after the sword flew out, there was no difference. Looks like I need to go in and find out more. After thinking for a moment, he quickly walked towards the space hole. As soon as he entered, he saw the body of the green lightfish earlier being sucked in. He looked at the barren land in front of him in surprise. The rift was indeed unfathomable. The bottom of the lake was still hidden in plain sight. Independent space like this. Wanwan doesn't seem to react at all. Can't it smell the scent of spiritual herbs? So what is this space actually used for? How about going around and checking it out? This place only has mushrooms and moss, but I feel like there will definitely be spiritual herbs. After walking for a while, both he and Wanwan's mouths were wide open. Why does red moss grow here? Purple membrane emitting from black spores. Wait, could this be scarlet lichen? Woon Sowol quickly collected scarlet lichen. Although this type of spiritual herb is not as precious as the red-edged herb, because of its rather harsh growing environment, it is also one of the difficult to find spiritual herbs, if you discard all of them. Put this scarlet lichen in your back pocket and you won't have to worry about the ingredients to make the chrysanthemum pill. Coming to the rift is really the right place. Suddenly his face darkened and he was extremely stressed. All the magic tools were immediately taken out. There was someone nearby. After a while, he saw an old man with a thick beard and hair behind a cliff. Did it look like he was eating scarlet lichen? I can't sense his cultivation level. What kind of person is he? The old man completely did not notice that Woon Sowol was watching from behind. He just sat there frantically picking up scarlet lichen to eat. From his appearance, this seemed to be his favorite dish. Woon Sowol was secretly thinking about whether he should just sneak away, but his actions made me so curious. Guang-O Taoist said that he had been in the spiritual land for decades. This person seems to have been here for a long time, at least 30 years, right? Come a little closer to see what happens. As soon as Woon Sowol moved to get closer to the old man, he was startled. He immediately stopped eating and turned around. Woon Sowol saw that he had discovered her and his face changed. Wrinkled in tension. The old man stared at him in extreme surprise but still didn't speak. Woon Sowol saw his appearance and whispered, "He looked so pitiful, boy." Immediately asked the old man, "Is your old man okay?" The old man stared at him for a moment, then turned away again without paying attention. Woon Sowol saw that he did not pay attention to him and continued to focus on eating scarlet lichen. He slowly moved closer. What exactly did he go through? Why did it turn out to be so miserable? This place is so mysterious. Why does he live here? Do I really want to clarify this? Thinking of this, he immediately raised his hand and wanted to touch the old man. His face was not very good. "Let me help you take a look." But unexpectedly, the old man just saw him reaching out his hand to touch him. He was extremely agitated. He immediately stood up and screamed frantically. When he saw that, he stepped back and tried to explain, "Old man, don't be nervous. I don't mean anything malicious. Even though your problem is not serious, if not handled promptly, it will be very painful." The old man didn't pay attention and quickly hid in a corner, shivering. Woon Sowol sighed. "He didn't understand me." "Say what?" "He feels like a wounded animal. His spirit seems to have suffered a huge blow. I'm not sure, but I guess his cultivation level is probably at least 1,000 times over. Strange, also considered powerful, but why did he fall into this path?" Thinking idly for a moment, he took out a box of medicine and wanted to apply it to the old man. The old man can rest assured that this is not a magic weapon but medicine. But the old man completely did not care. He stood up again, constantly looking left and right and screaming. After a while, he sat down again, holding his head and huddled together. Woon Sowol sighed. He looked very scared. He had no choice but to treat the few wounds he could. foresaw. After thinking about it, he went closer and applied the medicine to his body. The arm was done, now it was the body. The old man whose body he applied the medicine to now had a little relaxed and not as guarded as before. Woon Sowol advice: the old man who made this medicine will help relieve your pain. Let me handle it for you. I swear I will absolutely not harm you. The old man looked thoughtfully at the wound on his hand. Woon Sowol saw that he was no longer trembling and shivering like before, so he exhaled. The old man then completely relaxed and let Woon Sowol help him heal his wound. Time passed very quickly and a few more days passed. Woon Sowol was still in the cave with the old man. He watched him eat scarlet lichen and doubt. 4 days had passed. Even the jade Lo Chin Tam Hoang also gave it to him, but I don't see him getting any better. Do I really need to waste my time here? The old man was eating enthusiastically but suddenly turned his head to look at him. Woon Sowol saw his appearance and sighed, but looking at his expression of despair and pain, I really couldn't bear it. While he was absent-minded, the old man had a fit again. Seeing him constantly screaming Woon Sowol, he stood up. What happened to the old man? Woon Sowol's surprised eyes. The old man spoke for the first time. He shouted at him, "Absolutely don't open the mirror made of stone. Absolutely don't open the mirror made of stone." Woon Sowol doubted. What kind of stone is the mirror made of? What are you talking about? The old man rushed forward even more excitedly and ran in front of him. Inside that stone mirror was hiding the devil. I came here to hide from the devil. Woon Sowol surprised. Devil? Are you saying the devil chased you here? What is the devil and where is that stone mirror? Looking at the old man constantly looking left and right, Woon Sowol silently groaned in his heart. He seemed very scared. Was he worried that there were ghosts around? Daewon Nation is different from Jeonnyeong Nation. Daewon Nation is a country with strongly developed martial arts and Taoism. Mortals here know the existence of magicians. It is a common practice for rich parents to spend money to see if your child has immortal bones or not, or for ordinary people without immortal bones to practice martial arts to exchange bones to take over the fetus because they dream of becoming an immortal, are all very common things. Mok Yom, after a moment of fear, he calmed down and exclaimed, "The atmosphere here is quite different from Jeonnyeong Nation, isn't it?" Woon Sowol nodded. He didn't expect that wizards and mortals could live in such harmony with each other. This is truly special. Is there a wizard's emperor here who is the same as a mortal's emperor? Mok Yom explained, I vaguely heard that there is no king of the Almighty here, only the city lord. I heard that the Almighty of the city can arbitrarily give orders to the officials of mortals. As for other information, let's listen to the doctors talking here. Woon Sowol nodded. Good insight. Suddenly he was startled and waved towards the second child. Hey Tunhi, come here for a moment. Tunhi quickly ran over cheerfully. Sir, do you need something? Woon Sowol felt the aura on the teenager's body and was surprised. At such a young age, he was already at the alchemy stage. It turned out to be a boy with internal elixir. He took out a spirit stone and gave it to him. For Tunhi, I have some curiosity. Where is the biggest market here? When Tunhi received the spirit stone, his eyes immediately lit up. He quickly told everything he knew. The place to buy and sell many things was on Huyenvu Avenue at the North Gate, and there was also a trade association. The translation of valuable objects is on Vermilion Avenue at the South Gate. There is especially the 10,000 Beasts Chamber of Commerce, there's nothing more. Seeing you say this, I suddenly stopped. Woon Sowol, his face was full of doubts. What else? Tunhi spoke softly. Actually, sometimes there are secret trading guilds open to buy and sell precious objects. It is said that only those who are invited can go there. Woon Sowol he smiled and thought, the 10,000 Beasts Chamber of Commerce and the Secret Trading Society? Next, he immediately told Tunhi, thank you, you can go. Tunhi excitedly took the spirit stone and turned to leave. Woon Sowol asked Mok Yom, I'm planning to try the place called Thuong. Take a look at that group of 10,000 beasts, do you want to come with me? Mok Yom shook his head. I still haven't checked all the capsules I captured from the Dauntless Association wizards. I'll probably stay in the room to check on them. Woon Sowol silently pondered in his heart. There was only one thing left. There was no way she hadn't checked on the 2 capsules until now. It seemed like the wound caused by the master's departure was still present in her heart. Thinking for a moment, he smiled. "Advise, then I will go alone and will be back soon. You just stay here and check slowly." Mak Yom nodded. "I know," Woon Sowol silently thought in his heart, "you are a lifesaver. I must try my best to heal this wound in my heart." Woon Sowol then disguised himself as Wang Tae-il and went to the 10,000 Beasts Chamber of Commerce. As soon as he entered, he was startled. "I'm surprised. This is like a palace for mortals, isn't it? It can't be compared to the merchant guild of the same name in Choksan district. This time, if I want to make a big deal, I have to disguise and hide my cultivation to ensure everything is as safe as possible." Very fast inside, a manager came out to ask, "What are you looking for?" Woon Sowol was startled and replied, "I came here to buy spiritual herbs." The manager quickly invited him to sit at the next table. "You have come to the right place. Please sit down and have a glass of iced tea first." As soon as Sowol sat down, he immediately asked, "4 kinds of ginseng, dharma landscape grass, stage gold grass and udambara flower. Are there these 4 types of spiritual herbs here?" The manager was excited. These are all expensive spiritual herbs that are not easy to find. However, fortunately, our guild has 4 desires: ginseng, fap landscape grass, and golden grass. Woon Sowol claw. I stroked my beard with excitement. I thought that if I could find just one type, I would be very lucky. This would be truly wonderful, but without udambara flower, it would be a shame. Think about it for a moment. After a while, he asked for the price. The treasurer immediately took out a piece of paper. "I've written it all down." Woon Sowol didn't say much and immediately took out a bag of spirit stones and placed them on the table. The store manager was stunned for a moment, then shouted loudly from behind, "Quickly bring a cup of iced tea with lots of ice and some tea to entertain the distinguished guests. Please wait a moment, we will bring you the spirit herbs. I want to buy it right away." Soon a bag of spiritual herbs was brought out by them. Woon Sowol nodded with satisfaction. It was exactly the kind of spiritual herbs I needed. The fund manager respectfully bowed his head. "Thank you for your support. Next time you come to the merchant guild, please find me. I will take you to the luxurious room on the upper floor." Woon Sowol nodded and stood up to leave. As soon as he stood up, the treasurer hesitantly spoke up, "But this gentleman," he turned his head to look at him suspiciously. The treasurer quickly explained, "If you were planning to go to another merchant guild to buy udambara flower, you will probably have to make a trip. You are very lucky to be able to find 3 types of spiritual herbs at our merchant guild." Woon Sowol glanced at him suspiciously. It seemed like he was there as a reason why he told me that. The treasurer explained, "In this guild there is only one place where you can find and buy udambara flowers, which is in the secret trading guild." Woon Sowol immediately heard that. "I was surprised. I heard that you had to be invited to that place to be able to go." The store manager nodded, "Of course, but if you have more than 1,000 middle-grade spirit stones, you will get an invitation ticket." When Woon Sowol heard that, his face immediately sank. 1,000 middle-grade spirit stones. The assets stolen from Wang Tae-il were countless. 1,000 pills was not worth anything, but I felt very suspicious of him. The other teacher kept looking at me thoughtfully and turned around to explain, I just want to help you a little to maintain a good long-term relationship. I absolutely do not expect you to return anything. I will let you know the time and place. If you have any intention, please let me know. Try going there once, if not then just pretend I didn't say anything." Very quickly another 5 days passed. Woon Sowol was now leaning against a wall on the street waiting for something. I had sold out unnecessary items and collected as many spirit stones as possible. Now all I need to do is buy udambara flowers at the trading guild. Very quickly, a masked woman came out of the alley. "Young master, thank you very much for coming to the transaction meeting. Please wear this mask and follow me. I will tell you the rules of the trading guild as I go. First, if the sale is successful, you will pay us some of the costs, but if the transaction is not successful, you do not need to pay anything. All sales are conducted by auction. The methods will gather and there will be an opportunity to trade. If, in addition to the spirit stone, you have other items, you can auction them off with other wizards." Very soon Woon Sowol was quoted arriving in front of a basement. The woman made a sign inviting him to come in. "If there are no more questions, then I wish you a smooth transaction." Woon Sowol went inside and found a large table to sit down. He raised the glass of wine to take a look and silently evaluate. It looks special, doesn't it? Food cooked over fire? Is there a magician coming here? In Yangzhou, the entire power structure was completely changed just because of a Yangguangqi magician, but as soon as I arrived at a trading guild in Dayuan Nation to do a transaction, there was a Yangguangqi magician participating. Clearly the difference in the level of cultivation of the two countries' monks is very large. Very soon someone stood up and shouted loudly on the stage, "If everyone is already gathered here, then I would like to start the trading session now." Very quickly, someone brought out a ring. "The thing I want to sell is a primary magic weapon called Tan Ban Hone. It has the effect of speeding up the speed. Restore spiritual energy. If anyone has any magic weapon worth exchanging for it, I will consider and trade with that person. If not, I will start the auction from 10 high-grade spiritual stones." Woon Sowol and I can't help but feel scared. I've just started and I'm already auctioning off the magic weapon? Compared to magic weapons have a much higher level. I heard that my cloud iron ring is also a magic weapon, but the master said that cultivating under the sunlight period still doesn't have enough spiritual power. If I can move it, if that thing can help me restore my spiritual energy, that would be great. I really want to have it, but I still have to use the famous spirit stone to buy Udambara flower first. After 1 leaf of Tan Mai Hone was sold for 17 high-grade spirit stones. The next item is a spirit tree that absorbs the fortune of a 1,000-year-old spirit grass rarely seen in the world. The following items are monster eggs, respectively. The medicinal pill is effective in helping the heroic monk increase his spiritual power. The medicinal pill is made from the internal medicine of high-class demon beasts. Woon Sowol also took out a jade bottle to auction. What I brought here is essential oil of the cyclamen. The cyclamen often emits a scent that magical beasts absolutely hate. This essential oil is extremely concentrated from the scent of the cyclamen. With just 1 drop there is can prevent demonic beasts from getting too close. If you are in danger from being chased by demonic beasts, this orchid essential oil can be your lifeline. I don't need spirit stones, I want to change the bottle of essential oil. Take Udambara flower. When the people below saw this, they all remained silent and thoughtful. A person on the stage spoke up, and we know that there are also Yangguangqi magicians in attendance. Even if we are hesitant about it, this is indeed a very special item. Pricing it is very difficult. To be honest, of course there will be a wizard who can hunt magical beasts. Surely some wizard here has also encountered magical beasts. If only there was a wizard with a higher level of cultivation here. Surely he will be able to understand the true value of this item. Seeing that no one spoke up to exchange Udambara flowers, Woon Sowol couldn't help but curse in his heart. Damn, accidentally selling the essential oil of the turtle. Now that I have the orchid, I have to exchange it with something else I've been thinking about. At this moment, someone took out Udambara flower and shouted loudly, "That orchid essential oil, if this is it, surely I will exchange what you want with you." When Woon Sowol saw the Udambara flower in his hand, he couldn't contain his happiness. Luckily, he almost couldn't find the Udambara flower he wanted. He excitedly said to the other person, "Then let's." But before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by the other person. "However, I have one condition." Woon Sowol's face sank, saying, "Sue?" The other person smiled and explained, "I have something to ask about that. How will we discuss it after chatting outside?" Woon Sowol's thoughts quickly turned around in his head. If he transacted outside, wouldn't his identity be exposed? Even though I don't want to do that at all, I can't let go of Udambara flowers like that. Thinking for a moment, he then asked the rest of the group, wondering if there was anyone else here who wanted to exchange Udambara flowers. "Can I get the essence of Phalaenopsis orchids?" For a long time, no one spoke up. Woon Sowol couldn't help but feel angry. Damn, is there no one else besides that guy? The other person laughed again and said, "It's decided, when the guild transaction is over, come to the Bao Din guest house to find me." Soon the guild transaction ended. Woon Sowol went to the guest house as promised. Bao Din looked for that person. He looked at the person in front of him suspiciously and asked, why did he purposely want to meet at the hotel? The young man calmly replied, "I have something to ask." Woon Sowol's thoughts quickly turned around. He looked so normal, but when he did, what he said really made people feel pressured. But could it be that his realm is at the middle stage? After thinking for a moment, he asked, "What is that?" The young man quickly explained that almost no one knew about Kai Lan Thou, let alone had ever heard of essential oils containing the scent of Kai Lan Thou. How do people get this? Woon Sowol coldly asked again, "Do you need to know that too?" The young man smiled and waved his hand. "If it's too difficult and doesn't want to say anything, it's okay, then let's do business." When Woon Sowol saw his movements, his face immediately became extremely cautious. Just like that, he thought this guy didn't have any good intentions. What he took out was not an Udambara flower but a magic weapon. Woon Sowol was always on guard. As soon as the opponent made a move, he immediately moved away. Clone evasion technique. Inside the hotel, an extremely powerful explosion immediately erupted. Woon Sowol had no intention of fighting the opponent. The clone quickly scattered in all four directions and fled. The young man ran out of the inn in surprise. Looking at it, he was probably only in the state of cultivation, but he was able to block his sudden attack? Well, if I attacked with all my might, I would be able to find his true form, but if I was too aggressive and ordered by City Lord Wei Duong to hunt him down, it would be troublesome. After all, I still remember his face clearly. There he is, the next time we meet again, I will definitely deal with him. A moment later Woon Sowol returned to the tea shop where he was stopping. It was really unexpected. Luckily I used translation magic, otherwise it would have been a big problem. In the end, where did it start to go wrong? Could it be that he conspired with that old man to steal my capsule? No, if there had been an accomplice, he probably wouldn't have thrown a knife at me alone. There's really a lack of clues. I'm also so stupid. Why did I accept the transaction offer at outside of him? But if I want to get the Udambara flower, I have to do the same. It's obvious that that guy has the Udambara flower, so I have to find a way to snatch it from his hands. I'm lost. Thinking, he suddenly sat up and looked out the door. Was it already morning? Come in. Tunhi quickly came in with tea and cakes. Did you sleep well? I brought some spirit tea and breakfast. Woon Sowol nodded. Are you there? Thanks to being here, I rested very comfortably, and you came at the right time. Tunhi is doubtful that you want to ask me something? From childhood to adulthood, I've only been wandering around here. I don't know much. Woon Sowol didn't say much and immediately took out a spirit stone. Tunhi saw the spirit stone and his eyes immediately lit up. I'm alive. I've been living in this communal house since I was born. I've never been out of the city. Woon Sowol nodded. So you probably know quite a bit about the news here, right? Have you ever heard of any robber killing a monk who temporarily stopped at a guest house or tea shop in a remote place and then robbing them of their food? He killed the opponent in an instant with just a dagger or a short sword. Tunhi heard that and his face immediately turned pale. He bowed his head hesitantly. That's it. That. Woon Sowol asked agitatedly. It turns out you know? It's okay, just say his name, the clothes he usually wears and the area he operates in or anything that captures his characteristics. Tunhi too explained, that robber is called Faceless Murderer. I heard that because he had a very high cultivation level and he was mistaken for a healer from another place. The elders who were the healers of the Taoist temple just pretended not to know and had no intention of doing so. Arrest him. Woon Sowol was startled after hearing that. I didn't expect that he even had his own nickname. It seemed like everyone knew him, but even so, it was in a secret trading society. Damn it, so I was in a rush, that's why I fell into his trap. This is truly unacceptable. Thinking for a moment, he asked Tunhi again, do you know anything else? Tunhi shook his head. I don't know him very well. If you have any questions, you should go ask Bao Xin sect. Woon Sowol doubts, what is Bao Xin sect? Tunhi explained, I heard that they know all the information, but I also heard people complain that they require a lot of real links when selling news. After talking with Tunhi, Woon Sowol immediately disguised himself and went to Bao Xin sect. When he got there, he couldn't help but be surprised. He said it was an information organization, so he thought they were operating in the dark. It turned out that they were doing business openly. It was unexpected. My guess is, looking at it from another direction, this is probably a large-scale and very prestigious place. It's worth hoping to get quality information here. Standing outside for a moment, he then slowly walked in. I came to buy information. Inside, an old lady immediately came out to greet me. "What information do you want to buy?" Woon Sowol got straight to the point. "News about faceless murderer." The old woman made an invitation sign. "I will take you inside." After walking for a while, Woon Sowol couldn't help but be surprised. He was already gone after going through 3 doors. What's so secret inside? Moreover, I can't emit aura to probe. It seems like there is some kind of magic array set up here. Walking to the door of the old woman's room, she stopped and said, "Inside, the deputy master has a guest." There was an immediate response from inside, "Take him inside." Woon Sowol then, "Okay. Please come inside." As soon as you entered, your eyes widened in fear. Because looking in the mirror in the room, your true appearance appeared. In the room sat a woman. Seeing Woon Sowol just standing there blankly, she immediately smiled and invited him to sit down. Woon Sowol observed her appearance and silently analyzed. Her hair is green. It seems like she has practiced a special set of qigong. Waiting for Woon Sowol to sit down, the woman immediately introduced herself. "I am Xiao Bing, deputy chairperson of Bao Xin sect in this hall." Woon Sowol nodded. "You can just call me Woon Mo." "Okay." In his heart right now he was extremely wary. What was that scent that made his senses drift throughout the room? Luckily, I used ice magic so it wasn't affected. The woman nodded. "So it's Mr. Woon. Do you want to know information about the faceless murderer?" Woon Sowol replied immediately, "Yes." The woman picked up a book and flipped through it while talking. "Then please tell me specifically the information you want to know. I will quote the price for that information." "Sir, I don't accept valuable objects. I only accept spiritual stones, so I hope you understand." Woon Sowol asked, "What I want to know is very simple. If I heard that that guy was killed, would anyone stand up and defend him? If so, who is that person and what level of cultivation is there?" The woman immediately offered the price of 5 high-grade spirit stones. Woon Sowol listened and without hesitation took out the spirit stone and placed it on the table. The woman immediately answered after receiving the spirit stone. "Case, no one will report the faceless murderer. He is alone without a teacher, without family, without friends, working alone until now." Woon Sowol asked again, "I also very curious about his life." The woman actually sold 5 high-grade spirit stones. Woon Sowol silently cursed in her heart, "Damn it. It's true that it consumes a lot of spirit stones as rumored." After getting the spirit stones, the woman continued to explain that the faceless murderer officially became known after he broke through to the heroic stage, more than 100 years ago. Before, there was a certain family that left behind a huge treasure and then a riot broke out. At that time, the faceless murderer killed many witches. Since then he went around a few cities to attack, killing the monks and stealing their capsules. The same thing happened over and over until now. He is still a very careful person, only harming knights whose cultivation level is a few levels lower than him. He also chose people with no family background. He killed people very decisively. That's why he was able to survive until now, and he came to this guild 3 years ago. Woon Sowol woke up after hearing this. "I'm a romantic knight, and at that time I had hidden my cultivation into the sky state. So he saw me as prey and targeted." The woman continued to explain from the moment he arrived at the guild hall, his actions also became more hasty. It could be said that he was no longer as cautious as before, as if he was in dire need of spirit stones. Woon Sowol asked again, "When killing someone, what actions does he usually take?" The woman smiled, "That's quite important information, but out of respect for the transaction between the two of us just now, so I only took 10 high-grade spirit stones." Woon Sowol sighed, "Right, according to rumors." The woman who received the spirit stone once again revealed the information that he specializes in taking the enemy's life with a dagger, or nothing special, or with that person's own weapon. Because he didn't want to leave any trace of himself. Saw Woon Sowol finished asking and stood up to leave. Xiao Bing immediately invited him, "If you want to know more information about faceless murderer, then come again please sect again." Woon Sowol glanced at her. "If someone came to ask who the faceless murderer was, what would you do?" The woman replied calmly, "Bao Bei sect is an organization that buys and sells information. If someone returns the spirit stone, of course we have to sell the information to them." Woon Sowol laughed coldly. If it was a faceless murderer came to ask if the prey he had targeted had his back, as long as he returns the spirit stone, she will probably be happy to let him know, right? The girl smiled and did not answer. Woon Sowol, after getting the news from the bag asking for sect, the following days were all focused on it. Took nearly half a month to buy the necessary items, to find the spiritual herbs I needed. The smelting furnace could hold the samadhi essence fire and the pot of red jade. But it took 100 spirit stones to sell. This is right. Is it any different from robbery?